This is Yorkshire.
Built on pride.
Forged through generations.
Now, a new season begins.
Driven by ambition.
We play to compete.
We play to win.
Driven by those who stand with us.
This is Yorkshire.
We don't stand still.
We move forward.
Together.
A warm welcome to Headingley for a double header in the Vitality T20 Blast between Yorkshire and the Blaze. Of course, Nottinghamshire Outlaws later on when it comes to the men's game. Weather's set perfect here, 26 degrees, not a cloud in the sky. As I look out from the fourth floor of the commentary box up here in the pavilion. Great to have your company wherever you are across the world. And as always, it's great to have the company of Aaron Viles alongside yours truly, Michael McCann, with Dr. Jane Powell, Yorkshire President, to follow very shortly. She's back from being on the pitch as part of the pre-match celebrations ahead of the first women's test at Lord's, which is ongoing between England and India, but bringing things back to what is in front of us. Yorkshire are looking to round off their Blast campaign with a fourth consecutive win, which will consolidate their position, finishing 7th out of 9 in the table. The Blaze have already secured their spot at finals day thanks to beating Somerset. And if they win today and Surrey and Durham slip up, they could finish as high as second. Hampshire already guaranteed to be group winners. A very good afternoon to Aaron Viles.
Yeah, great to be here, Michael. It's a fantastic day, isn't it? Lovely sunny weather here in Leeds. Stayed over just a few miles away from the city itself last night, and yeah, it's been a glorious weekend, hasn't it? Hopefully more of the same throughout today, and of course what is a massive week across both the women's and men's competition in the next few days, with both finals days taking place on the 17th and 18th respectively.
Yeah, the men on the 18th, coming the day after the women, where we already know it'll be Hampshire, Surrey, Durham and the Blaze that go through. The only question is, as mentioned, who exactly will play each other in those semi-finals, because Hampshire are top and clear at the top. Surrey, Durham and the Blaze aren't quite fully decided who will finish anywhere between second and fourth. Let's take a check on the teams. For Yorkshire, there is one alteration to the side that won in the Roses clash, made it 2 wins at Old Trafford this season, with victory by 29 runs against Yorkshire's biggest enemy in a Roses double-header on Friday night. Yorkshire winners by 29 runs, thanks to 64 from Amy Campbell and 3 for 23 from Holly Garton. Key Yorkshire lineup as follows: Amy Campbell, Erin Thomas, Jess Jonathan, Lauren Winfield-Hill, Stair Callis, Sarah Glenn, Beth Langston, Hannah Rainey, Jess Woolston, Holly Garton and Alice Clark. Clark is back. She couldn't play against her parent county because she is on loan from Lancashire. And it's Ines Blackwell who makes way as part of a tactical change.
Yeah, I must say, Michael, I'm very excited about this lineup today. Of course, Amy Campbell coming into it off the back of a barnstorming 64 against Lancashire, and Holly Garton, for me, has been one of the stories of Tier 1 this season. Of course, started it against this side. It was against the Blaze, taking those 3 wickets, including that of Tammy Beaumont. And on Friday, not only dismissing Meg Lanning, who is one of the all-time greats, but dismissing her with the very first delivery. I mean, she has been nothing short of exceptional.
Yeah, one of the stories of the season, no doubt. A fearless young leg spinner who is really making a name for herself on the women's cricket scene. Blaze are unchanged from the team that got a victory against Somerset at Trent Bridge by 7 wickets with 34 balls remaining. They've had a bit of a funny T20 campaign, Blaze. They started off with 3 wins from 4 in the opening block, the only block on the copybook, a loss against Durham. In the middle block in June, they picked up a couple of back-to-back wins. And then at the start of this block, they beat Essex. And at that point, they were sitting pretty. They had 6 wins from 7. But then they've only squeaked over the line a little less comfortably than they'd have liked in terms of qualification. Recent defeats against Surrey on the 3rd of July, Durham on the 5th, and Hampshire on the 8th meant that it was a very nervy game on Friday because they played Somerset, who were chasing a first appearance at a finals day since, if you want to map it back, Western Storm in the 2019 era, where regional cricket rather than county cricket was the thing. And that game almost had a bit of a vibe of a quarter-final about it. As it is, Blaze won that game. That means they're now 7 points above Somerset with a game to spare. But had they lost that game, their qualification would have been out of their hands today. So Kirsty Gordon at the toss said to me that as a team, it's been a bit of a funny old summer. England A, obviously their big Scottish contingent, the Irish contingent as well, has disrupted their plans. And I think it's safe to say that they've probably been the team that's been the most affected by this summer being what it has. And yet they're still into finals day. They've got all their players back. They've got the band back together, and they look a very strong unit.
They certainly do. And I think for me, the addition of Charlie Knott has been brilliant as far as the Blaze are concerned. We'll speak about her stats a little bit later on. But not only is she contributing with the bats, as we saw in that game, a must-win against Somerset, scored an unbeaten 63. But as of today's game, she's also the second leading wicket taker in the tournament. Only Georgia Adams has more, the Hampshire captain. So this is something that the Blaze do very well. There's a real nice blend of youth and experience, and then they supplement it well with those quality overseas players.
So that is your team news then. In terms of the pitch, this is the pitch that was used for the Men's Roses game, which Yorkshire won here, which is a little while back. But Richard Robinson, head of grounds here, was saying to me that you almost wouldn't really think of it as being a used pitch because it was used so long ago. This is only the second game on it this season. Another thing to note is the wind is going to be enormously important in both aspects of this double-header today. Normally, the wind blows across the ground from to the right of the Howard stand as we look at it, down towards the east stand, but it's actually going in completely the opposite direction today. So if you're facing the bowling from the Howard stand end, your hit through extra cover is going with the wind. And if you're facing the bowling from our end of the ground, the pavilion end, your hit towards deep backward square leg is going with the wind. We saw in the game here against Durham, where, and actually a game here against Derbyshire earlier on this season on the men's side, that often the team that plays the conditions best in terms of what side you hit towards tends to end up winning it.
Yeah, that's really interesting that you mentioned that. So I imagine we'll see some different tactics employed with regards to protecting essentially the side without the wind, which will be the one towards the east as opposed to the western terrace. But yeah, hopefully both sides will be well aware of that, and of course the batting units will need to know which direction to get a little bit more extra mustard on it.
Yeah, it's always trying to read somewhat between the tea leaves, as both sets of players are not far off coming out with 4 minutes or so from the first ball here. In terms of boundary dimensions, it's universally 60 metres all the way around, apart from a slightly short pocket at square leg if you're facing the bowling from the pavilion end as a right-hander. But it's only maybe 3 metres or so shorter. So this game is far more about who plays the wind conditions better than the boundary dimensions. As we see our Vertu car, a Vertu match ball car. I'm not actually sure of the exact technical description, but we've, after a poll, named it Yorkie. And that is actually more alert than the players. It was causing a bit of mischief after the game here recently where it was bumping into a few people while being interviewed, and it actually nearly drove into Amy Campbell while she was taking guard in a game a week ago, and I'm saying that with my tongue firmly in my cheek. It was a good few yards away, but there was a moment where it seemed to have not quite understood that the need was to deliver the ball to the bowler rather than to the striking batter. But all was well that ended well. Amy Campbell and Erin Thomas out there ready to open up for Yorkshire. And I know for a fact from speaking directly to Campbell in the warm-ups, they're a bit grateful that it's a good 7 degrees cooler than it was in the Roses game on Friday night, where Tilika Stephen had to retire due to heat exhaustion. And I know quite a few players were really struggling with that. It's a slightly cooler 25 today.
Yeah, which is, to be honest, quite perfect, isn't it? Ideal conditions here today. As you mentioned before, no clouds at all in the sky overhead here at Headingley, and yeah, it's just one of those nice temperatures. Also important to mention, I'm not sure if we alluded to it prior, but Yorkshire did win the toss, and they chose to have a bat first on this surface.
Yep, it's a good point. There's such a big toss bias towards batting here at Headingley that most of the time you can almost assume that if a team won the toss, they probably batted first. But I say that, Kirsty Gordon did say to me in my post-toss interview that they'd have bowled. Now, sometimes that's a little bit of kidology, but Somerset turned up here and bowled last week and lost. Derbyshire on the men's side turned up here and bowled and lost. Statistically speaking, over a 5-year sample size, it's more than 2/3 of the time that you bat first here, you win the game. It's a track where I think if Yorkshire are batting first, they're going to want a minimum of 180.
Yeah, absolutely. And especially with the power within that batting lineup, of course. We've got a left-hand, right-hand combination here, witnessing the likes of Campbell and Thomas. Then you've got Jonathan, Winfield Hill, Callis, Sarah Glenn can finish off an innings with a flourish. So, absolutely, I think 180 plus should be the bare minimum that the White Rose are looking for as Thomas and Campbell stride out into the middle here. Nice crowd building throughout both the East Stand and the Western Terrace. Plenty seeking shelter and shade in the Howard Stand as well. As we see the Blaze, led by their captain, Kirsty Gordon, also making their way out onto the field.
Yep, and the match ball provided by Vertu. Yorkshire looking to finish their T20 campaign with a flourish, looking for a 4th straight win to round things off. And it would confirm them in 7th place ahead of Warwickshire, who have 3 wins. Their campaign's already done. And Lancashire, who are last with 2 wins so far, but Lancashire can't in fact catch Yorkshire. So regardless of the result here, Yorkshire will finish in 7th, but they'll want to continue that winning momentum in a season that had often been very tough. Just 1 win from 10 for Yorkshire in all competitions until 3 consecutive victories in recent times. An 11-run win here against Somerset on the 3rd. A 5-wicket win against Warwickshire 2 days later with 3 balls to spare, and then a 29-run win against Lancashire. But they'll face a stiff test from the Blaze. 2024 Charlotte Edwards Cup winners, semi-finalists in 2025, and then this season they'll be at finals day once more as the Vertu car, now named Yorkie, heads off having done its duties. I'm delighted to say settling in to start her commentary duties. A World Cup runner-up back in 1988 and fresh off being part of the team of old players who were on the pitch at Lord's before the women's first test between England and India. A very good afternoon to Dr. Jane Powell.
I think it's still good morning, but that's okay.
You're right.
And also, I'd like to call ourselves past players, not old players. I know I'm old, but lovely to be with you all, and it's lovely to be here on such a glorious day at Headingley as the plane goes overhead back to Leeds Bradford Airport. And we're in for a cracker, I think, today. 2 crackers.
So Amy Campbell taking guard. She's in her best form of the season. She's coming off the back of her first 50 of the season, 64 off 42 against Lancashire on Friday night. Returning to the top of the order seems to have brought the best out of her, and she'll be facing Charlie Phillips, who can't afford much margin for error with 6-3 field, very clearly signposting where she's going to bowl.
I just looked down and thought there was 4, and then it's the umpire in pink, which is very similar to orange looking down from up here.
Charlie Phillips to get us going then for the double header. Our first ball was turned away towards the square leg umpire, which is Gareth Cross. Rose Dovey standing at the Howard Stand end from which Phillips is starting. Phillips has been one of the breakthrough players of the season. She's had an excellent 50-over campaign. She's carried that form into the T20s with 8 wickets at an average of 23, and most importantly, she's gone at 8.3 and over, which, given she bowls almost exclusively in the power play and at the death, is something that you're pretty happy with.
Yeah, that's very good figures, and I think you're right. I think she's had this breakthrough season and is just bowling very well, as we wait to see her now bowl to the right-handed Erin Thomas.
Thomas will get herself off the mark here as well. This opening partnership key in Yorkshire's win against Lancashire just a couple of days ago. They put on 69 for the first wicket at not far off 10 and over. And ultimately, when you trace the game back, that was one of the big reasons why Yorkshire went on to win it. Yorkshire, of course, beat Blaze here in the 50-over format by 70 runs back on the 18th of April, in just the second game of the season. But Blaze got some revenge with victory at Trent Bridge in the T20s in late June. As Phillips this time is whipped away wristily through Campbell's favourite area of the ground. And that will run to the slightly short pocket. So first boundary of the contest.
Yeah, she didn't appear to middle that one. She definitely whipped it away, as you say, but it didn't fly as quickly as it often does off Amy Campbell's bat. I often think, where does she get her bats from? Because she's got a fantastic middle in that bat, which she finds. It just flies.
Campbell choosing to take a chance, as you'd expect from her in the power play. Phillips not quite bowling to her field. This time Campbell down the ground, aggressive, met on the half volley. Shot that had a hint of bottom hand, a hint of baseball about it. 2 boundaries in a row.
Yeah, much better footwork and swing of the bat there by Amy Campbell as she just drove that one straight down the ground. And she'll be pleased with the last 2 balls. I think it's quite hard for any bowler who's having a left-hand, right-hand opening partnership. And certainly Yorkshire taking advantage of that.
Shorter, and Campbell's studied this into her own foot. Those can sometimes be painful, but from the reaction, all good. Phillips having a bit of what someone on the circuit described to me as first season syndrome. And what that means is when you kind of burst onto the scene like she has, teams don't have a lot on you. They don't have a lot of analysis to go off. She's got this awkward, slingy action, which when she gets it right, makes her very awkward to face. Think a little bit of Grace Hall, Yorkshire's very own baby Malinga, who's unfortunately out injured currently.
And the field's been adjusted now. It's gone back to a 5-4 field. A short mid-wicket has been moved across.
Campbell making room, has chipped it straight to short mid-wicket. Didn't quite get underneath it enough to get it over the infield. And Amy Campbell, who was superb in the Roses game on Friday night, with her 64, is gone for just 9, 10 for 1. That's a fantastic early breakthrough for the Blaze. It's Charlie Phillips who gets it.
Yeah, and that's she'll be disappointed with that. And mentally, part of me would be thinking, you've scored 10 off this over. You don't need to take any risk. Just have a look. You can just run it for a single. 11 off the over would have been a great start for no wicket. And now the impetus of the game has shifted back towards the Blaze because they've taken that early breakthrough in the power play.
Yeah, Campbell probably thinking to put the other side that she's at her best when she's aggressive in that power play, and she had taken a couple of boundaries. I think my read of that would be, I think the ball was there for the shot. I just don't think she quite executed the shot as she would like.
No, and I think it was a bit like the previous one that she whipped through mid-wicket when I said it didn't feel like it came off the middle of her bat. That was very similar, and but well played to the Blaze for adjusting the field, making sure they had fielders in catching positions on that leg side, and they'll be delighted with that start as Jess Jonathan comes out to join Erin Thomas now, but will be at the non-strikers end, as that was the end of the over.
Ballinger consistently excellent performer in women's domestic cricket, 24, but it feels like she's been around for a long time. She was the Blazers' joint top wicket taker last season in the 50-over format, but her first ball will go to the boundary. Or maybe not. Well, I think for my money, the fielder's touched the rope there whilst making contact with the ball to flick it back in. So Erin Thomas is off and running in terms of boundary count.
Yeah, a bit like you. I love seeing Grace Ballinger bowl. She's had a spell up here with the Superchargers, and she was a favourite of the crowd when she was playing up here. She has just a nice, easy rhythmical action as she comes in once more.
Ballinger in a good spot. Nicely played by Thomas. She's definitely hard a pace in the last months as well. She's having a sensational T20 blast. 13 wickets at an average of under 12 and an economy rate of 5.8. She's gone for significantly under a run of ball, and she tends to bowl at the most difficult moments. It's Ballinger this time. Bowls her, and it's just flicked away. She's got protection there. The field is signposted for her to bowl straight here. So Thomas with a deep wicket and a deep square leg. Lancashire a couple of days ago, she made 52 against Blaze in the reverse T20 fixture at Trent Bridge, where Yorkshire posted 150, fell comfortably short in the end.
It's interesting when you say she's put on a yard of pace. I think we're going to see the women in the women's game, bowlers putting on yards of pace, because now they're full-time professionals. They can actually do the physical training. As she comes in once more.
Lovely again from Ballinger. Yeah, she's a classic example of someone who, for the last few seasons, the extension of domestic professionalism has made a big difference to her progression. It's something Claire Connor has talked about. You know, there was 0 domestic professional players in 2017. Now there's 150.
Yeah, and just that. Come in after this ball, which is driven down the ground, and there's no run there. I just think that professionalism, that access to not only gyms but also the people who can train you appropriately, and you've got the time to do it with the correct nutrition, with the backup and support that you need to be the best athlete that you can be, will make a difference, particularly in the seam bowling ranks.
Sounded very good off the bat, but it's straight at Hyam at cover point. Jonathan still to get off the mark. It's a typically tight over from Ballinger then. Concedes 5, 15 for 1 after 2.
Yes, as you say, good first over from Grace Ballinger, and it's always cat and mouse, I often think, in the power play, because it's like, how hard do you go? How many risks do you take? Is it a risk if you know that that's your favourite shot and you're going to attempt it? There's so many questions that's in the batter's mind as they face up to the bowler coming in, and the bowler's just trying to play cat and mouse with them. If I bowl this, they're likely to do that, so I'll try this other one. And so many different thoughts are going on in the fielders and the bowlers and the batters' minds out there. That's why cricket is so fascinating for so many of us. Phillips in now from the Howard stand end, and Thomas flicks that one round to square leg.
It's the 4th meeting between these teams this season. Blaze lost by 70 runs when visiting Headingley earlier on this campaign. Yorkshire posted 280 for 9. Jonathan on strike now made 67. Lauren Winfield Hill 90, and Blaze collapsed. They lost 36 for 7. And being bowled out for 201. Jonathan with a 4-fer, but Blaze have got their revenge a couple of times since. Lips in all the right spots. Jonathan still to get off the mark. These sides met then what feels like a very long time ago now. And the opening round of the Blast fixtures on May the 22nd, a Friday night game, where Yorkshire posted 179 for 5. Jonathan hit 52, but Charlie Knott, in reply, hit 57 as Blaze ended up chasing it down by 4 wickets with 3 balls to spare.
That was at Trent Bridge, wasn't it?
Yes.
Yeah, I was at that game. And Yorkshire were in a good position to win that game, and then they fell away. Whatever way you look at it, they were in a very strong position to win it, and then it just fell away from them, and Blaze batted very well.
Jonathan still stuck on 0, none off 5. And then the third meeting between these two sides came in the One-Day Cup on the 23rd of June. Blaze very comfortable winners by 6 wickets with 119 balls to spare at Chesterfield. Yorkshire bowled out for 150 from just 42.5 overs. And they needed tail end resistance to get that far. And 66 from Marie Kelly helped Blaze chase it down. Finally, Jonathan will get off the mark, looking for that slightly shorter boundary, 55 metres out there, but even if it was longer, that had gone. It's a slightly poor ball from Phillips, Jonathan's first 4 of the day.
Yeah, and great patience from Jonathan as well. She's got the experience to know that she may have not scored or any runs off the first 5 balls she's faced, but as soon as one ball is dropped short, and she knows that that's very much a freebie, she helped herself to it.
Jonathan won't get anything for that. That third game between these sides, Blaze won it by 6 wickets with 119 balls to spare, despite 3 wickets from Beth Langston. So Yorkshire looking to make it 2-2. Of course, slightly odd thing about this Blast format, you only play half the teams twice. A little shorter. Jonathan loves a cut shot. She finds deep point there. 6 off the over then. 21 for 1 off 3. I'm curious to get your thoughts on that, Dr. Jane Powell. So the men's format reduced from 14 to 12, and because of a sense that there must be uniformity between the men and the women, even though, of course, the women don't play in the county championship, you've got, in the Metrobank, it's a double round robin. It's a straight, easy to understand. You play everybody twice. Your table topper goes through to the final, second versus third eliminator. But in the T20s, 12 games, you play half the teams once, half the teams twice, and then you've got a finals day. What do you make of it as a format? Yeah,
no, I'm not a great fan of not everybody playing the same teams twice, if that makes sense, because you could count yourselves lucky if you're playing teams from the bottom half of the table, or unlucky if you're playing teams from the top half, as Ballinger comes in once more, and that's lofted straight back overhead for a two bounce 4. Lovely shot from Jess Jonathan there.
Well, that is the shot of the day so far. By quite some distance, that is Jonathan at her imperious best.
And it just looks so easy, doesn't it? It's just step, swing, and the ball's dispatched.
This adjustment of length from Ballinger. I think it was just sliding down leg.
Yeah, I thought there was a bit of bat in it. I thought I heard a little bit of a clunk, but whatever we think, it doesn't matter, because the umpire has said it's not out, so we're playing on, and I'm sure anybody watching will make their own mind up what they thought as well. Yeah, I just think that the women's game can afford to have everybody play everybody twice. There's only 8 teams, 16 matches, 16 one-days, 32 matches in total, 32 days, as compared to the men. You know, as soon as they start adding county championship, you've added 4 days. You know, so 5 county championship games is 20 days cricket. So you can understand why the men's is being altered around, but needs to have a relook at it, I think, from a women's perspective.
Well, it's always a good sign as a batter that you're going well if you can on-drive with balance, as Jonathan did there, but no reward for it. Ballinger has come back well, having gone for a 4 from first. There's, of course, the County Cup as well, but because all the Tier 1 teams start in the 3rd round, you're only playing a maximum of 4 games, a 3rd round, a quarter-final, and then 2 games at the finals day. Jonathan down the ground for the 2nd time in the over with a minimum of fuss between mid-on and the bowler. That's the kind of shot that really frustrates a bowler, seeing the maker's name coming back at them off the blade.
Yeah, class that. Absolute class. Just straight down the ground, punched it down the ground, and it just raced away between the mid-off and mid-on, and there was just no chance that anybody could get anywhere near that one.
Back of a length, better length from Ballinger. This will be just 1. Been really enjoying her columns on the BBC Sport website this summer, Grace Ballinger. She's done 1 every month. Her last one a month ago was all about an away day diary, being at the part of the season where you don't really know what day of the week it is anymore. It's just travel day, match day, rest day, and not a lot going on. She said there's some long trips on the coach, and I feel incredibly grateful to be playing for a Midlands-based side in the middle of the country. So that's straight down the ground, and will be fielded by Josie Groves. 1 more. So 31 for 1 off 4 then. Yorkshire have rebuilt reasonably well from the loss of that early one. I'm intrigued to see if Ballinger and Phillips get more here. One thing I think that's a very timely question for you, given what we've just seen, women's test match at Lords. Do you think in the long term women's cricket should be endeavouring to have multi-day cricket within the domestic system? And if so, how would you go about structuring that?
Yeah, I mean, I'd love to see that, and I'm sure the girls who play would love to see that as well. You know, it's quite hard in a way when you think the women are playing a test match over the last 4 days, and they very rarely pick up a red ball, you know, let alone fielding slips, because you rarely have slips in one-day cricket. You might have them there for 4 or 5 overs, but not 40, 50 overs, which you need to be able to do in a test match.
Spin into the attack. Charlie Knott from the Howard stand end. Thomas picked up the length nice and quickly.
But the way you see real cricketers, you know, sort of talented all-rounded cricketers, is over a long period of time. You see good raw talent at T20 and one-day cricket, but if somebody's got to bat for a whole day, then you start to see technical flaws or bits that need to be developed, and that's how you develop your cricketers, really.
Now the hit with the wind here is out to deep mid-wicket for Jonathan. There is quite a breeze out there today. There's not a lot she can do with a ball like that. Charlie Knott, someone who I think few would disagree. If her nationality wasn't Australian, she'd already have at least 50, if not 100 caps for her nation. So that's chopped down straight to point.
Yeah, I mean, 2 class Australians out there at the moment. Jess Jonathan batting, although more well-known for her spin left-arm bowling. But Charlie Knott is also a very good Australian playing over here in the women's professional game.
Cover length, and it's a good stop at cover point to ensure that it's just 1. Kirsty Gordon plays skipper leading from the front. Not so far in the blast this season, 20 wickets at an average of 13. She's gone for just over a run of all. That tells its own story, really. That dribbles away. I think it's come off something, and it's going to go to the rope. So just spoils what had been a very tight over. It is signalled as run, so Jonathan got a little tickle on it on the way through.
Yeah, I think she just strayed a little bit down leg side, and Jess Jonathan quick to capitalise on that and quick to jump on it to just help it round the corner. Got the faintest of touches on it for 4 runs.
once again accessing that cover point area, and there's a thump down on the bat of frustration from Jonathan at the end of that over, which goes for just 5, 36 for 1 on a ground that is, we know, one of the highest scoring grounds in the country. You just sense that this is a big over. The last one of the power play, Yorkshire only going at a tickle above 7s. I wonder if now is the point where these two think that they've got to step it up a bit.
Yeah, I don't know if they will or not. I think often when the field's in the women's game, it becomes more difficult to actually score runs. And when the field is released a bit, then they'll start to find gaps a bit more, which seems a bit counterintuitive, but that's what seems to happen as Kirsty Gordon comes on and is punched out through the mid-wicket area, but there's a cover fielder out there and it'll just be the single.
Yeah, ground covered very quickly by not out on the deep mid-wicket rope. Field changes now for the lefty Jonathan, who, as fantastic as she's been, she hasn't quite been as good with the bat in the 20-over format as in the 50-over format. She's hit 2 tons in the 50-over format and 67, 3 tons, in fact, beg your pardon, against Warwickshire, Lancashire and Durham. And she hit 67 against Blaze. 52 against Blaze in the T20 opener at Trent Bridge. And just as I say that, she's got that away for 4. Well, Blaze might be disappointed there. It was misjudged out on the rope, came 10 yards in, and then it went over deep mid-wicket's head. And when you've got a big player like Jonathan, you feel like you don't want to give her chances like that.
It's interesting looking down at the fielder there. Oh, she's being pushed back now a little bit, but you know, you might as well be back on the boundary rope.
Trying to pierce the gap through the covers, but nice fielding in there ensures that there's no particular damage, not with some tidy work for the second time in the over. Yeah, from what I saw, she had started out on the rope and came in. Just slightly misjudged the trajectory of it as that's short and pulled round the corner. And it's more good ground fielding, this time by Ballinger. Way to her left, otherwise that was a certain 4.
Yeah, good goalkeeper parry there by Ballinger, but you know, it was coming around quite quickly and she did well, because had she not done that, that would have been another 4 in the over. So good fielding there from Grace Ballinger.
Just straying down leg. Rare, you see that from her. Someone who's gone just over 7s this season in the last 6 wickets at 30. Oh, that's a real drag down. That's up to deep mid-wicket for 1. Well, by her high standards, it's not quite been as tidy in terms of line and length as you'd expect from Kirsty Gordon in this over.
Yeah, she got away with that one there because that was a rank long hop, which Erin Thomas hit straight to the fielder out there on the covering on the leg side, and you can see Erin Thomas just frustrated with herself, lifting her head, and they thump their bats, thump anything that's going around, don't they?
Chipped straight to mid-wicket. Well, Gordon does get her length right, and she's rewarded with the wicket of Jonathan from the final ball of the power play. Jess Jonathan never quite fully got into gear. 44 for 2 then, off 6.
Yeah, and that's very disappointing, the last ball of the power play, because that's when you'd be wanting to then just kick on. And Jonathan's walking off, hitting her helmet, shaking her head, annoyed with herself really, frustrated that she's given it away just when she started to get in. I think Jonathan does take a bit longer than some do to get going, and that's why she's more effective in the 50-over game, because she's got the time there to be able to build herself into it. But 23 runs off 22 balls, just over 100%, you know, strike rate, 100 strike rate is okay, but Yorkshire will want to build on this. But with that, Lauren Winfield Hill has now replaced her at the middle, and they'll be looking to now push on through the gaps that are created as the fielders spread out a little bit more in the first over after the power play.
Winfield Hill, of course, made 99 off 55 here against Somerset. Just over 100 appearances for England. And in her second season of a 4-year contract with Yorkshire. As White Rose skipper. On comes a legend of Scottish women's cricket, and women's cricket overall, of course. Catherine Bryce, once upon a time Blaze captain. Her sister Sarah standing dependably up to the stumps as always as Thomas drives, and that brings Winfield Hill onto strike.
Yeah, it's nice in a way to see the Bryces and Kirsty Gordon, because the last time we saw them here was playing for Scotland in the T20 World Cup. So it's nice to see them now back with their county team, contributing to the development of professional women's cricket in England.
Yeah, they're seen as definitely role models for those in that Scottish camp. This time, Winfield Hill gets this slightly off the bottom of her bat, but it will run away pretty quickly off this fast outfield for 4. So, boundary from her very first ball for Yorkshire's captain.
Yeah, good shot by Lauren Winfield Hill, and you can see the intent with which she's come out here. And some of that is built off the back of previous innings.
Quick single here in front of cover, and we'll get that. Spent much of this season opening across both formats, but she dropped down for the County Cup game against Somerset at Scarborough and made 65 off 33, and she made that at number 4. And she's floated around at 4 mostly since. Thomas has got this through. It's burst through the hands of Gordon, and we'll go for 4. So Bryce under a bit of pressure, 10 off 4 in this over.
Yeah, good contact from Erin Thomas. I was a little bit heart in mouth at first, thinking, is that another chip catch to mid-wicket? With the previous 2 wickets having been chipped to that mid-wicket, mid-on area, but burst through the hands of Kirsty Gordon and ran away to the boundary for 4. And that's a better shot from Erin Thomas, keeping her shape and just hitting it straight down the ground for a single.
It's a very well-honed Blaze T20 unit, of which Bryce has been a major part. It's Winfield Hill's turn just to take one to long on. So a productive over for Yorkshire, 12 off it. 56 for 2 off 7 then, after a few more words of wisdom from Dr. Jane Powell. She'll be joined for the first time today by the brilliant Aaron Pulse.
Yeah, and that was a good over from a Yorkshire perspective. And having said previously about sometimes the girls find it easier to bat outside of the power play than they do in the power play, there's a case in point. They managed to score 12 runs off the first over outside of the power play, surpassing the best of 10 in any single over in the power play. So interesting that for some reason, I think it must be mentally they feel it's easier to find space when you're out of the power play. Good morning, I think.
Good
afternoon.
Morning. It's good afternoon,
It's
Jane.
1 minute past 12. Good afternoon, Aaron.
Do you know why I say that? I had a look at the clock just before coming on. I was going to do the exact same thing.
Good day, Aaron.
Yeah, good day, good day. Good day to everyone tuning in as well. Here's Charlie Knott then for her second over. Starts off well with a dot ball against Lauren Winfield Hill. Nice crowd gathered today as well, Jane.
I think it's growing, and it's becoming very Australian in that you're seeing lots of people in the shade.
It's very, very sunny, isn't it? This an attempted reverse. There's an appeal from Charlie Knott, but that one waved off.
Yeah, I think it was outside off stump that, so outside the line. But Charlie Knott will be knowing Lauren Winfield Hill from her time with Brisbane Heat and with the teams out in Australia.
It's a good battle, isn't it, really? I know Michael was mentioning the stats earlier. Spoke about it in the pre-game broadcast as well, but Charlie Knott so far this season, the second leading wicket taker in Tier 1. Only Georgia Adams, the Hampshire captain, has taken more than her 20 wickets so far. Very reliable operator. It's a nice shot from Erin Thomas. Just out of interest, Jane, what did you make of the power play as a whole? Because obviously I was to your left, I was listening along to what yourself and Michael were saying. It felt as though Yorkshire had some really lovely shots, especially the straight drive from Jonathan, but felt like the rhythm was a little bit disjointed at times.
I think you're absolutely right, as that's just tickled round to square leg for one run. I was thinking there was no flow to it. It was a bit not stagnant, but stop-start. It was like, oh, yes, no. And then to lose 2 wickets to 2 chipped catches to mid-wicket was disappointing from a Yorkshire. But as a Blaze, you'd be very happy because they've not run away from you, as that concludes the Charlie Knott's over, and that's gone for just 3 runs. Very miserly from Charlie Knott.
Yeah, great word as well, that, Jane. I must say, miserly. Does exactly what it says on the tin, doesn't it?
Yes.
It's one of those which has just completely restricted the flow of runs even further. Especially after the previous one, which went for 12 runs. Kirsty Gordon now prepares to bowl from the Howard stand end.
And I think Blaze are really good examples of, I say to everybody that your most valuable bowlers in women's cricket are your spin bowlers. And they're starting to show that now with Gordon and with Knott. You know, you see the struggles that other teams have to score freely off them. And when the seamers come on, then there's a little bit more freedom to score.
There may just be a slight adjustment in the field here. There was a deep cover point. Now gone out to more deep cover. Here is Gordon then against her opposing number, the Yorkshire captain, and right on cue goes into the covers for 1. Just out of interest, Jane, because this is a big focal point really in the women's game. Why is it that we do see spinners having so much success? Because when you look at some of the best bowlers on the planet, more on that after this next ball. Which should just be a single, indeed it will be to Thomas. Why is it that spinners are so proficient in the women's game?
Yeah, a couple of reasons. One is that there's no pace on the ball, so the pace has to be put on by the batter, and it causes you to have to make a few more decisions as a batter. When you're facing up to the seam, often, as particularly the quicker bowlers, you haven't really got time to go through a lot of those things, and you play instinctively. So you play a shot based on instinct. When the slower bowlers and spin bowlers are coming on, you're thinking, shall I go, shan't I go? Shall I wait in my crease? Shall I move my feet? Shall I give myself room? And there's all those decisions going on, as that one, Lauren Winfield-Hill just allowed herself a little bit of room by moving out to leg side, and they're coming back for the 2 and did it easily. A good call there by Lauren Winfield-Hill and Erin Thomas, and when it looked quite, this could be close, it ended up being not close at all. So a good play there by Lauren, who gave herself room to hit it out there.
Most definitely. It was a nice looking shot as well, wasn't it, from the Yorkshire skipper. This time again, rocks onto the back foot, tries to slash it away through backward point, but that one well stopped by the field. I believe that is Charlie Phillips, indeed it is.
And whilst the girls have improved on their power hitting and their upper body strength, they just can't get away with poorly hit shots in the women's game, whereas in the men's game, they sometimes have poor shots that go for 6. As that one's muscled out to mid-wicket, but no run there, straight to the fielder.
Yeah, it's another tidy over, isn't it, as far as the Blaze are concerned. Yorkshire are 64 for 2 after 9, so just going a tickle over 7 runs per over at the moment, 7.11 to be exact. And I know that you do a lot of coaching, don't you, Jane, especially on the batting side of things. Of course, that was your specialised skill. Let's say for young girls out there who are maybe not as confident against spin, what would you say is the first thing to almost build that foundation against the spin bowlers?
Yeah, I think it's footwork. I think it's a question of, you know, if you can make a a spin bowler into bowling you a full toss and you can get there, well, that's easier to hit. But also work on hitting straight when you can. Then, once you're confident with that, then work on the sweeps and the pulls. And you can practice all of those with a tennis ball. You know, get somebody to toss a tennis ball, move your feet and gather it. Move your feet and gather it so that you get into that habit of coming up. If you're not quite there to play the shot, just stop it. You don't have to go through with your shot if you're not quite there.
That one swept very finely round the corner by Winfield Hill. There is protection out there, should be cut off. Indeed, it will be. 2 runs added to the tally there for the home side.
Yeah, good fielding out there in the deep. Race around that boundary with ease. And it does move quickly, the ball, on this outfield at Headingley. So good fielding there from the... Can't see quite who it is at square leg. That's drilled down the ground. There's a misfield at mid-off, and they come through for the single.
Yeah, that's quite a painful one for Marie Kelly. You can just see has a little bit of a hobble on there. Really was rifled, wasn't it, into the shin. And I think she's going to be put back to long off. Indeed she will. So, slight adjustment in the field here. Ball beforehand. There was protection out at deep cover. They have now moved into the 25-yard circle. So it's a 5-4 offside field. He's taken off there by Catherine Bryce. And out of interest, Jane, what was the first shot that you learned then against spin to almost build that base layer?
Yeah, I mean, I was a sweeper. You know, I was a hockey player. So using a horizontal bat wasn't as difficult as it could be.
Oh, that one is aerial. Chance for the fielder, is it? Has that been taken? Yes, it has. That is special. Charlie, not the fielder. However, there may just be a bit of doubt there. I think she's actually grounded it. And if she has, fair play. That is great sportsmanship by the Aussie.
I was going to say great fielding because I thought she took it on the half volley, and I think she did, you know. But either way, you know, I don't think she was claiming the catch. And the way she moved into that and picked it up on the half volley is top class fielding, absolutely top class, because sometimes you're caught, shall I go for the catch, shall I not? She went for the catch, and often when you do that, you can often miss the ball completely and it go through for a boundary, but she moved in and just picked it up on the half volley. Superb.
Certainly was. That one along the carpet this time, just through mid-wicket for one, and that yet again wraps up an economic over for the visitors. Just a single off the final delivery. Yorkshire are 69 for 2 at the midway stage of this, the first innings, on what is, well, a delightful double-header. Of course, you're seeing the game here between Yorkshire and the Blaze. A little bit later on, Nottinghamshire will be the visiting side, as well as... Well,
some lovely ice creams out there.
Nice variety as well.
And the crowd is building as the players take a drink. And whilst we're having this break, 69 for 2, you'd be okay with that, 70-ish for the first 10. But you will be wanting to accelerate a bit now. Erin Thomas has faced 18 balls for her 20, and Winfield Hill 15 for her 16. And they'll be looking now to try and build on that. They'll be wanting a minimum of 1 boundary per over and 1 a ball going forward. So you're talking there about 9 and over going forward. If they can get 90 off the next 10, then you're up to 160. You've got something to bowl at, but that's a pass score out here.
Yeah, they've still got plenty of power down the order as well, haven't they? Of course, Stair Callis immediately springs to mind. So
Beth
too does
Langston
Sarah
has been
Glenn.
bowling well. Sarah Glenn, you know, there is some good strikers of the ball further down the order, and they'll be wanting to make sure that they get as many as they can. The left-handed Alice Clark can come in and offer something slightly different as well. So they've got to be looking for that minimum of 1 boundary now.
Most definitely.
But that's not to say, that, folks, that you go for a boundary every single ball. That's where Yorkshire can often, or when any team can often come unstuck, where they're trying to force the game, when if it's a good ball, get a single off it. It's when they drop one short or when they give you one that's in your hitting area. You know, if you're a driver, if they overpitch it so that it becomes a half volley. If you're a cutter and a puller, if they drop one short, then go for it. You know, it's knowing what your strengths are and then playing to your strengths and not putting your team under any great jeopardy because you're taking risks that are unnecessary. The last 5 overs are probably the unnecessary risk areas. The next 5 overs are very much one boundary and over. Let's work the ball around.
Yeah, it's about having that basis, isn't it, to build off of heading into the death overs. So over 16 through to 20, as for the first time today, we're going to see a little bit of off-spin from Lucy Hyam from the Howard Stand end. Again, very much a spread field, isn't it? 5-4 this time in favour of the onside. 3 sweepers, long on, deep mid-wicket and deep backward square. Right on cue, deep mid-wicket will do the fielding for that first delivery. And obviously, Jane, of course, with your experience in coaching, just talking about those shots nowadays, do you see a difference in the approach of modern youngsters? Because we do see in T20s an awful lot of different shots, don't we? We see switches, reverses, ramps, paddle scoops. Is that something that you've picked up on, or?
Yes, I mean, there's a massive variety of what I call funky shots these days. What I don't see is that person who's got the ability to drive it past that player or past that player, which is the way you scored runs in the past by just altering the top hand and putting it into the gaps. You look at this field now, and I can see 3 or 4 gaps that I'd be looking to exploit on the offside for a boundary hit. Whereas you'll tend to see them looking behind the wickets to exploit that area or anywhere on the leg side.
That one was inviting, and that has been hammered. Excellent shot that by Winfield Hill. It was in the hitting arc. She gives it a real good hiding out towards deep forward mid-wicket.
Yeah, and a very good shot. You know, there's the gap because there's no short mid-wicket in, so even if you miss-hit it slightly, you're all right. But the angle of the hit was the perfect angle, and that was a great shot by Winfield Hill, who's caught up Erin Thomas now on the run scored with less balls.
Question is, does she go again? This time, decides to play it on the offside, down to the long-off fielder.
I've also noticed in the last few games how low Lauren's getting before the spinners come in, and that's a good idea as well, is to get down low when the spinners are coming in, so it gives you a chance to be able to pick up the ball slightly better.
So far, seen it very well in this over. Final delivery here from Hyam. Her first one, that is chipped down the ground very stylishly by Erin Thomas.
And good team fielding out there as well. Picked up, chipped up to your fielding colleague who throws it back in, and they only took one run there when they could so easily have taken 2. But that's a much more productive over from a Yorkshire perspective, gone from 69 for 2 to 77 for 2.
Yep, Hyam's first goes for 8. And there'll be a return of Grace Ballinger from the Kirkstall Lane ends. Currently has figures of none for 15, does the former Warwickshire seam bowler. Thomas and Winfield Hill on 22 runs apiece. Love that Hawaiian shirt, by the way.
Yeah, there's some great shirts out there. I don't know if they've been told. There's one of our great old stars. What a great programme that is for the youngsters out there.
Oh, it is. It really is. And Chance to Shine as well.
Yes.
I'll always give a mention to Chance to Shine.
Dynamos, All Stars, Chance to Shine. There's so many programmes for our young players out there. Just fantastic. Get them into the game. Get them to enjoy it. As Ballinger comes in, she's coming round the wicket.
Yeah, bowling here to Thomas. Nice little bit of shape back into the right-hander there, and just whacked down to Charlie Knott for a single.
I'm always a bit worried about coming round the wicket with Grace because her legs are a little bit, you know, often is she going to just break that back line at the sideline with her back foot? But I think she's okay there. She puts these little markers down just in front of the umpire that give her a guide. I think that's the way she stops bowling no balls, by going over the front crease. The popping crease, the popping line, or whatever it used to be called in the old days.
Here is Ballinger again. Inventive shots and expertly executed by Lauren Winfield-Hill. Well, we're speaking about the evolution of modern batting, and Lauren Winfield-Hill has provided a textbook example of it right there. That was delightful.
Yeah, and she didn't move very much at all, and that's the key. She kept her head still, but just switched her hands round and hit it with a plumb down to, well, it would have been at third man, but it ended up being like a fine leg, really, because of the shot she played. I'm never sure whether it stays as third man or whether you say it's the fine leg because I'm now batting left-handed.
Well, how does Ballinger respond after that? Goes a lot fuller. Just dug out, really, by Winfield-Hill down the ground. Yeah, it's an interesting one. I think I always say, I imagine the field stays the same. It just helps.
Yeah.
It helps. Otherwise, it's already confusing enough at times, this fantastic game. But yeah, I'd say that is deep third, isn't it?
Yeah, it went down to the old pavilion for
there
everybody.
we go. Thomas this time winds up for the aerial shots, and that has gone straight into the awaiting hands of the fielder. Simple catch in the end. I think that is by Georgia Elwys. Indeed it is. Just catching it there at extra cover.
Yeah, that's her second catch of the day, Georgia Elwys. She doesn't drop much, so if you're going to go aerially, you've got to hit it with a bit more power to go over the top of that inner ring field, because at the moment there's been 3 catches on that inner ring, and Yorkshire have lost 3 wickets. All 3 batters have not cleared that inner ring.
No, they haven't. Well, we've spoken about Stair Callis extensively so far in today's broadcast, and here she is, the Dutch international, a player who, as we have spoken about time and time again, is one of the most proficient players of spin bowling in the entire country. Leads 5 metrics with regards to her play of spin. Also very handy against seam, it has to be said, and a player who can dispatch it down the ground. We speak historically about her strength in what is the V, so down the ground towards either long on, long off, or the straight hit, but a shot that you've grown very much accustomed to, Jane, this season has been that late cut. It is beautiful, isn't it?
As she goes to drive it, and it always goes backwards of point, and at first I thought, oh, that's come off the edge, but actually it comes off the full face of her bat, and she does it so efficiently.
Certainly does. Well, he's Ballinger's first of the game. Certainly not first of the season, though. That's wicket number 14. Straight away, starts very full and guided away. Almost right on cue there, Jane.
There we go. And thank you, Stir, that you've just shown everybody what we're talking about. That ability to put that ball backwards of point with just ease. You know, I'm sure there's people who go, ooh, was that an error? No, I can assure you that's deliberate from Stir Callis.
Just open the bat face delectably on that occasion.
The only thing I'm not sure about is why other teams have not spotted it.
Yeah, it's funny you mentioned that. We'll touch upon one of these points after this next ball. Final delivery of this, the 12th over. Yet again, very full. Will be fielded by Elwys, and that'll be a dot ball to round out the over. So in the end, 10 runs come from it for Yorkshire. They have lost their 3rd wicket. Ballinger getting the wicket of the opener, Erin Thomas. Caught by Elwys for 23. So after 12 overs, Yorkshire are 87 for 3. And just going back to that topic of conversation, one of the leading run scorers this season is Warwickshire's Abby Freeborn. And we're discussing game in, game out. Why is there no protection out at either deep point or deep backward point? Because she'd scored 35% of her runs through that region, 70% of which were boundaries. And it is something which, in the age of analysis and everything is put under the microscope, it does make you wonder, doesn't it, what the plans can be to players like that.
Yeah, and all of these teams will have analysts as well who will be feeding into the coaches and captains.
Winfield Hill just tickles that one very fine round the corner, paddled for what should at least be 2. Well scooped up and gathered by Ballinger.
Yeah, each team will have a plethora of management team all feeding information in, and sometimes maybe, you know, the information is not analysed correctly.
Well, this one attempted a reverse. There's a bit of an appeal.
She's gone.
Is indeed.
A very slow finger raised there.
Well, a little bit of extra drama and tension added into the mix, but the Yorkshire captain has gone for 29. Charlie Knotts has got her first of the game. Wicket number 21 of the campaign for the Australian all-rounder. Dare I say, there probably won't be a bigger one that she could have got in this particular game. Yorkshire's leading run scorer, the talisman, batting at that number 4 position. But her race is run for this innings as Sarah Glenn, the England international, a final rounder, comes out to partner Stair Callis in the middle.
It'll be interesting to go back over that wicket to see where it hit, and you know, we're so used these days, aren't we, to analysing with a fine-tooth comb, see what's happening. But the finger went up so slowly. Obviously, there was a lot of thought going on in the umpire's mind.
Well, as you said, it's about where it pitched. Because if it had have gone outside the leg stump, it's completely nullified, isn't it? There's no real point in even trying to appeal, but must have done. So Knott does get her first of the game. Sarah Glenn facing off here. Gets off the mark straight away with a single.
Yeah, I travelled up from the car park with Mrs. Glenn this morning.
Did you?
With Sarah's mum, so that was nice to have a chat with her, and it's great to see family and friends coming to support the players at all of these games.
Well, speaking of that support, I know she's not playing today, but Claudie Cooper's parents, every single game, travel up from the south.
Amazing.
That one will be a wide. Knott will have to re-bowl.
Yeah, and interesting, because that didn't look much different to the one that Lauren Winfield faced a previous little bit. As that's driven by Stair Callis, but to cover for no run. They just need to try and rebuild the momentum again now.
Certainly do. It's difficult though, isn't it, after losing wickets in quick succession. Just evade the dive of Kirsty Gordon, who's operating there at slightly wide-ish mid-on. And that'll be a dot ball to finish up the over. So after 13, Yorkshire are 92 for 4.
I'm here. Please stand lower, and I'm joined by Yorkshire fan Chloe. Are you enjoying the game today? Yeah. What are you thinking of Yorkshire's innings so far? Good. Do you reckon they can win today? And I see you've got a sign there. What does that say?
Amy Campbell, let's go Yorkshire.
Indeed, let's go Yorkshire.
Well, lovely interview there, conducted by Ellie. As Kirsty Gordon will come on to bowl her third. Currently has figures of 1 for 13, does the Blaze captain and Scottish international.
I love seeing that. I love seeing the young girls with names of players and they know them. You know, back in the day, you know, nobody would know who was playing as Kirsty Gordon comes in.
Yeah, that one just fenced back to the bowler. For yourself, Jane, who were your inspirations growing up?
Well, my dad was my number one inspiration, but, you know, there was other players. That's pummeled out to the square boundary, and they've come through for 2 runs there. And then some of the greats, I've been with them, bizarrely, in the last few days down at Lords. You know, your Chris Watmos, your Lynn Thomas, your Enid Bakewells, your Rachel Hayhoe-Flint, you know, they were the players that I looked up to as a young player.
That one given a little bit more flight. Just touching upon that occasion as well, for those who aren't aware of what we're speaking about, of course, it was at the Women's Test, England versus India. A really, really lovely moment was shared on that first day. That one hung outside the off stump and well fielded again, this time by Ballinger. For those who don't know, Jane, I mean, just walk us through that and what did it mean to be out there at Lords and having that show of appreciation from that current side?
Yeah, I'll just let Kirsty do the business first.
On a well-ran single, Ballinger again doing the dive to stop that going for any further.
So 1976 was the first ever female match at Lords Cricket Ground, and it's taken 50 years for women to play, and that was a one-day game, and it's taken 50 years before women have played their first test match at the home of cricket at Lords.
Glenn there makes a little bit of space, but there is protection at fine leg. So that will be the end of over number 14. Yorkshire are 95 for 4. So 6 overs remain in this, the first innings of the game. And when it comes to that show of appreciation, it was lovely, the pictures that we were seeing on Sky Sports, and you had that great showing of applause as well from that current team. Can you summarise your emotions from that day?
It was amazing, you know, really special to be recognised for those players who've just contributed over the years, because without them doing what they've done, then we probably wouldn't be in the situation we're in now, where women are now professional players, and we've got so much to look back on with gratitude. And yeah, we were treated to going onto the pitch to ring the start of play bell 5 minutes before the play. We stood there for the anthems, and then we went up into the media centre at the end of the game. So very special.
Here is Lucy Hyam, who gets welcomed back with a 4 by Stair Callis, and that is authoritative by the Dutch international.
Yeah, well said, and that's exactly what Yorkshire need. They need that impetus now. They need to hit a few boundaries. They need to build this. Once you get into those 3 figures, over 100, you've got to get a minimum of 160 out here today.
Easily. Just looking at the scoring rate, it has definitely begun to subside. More on that after this ball from Hyam. Darts that one in a little bit shorter and flatter. Protection is out there at deep square, so will just be a single at the end of that as Yorkshire bring up the team 100. Which actually is very apt, because the point I was going to make was the team 50 was brought up in 6.3 overs. So since then, the Blaze, in particular the spin bowlers, the likes of Hyam herself, Kirsty Gordon, Charlie Knott, they've applied the squeeze, haven't they, on the scoring?
Yeah, and that came in that 7th over where Yorkshire took 12 runs off the Blaze, and that made a difference, and that's what they need to be looking at now.
Well, that will be a very cheeky single taken between Glenn and Callis.
So they've got 6 off the over so far. They'll be looking to try and double that as they go through the rest of the over.
Extra fielder has moved into the offside here against Stair Callis. All within the 25-yard circle, aside from long off. Right on cue, pays dividends.
So Stera will be looking now at, but where are free areas to hit into? She can't afford to just play dot balls at this stage of the game.
That'll just be a single down to deep backward square. Emma Jones, the fielder on that occasion. Here for Hyam, I know it's a very, very cliche thing to say as a commentator, but this is an important last ball for the spinner just to see it out. If it goes for a single, isn't the end of the world. 8 runs isn't bad. At this stage, you do not want it to go for 4 or for 6. Sarah Glenn does go aerial on that one, but it has found a little bit of protection out of deep mid-wicket. So that will be a single to round out over number 15. And we'll have a quick change here in the commentary box as Dr. Jane Powell will depart, and on in her place will be the marvellous Michael McCann.
Far too kind, Aaron. Set up for a frantic finish here at Headingley to this first innings, and Yorkshire need it to be, in truth. This is a pitch that's been used just the once for the men's Roses clash a month or so ago. There's a 60-metre boundary all the way around, apart from 55 metres hitting towards deep square leg. In this over, with the bowling coming from the pavilion end, there's a breeze that's pushing the ball towards deep backward square leg from where Sarah Glenn is facing up now. Yorkshire would want at an absolute minimum 150 against a power-packed Blaze lineup as Phillips starts the new over with one that slides down leg. It is a bit of a... comes with the territory with an action like this. The nature of the bowling mechanics is it makes it harder to control, but it also makes you quite a unique proposition.
Certainly does, and it's why I've always had such tremendous respect for the great Lasith Malinga. How he did it so consistently, I will never, ever, ever know.
Yeah, outrageous. Phillips has been a breakthrough talent this season, though. That's a much better ball from her. It could bring her a wicket. Oh, that's a very solid catch. Had to make a lot of ground around to her right-hand side. Did so with a minimum of fuss. So it's a second wicket for Phillips. Glenn got underneath it, trying to hit with the wind towards the short boundary. But the England international gone for just 3, and Yorkshire, as has been a theme of this innings, pegged back by yet another wicket, 104 for 5.
Yeah, it has been slightly problematic, this collapse for the home side. They've gone from 83 for 2 to 104 for 5. And just a word there on the variation of length by Charlie Phillips. You can probably count on your hand the number of short balls we've seen today. Yes, we've seen them slightly drag back the length, but that is a genuine bumper. It's a really smart delivery, given the field placement as well, and a very, very nice catch out at deep backward square sees the end of Sarah Glenn for 3.
Yes, and one batter who actually plays for a team that we're not watching today told me off the record that Phillips's bumper feels about 5 miles an hour faster than if you were facing it from someone bowling from your conventional...
That's interesting.
...straight angle. And essentially it's because of the slinginess.
Yeah.
It feels like it comes onto you that bit quicker. The way the player likened it to me was a bit like when you face balls off the bowling machine. And it feels that 5 miles an hour faster because it spits out the bowling machine. Essentially, Phillips's bumper is a little bit like that. Because it's coming at you from that round arm, it's sort of low. It doesn't quite get up as high, but it comes onto you very quickly. Alice Clark back into Yorkshire action, having been not allowed to play against her parent club, Lancashire, who she's on loan from on Friday night. Starts with a bit of a waft outside the off stump against Phillips. There's a phrase that former Yorkshire, now Durham, well, Yorkshire Diamonds back in now Durham head coach Danny Hazel used to use at certain moments, which is, this is the game right here. And these few overs really do feel like this. If Yorkshire sort of crawl to 130, Blaze will be supremely confident. If Yorkshire can recover to 150 plus, they'll feel like they've got something to bowl at. As Clark will just about, well, she won't get off the mark. She's run out. Magnificent fielding by Charlie Knott. Well, I thought Clark was going to make it here, but she chose not to dive. And I think it's the lack of the dive that's cost Alice Clark here. She's run out from the very first ball that she's faced. It goes from bad to worse for Yorkshire, who lose a second wicket in the over, 104 for 6. But that is work of the highest order from Charlie Knott, who's been excellent with the ball earlier on. And now he's into it in the field as well.
Well, that is a cannonous throw from the Australian, and it just reinforces how quality the Blazes fielding has been in this game. We've seen plenty of outstanding efforts. The relay fielding in particular down towards the Howard stand has been very special from the East Midlands outfit. And Charlie Knott, I mean, she's one of those fielders who you can't really afford to take on, and that is why. Really nice pickup, solid in the right hand, and bang, knocks over the stumps at the non-striker's end. So Yorkshire again, that collapse deepens. Yes, Beth Langston can be a very dynamic hitter at the death, but beyond Langston, you've got Rainey, Walston and Garton. It is three very, very almost quintessential tail enders who are coming in for Yorkshire after this partnership.
Yeah, but it's primarily up to this pair to get to something Yorkshire will feel like they can realistically defend. And the onus is on Callis. She's the in-batter, the set batter. She's passed 600 runs for Yorkshire this season in this knock. Into the pads, but sliding down leg from that natural angle of Phillips. In the build-up to this one, Richard Pyra was talking in quite a lot of detail in a preview of Graham Hardcastle for the Yorkshire website about how key Stair Callis has been for Yorkshire this season. Said she's really maturing as a cricketer. We all know how talented she is. Some of the shots she plays, it's great to watch. She's just learning how to build an innings now and how to time her innings. She gets herself in, and when she's in towards that back end, there's probably no one better than her in the country right now. Well, Yorkshire really need her to show that here. Langston just nudges her first ball away for one. Richard Priory, Yorkshire's head coach, adding she can play all round the ground, whether it's against seam or spin. We missed her for chunks of last year on loan at Warwickshire, and for a chunk this year at the World Cup. It's just nice to have her for a period of time now. She's a great character within our team. Loud and brings it all together, brings a bit of fun. These are long seasons, and some of the girls have never been in a full cricket season before at this level, so to have someone like Stair around the group is brilliant. Oh, she's... Well, I wonder whether that's not been wided because of how Callis reacted to the ball, if that makes sense. 106 for 6 off 16. Part of me thinks that if Callis just shoulders arms to that, then she might get the extra.
Yep, completely agree. It's one of the little nuances, isn't it, in the T20 format when you do have that shuffle across and you're reaching for the ball. Sometimes it actually goes against you. But just a word quickly there on that over by Charlie Phillips. 2 wickets coming, of course. The first one more conventional for the bowler. That one goes down as theirs in the scorecard as opposed to the run out from Charlie Knott. But just 3 runs conceded in the 16th over on what appears to be a belter of a surface. Yeah, that really is elite level bowling from Charlie Phillips. And yeah, this is going to be a fascinating over. Kirsty Gordon has bowled very nicely today. 1 for 16 from her opening 3. Can Yorkshire put her bowling to the sword for the first time?
Or flight and guile from Gordon coming wider at the crease and induces Langston to just chip it up. Langston early on it. The easiest of catches for Elwes. And yet another wicket falls. The collapse continues for Yorkshire. Langston out for just 1. 106 for 7.
Well, this really has been a pronounced collapse now, hasn't it, for the home side from 83 for 2. It's now 106 for 7. Langston, very dangerous operator in the death, someone who can provide those lower order runs, some very handy and useful ones towards the latter stages of an innings. But yeah, on that occasion, just outdone by a really smart bit of bowling from the left arm finger spinner.
We did allude to the fact that by the very high standards of modern women's professional domestic cricket, it's a slightly long tail for Yorkshire. It sees an elevation up to 9 for Rainey. And Callis has got to be thoughtful here about how she manages the last 23 balls, because really she would want to face the overwhelming majority of them. That's the only way Yorkshire get anywhere near 130, 140, 150. Fielded by Gordon off her own bowling. She's been getting a lot of jovial stick from her teammates, so their accents turned a bit more Scottish again since she's come back to representing Scotland. Gordon might have another one here. It didn't quite look right, though, on a couple of counts.
No, gut feel was that was high.
She course, played for England in a one-off test against the Aussies in 2019, played in the 2018 World Cup, and then redeclared for Scotland in December 2025. She's bowling to her Scotland teammate Hannah Rainey here. Rainey, who's batting for the Blast in the Blast for the first time this season. This is nudged away for a single. She did get 15 on debut for Yorkshire in a one-day cup Tier 2 home game against Glamorgan last season. And that, I make it, is the only time she's batted for Yorkshire since signing at the back end of last season until this knock. Callis might want a single to get the strike, or a couple of yards either side could have been a boundary. As it is, just one off the over, so Yorkshire limping at the back end here, 107 for 7. It is the kind of typically tight and disciplined bowling and fielding performance that we've come to expect from a Blaze side who, ever since they changed from being Loughborough Lightning in the old system to being Blaze and being based at Trent Bridge in 2023, have been excellent in the T20 format.
They really have been, and something else to mention when it comes to the Blaze is the strength of the academy. We've seen it so far this season. I thought you made the point expertly, Michael, just mentioning just how much turnover there's been, and it's been because of those internationals, a couple of injuries as well, but they've had the likes of Maria Andrews who's come in. You've got the likes of Liv Baker, Prisha Tanawala. They've got a really, really good foundation for the future, in addition to your big names, your Kirsty Gordons, your Tammy Beaumont, your Natsiva Brunsons, Amy Jones, etc. So it's very, very exciting.
Rice just looking to nibble this in. It's a 5-4 onside field, square leg, deep mid-wicket and long on. I want to just accumulate the dots on Rainey. The game within a game is, can Rainey just nudge this away for one? Well, she can't there because she's picked out mid-wicket perfectly.
Of course, Bryce, well, both of the Bryce sisters also fall into that category, don't they, of the real marquee names for the East Midlanders.
Yeah, they're the one team that from the regional era, the squad very strongly selected to wanting to keep the name and carry it over, but the name will end at the start of this next season. They'll move to being Nottinghamshire. They're going to need a new anthem because their winning anthem is Freed from Desire, but they sing Blazer on Fire. There's many home dressing rooms that have been sick of hearing the sight of that anthem coming from the away dressing room in recent seasons. Steps across Callis. This is something you'll see Callis do very well, trying to manipulate and use the crease going, stepping away to leg, backing across to the offside. She'll do this more against Bryce. She's trying to create angles. She knows that anything behind square either side over the infield is 4. Instead goes straight and more traditional. She'll get 1. Well, this is almost a bit of a free hit for Rainey.
Yep.
You don't really want a single if you're Yorkshire now. I think Callis might be coming down to say words to that effect. 2 overs left, 13 balls left. You might as well have a swing. See if you can find a boundary from somewhere.
Yeah, this stage it's looking very, very much under par, isn't it? At 109 for 7.
Rainey is going to get 1 with a confident, nice-looking drive down the ground. For someone who's barely batted in senior competitive cricket this season, she's looked okay for her 3 off 8. 110 for 7 then. But for Yorkshire, it has been the story of the season, often with the bat, losing wickets in clumps. You look back to 11 overs gone, 77 for 2. Since then, we've seen 7 overs where they've scored 33 runs at under 5s, and they've lost 5 wickets.
Yeah, it's been very inopportune with the timing as well, hasn't it? They appeared to have just been getting a little bit of rhythm, momentum back when Winfield Hill and Thomas were out there in the middle. Since then, it's been a real struggle, but full credit as well to the Blaze. The way in which they've bowled has been superb. And just touching upon that previous point you made, Michael, more on that after this ball by Charlie Knott, which will just be a single.
Rainey does exactly what Yorkshire needed there.
I know you've just mentioned there about them being Nottinghamshire. Will they be Nottinghamshire Blaze or Nottinghamshire Outlaws? Has that been
As
decided
far as
yet?
I understand, it's a complete men's and women's uniform branding.
So Outlaws.
So Blaze will end,
Oh,
as
right,
far
okay.
as I understand it to be. That's straight at short fine. It makes sense to me. I can see why, particularly to the players across that 5-year regional period, and affinities built up with that name. But from a marketing standpoint, from a simplicity point of view, from people new to women's cricket, it does make more sense. As Callis tries to create an angle, she has managed to create an angle. But what a bit of outfielding from Hyam. So they will get 2. It's again what I mentioned Callis will do. It's something the Australians actually did very well, particularly in that World Cup final against England. Create room in the crease by backing away or stepping across. She's a great example of the fact that you can move it across the crease as well as up and down it.
What a bit of fielding that was, though, by Lucy Hyam. Onto that in a flash.
Yeah, it's something you notice about the consistently best sides. Blaze are one of them. Their outfielding's excellent. Callis goes inside out through extra cover. She will only get 1, though. And she knew it the moment it came off her bat. There was a slight look up to the heavens in frustration for Callis, who has 5 50-plus scores this season, including 40, a best against the Blaze of 47 in that T20 opener at Trent Bridge. I do wonder if this game is shaping in a similar direction to that. Yorkshire batting first and not quite getting enough. This time Rainey will get 1. When you look at this Blaze lineup, and Richard Robinson headed grounds here at Yorkshire, they won the White Ball Pitches Award for last season. Promise this is a good pitch. You wouldn't say it's been a pitch that's shown any real signs of demonic behaviour in any way, shape or form. It's Callis, as she sometimes does, gets in all sorts of positions. She's fetched that from about 8th stump to try and access the square leg gap. And it was intelligent from Knott, who just really chucked it up there. Bit of almost a moon ball. Well, they'll be very happy with what they've seen from the Blaze so far then. 116 for 7 with just 1 over left.
Yeah, completely concur with that sentiment about the pitch as well. It's just been one of those performances from Yorkshire where wickets have fallen at the wrong time, and it's also been a combination of some really metronomic bowling, especially from the spinners. Full credit to Kirsty Gordon and in particular Charlie Knott. But the other thing as well, which has almost cemented this for the Blaze, has been the quality of the fielding, and Yorkshire will have to at least match it, if not try to outdo them.
Ballinger starts the final over and he's swung away for a rare boundary for Yorkshire. Stair Callis gets herself past a runner ball for this innings.
Yeah, I've got to be honest, on that occasion, it's just the wrong length there, isn't it, from Ballinger? No protection at all, either at square leg or even behind square. So it's just one of those, drag the length back a little bit too much. Of course, bowling straight here, looking to bring those stumps into play, and it was easy pickings, wasn't it, for Stair Callis?
Can Callis go big to finish this innings off? Gives herself room this time and cleaned up by Ballinger. Full straight, the perfect Yorker from one of the best on the women's domestic circuit. A 14th wicket for Grace Ballinger, who's been fantastic at the death throughout this blast, and does it again. Callis has to go for 23. Yorkshire's last big hope, you'd say, of a big over to finish things off. 120 for 8.
Yeah, that is a terrific delivery from Grace Ballinger, and a rip-roaring riposte as well. After a poor delivery the previous one, you could see the body language, and that's one thing I really appreciate about Ballinger as a bowler. Didn't just let her head drop, straight back to the mark, ready to deliver on the next time of asking, and certainly did it with a rip snorter of a Yorker. As Holly Garton comes out at number 10 for Yorkshire, and, well, we've spoken a lot about spin bowling today, Michael. Feels like her 4 overs could be pivotal for the White Rose in the run chase.
This is her 8th game for Yorkshire. She's faced just 1 ball with the bat all season, from which she scored a single against Surrey here earlier on this season. Gets bat on it, won't get reward for it. bowled very impressively, repeatedly, 3 for 23 against Blaze and against Lancashire in the Blast this season, in what is probably the most competitive part of Yorkshire's team in terms of selection when it comes to the spin department. Has managed to get that one past point. Well, Garton wants to, and she's right to want to. We'll get back pretty comfortably. And now they are going to try and take over throws. Oh, this surely will be a run out. Yes, it will be. Well, there was a moment where the ball zipped past Sarah Bryce and the crowd reacted. And then Rainey and Garton reacted off the crowd, suggesting they should be running buzzers. There probably was a third had they been alert in the moment, but they weren't. And by the time the hesitation had happened, the run out was actually guaranteed. So 122 for 9 then. As that is the end of Rainey for 5.
Yeah, just got caught up in the excitement of the rising decibels there, didn't they? As you said, it's one of those occasions where you hear that reaction, you think that the third run is on, it wasn't, and yet another run out in this innings as we see Jess Walston, the 11th and final Yorkshire batter, stride out to the crease. Only 2 deliveries remaining. I'll tell you what, regardless, even if these were to go for 2 boundaries, anything sub 130, well, is massively below par. But such is the nature of T20 cricket, you never ever know. Some early wickets in the power play. It's a tale as old as time. Wickets build pressure. So 2 potentially healthy outcomes here for Yorkshire. Get to 130, who knows?
But ultimately, Yorkshire have lost 39 for 7 since the middle of the 12th over. And you can make that 39 for 8. So Yorkshire have collapsed in a heap. Grace Ballinger finishes things off with her 3rd wicket. Yorkshire 122 all out on a good batting deck here at Headingley. Blaze will be cock-a-hoop with their work in this first innings. They will need just a tickle over a run of ball and will very much fancy their chances to make it back-to-back wins and head into Women's T20 Blast Finals Day with plenty of confidence. Walston out for a golden duck, and Yorkshire bowled out with just 1 ball to spare. The exact details of that collapse from 83 for 2, 39 for 8, scored of 49 deliveries.
Yeah, a few of those were extras as well. I think 3 or 4 of them were extras of that 39. So, yeah, it's been a very disappointing second half to that innings as far as Yorkshire are concerned. The Blaze, meanwhile, will be brimming with confidence, and of course, in the Women's T20 Blast, a bonus point could be up for grabs. So we'll take a short break here on Yorkshire Cricket TV, and when we return, the Blaze, the visitors, will be chasing 123 runs to secure yet another victory in this year's Vitality T20 Blast.
Right, Headingley, it's time for the Vertu Bullseye Challenge. Let's meet this afternoon's competitors. Who have we got here?
Darren?
Hi, Darren.
I'm Grace.
Nice to meet you both. You feeling confident?
No.
Absolutely not.
Well, this should be entertaining then. Right, who's going to go first?
Me? Okay.
Grace is going first. You've got 5 attempts to try and score as many points as possible. The top of the leaderboard has 25 points. Bullseye is 10, middle is 5, and outer ring is 1. So off you go. Trickling in nice and slowly. Oh, we're on the board. Oh, that's a 5. Nice one, Grace. Great start. All right, second attempt. And in it goes. She's got the knack for this, I think. Another 5. That's 10 in total so far. Third attempt now. Okay, gone to the right-hand side this time. Ooh, that one's on the edge. We might need a little VAR check on this. It's just on the edge. I'm going to give that another 1. It's 11 in total so far. Fourth attempt now. In it goes. And just another 1 again, snuck in there. And last one for Grace now. In it goes, a little bit more oomph this time. Oh, and straight to the bullseye. Excellent work. In total, that's 22 points. Nice effort, Grace. All right, Darren, you've got to try and beat that. Are you feeling any more nervous or confident now after seeing Grace's 22 points?
No, about the same.
About the same. Not much confidence going in here, but Grace put in a great performance even though she said she wasn't confident. Right, Darren, your first ball. Off it goes. Rolling in. Does it make it? Not quite. No score on that attempt. Second ball goes in. And that one, oh, so close. Again, it's no score. Okay, third attempt for Darren. Bit more oomph this time. Oh, he's knocked one in. There's 1 point on the board. 2 more attempts to go. He fires one in. Ah, he's overshot that. No score on that fourth ball. Final ball for Darren. There it goes. Is he going to score? Oh, yeah, he's got a bullseye on the last one. Nice one, Darren. So that's 11 points for you. Good effort, both. Thank you so much for playing.
Welcome back to Headingley. 123 to win for the Blaze. It would be one heck of a defence for Yorkshire to make it 4 blast wins in a row on a track that doesn't look like it's behaving particularly badly. Yorkshire losing 39 for 8 at the back end of the last 49 balls of the innings to be bundled out for 122 off 19.5. Blaze already qualified for finals day, and a win in this one could take them up as high as second depending on other results. To get there, they would need Durham to lose against Lancashire and Surrey to be defeated by the table toppers Hampshire. Somerset versus Essex, the other game going on today. Somerset versus Essex, effectively a bit of a 5th place playoff. The 4 at finals day already decided. Yorkshire already stuck in 7th, but looking to finish off the campaign well. And alongside me is someone who always makes me feel well to have her company. It was a great joy to have her with us for the Roses game at York. Jill Smith, she's got a book or 2 out, one about the nature of cricket being rooted within communities and what it means, which I'm sure we'll touch on in amongst a busy power play. Jess Jonason's got the ball in her hand from the Pavilion End. Marie Kelly, who hit 66 against Yorkshire in the reverse of this fixture in the one-day cup at Chesterfield not too long ago, is on strike. Sarah Bryce is at the non-strikers. Jonason with a mid-wicket and a long-on out. And that is broadly what she'll look to do, just getting the ball in, and then the occasional one as the left armer that just turns away. A very good afternoon to, for those of you unfamiliar, former Middlesex, former Yorkshire, former England World Cup winner as well in '93. To Jill, as that's, well, it's hit Kelly, but it's hit her a country mile outside the line of off stump in terms of impact.
Hi, Michael. Thank you so much for having me in today. It's a real honour to have another opportunity to speak with you and watch the game from this fantastic viewing position, I have to say.
Yeah, it doesn't get much better than being up here on the 4th floor. That's a similar attempted shot from Kelly, but this time she has got it away. It almost went for 6. It's intelligent from Kelly, picking the gap, fetching it from outside off.
A little bit short there, and the first couple of balls looked like they were going for that containing kind of bowling that they're going to have to do this afternoon. So hopefully Jess will get back into that containing ball.
Eye from Jonathan, a little bit more flight. Tempted Kelly trying to come down the pitch to it.
I think it's about containing and building some pressure, isn't it, now, to get those wickets probably a little bit short.
And nice areas from Jonathan. Closest thing is spinner bowls to almost a Yorker there. I mean, if there's one tiny crumb of comfort Yorkshire can cling to, it's that Blaze had a big collapse when these sides met in the run chase in the one-day cup in mid-April. They lost 36 for 7 to be bowled out for 201. They lost by 70. Kelly this time nurdles this straight to mid-wicket. End of a tight over from Jonathan, 4 without loss.
I mean, that's the start that they need, isn't it? They need to keep that pressure on, keep it tight. Score as low as they can, build some pressure.
Talk to us about your book then.
So thanks so much. I've done 2 books now, but my the one that we've got on sale today in the long room in the interval between the 2 matches, What Yorkshire Cricket Means to Me, is about 70 people who we've taken their photograph and given them the opportunity in 300 words to say what Yorkshire cricket means to them. Very much about sense of community, belonging, not about their statistics and how it's come down generations, how my granddad taught me in the back garden. So
Sarah Bryce facing up to Garton. Oh, what a delivery from Garton. Is there a nick on that? It is. Wow. Golden duck for Sarah Bryce, and Holly Garton, who got Meg Lanning out in taking 3 for 23 a couple of days ago in Yorkshire's Roses win at Old Trafford, gets one with her very first ball here, 4 for 1. What a start for the 17-year-old leg spinner.
Amazing ball. I haven't seen Garton bowl before, and I mean, there was no warm-up ball there, wasn't there? Straight on the money, and what a fantastic ball to get, an experienced bat like Sarah Bryce out. Fabulous start.
Yeah, she's making a happy habit of getting the big players out on her Blast Tier 1 debut. She got Tammy Beaumont, Catherine Bryce and Georgia Elwis out in taking 3 for 23 when Yorkshire lost at Trent Bridge. She took the identical same figures 2 days ago in the Roses match. And now out to the wicket comes Sarah's sister Catherine, who got out to Garton in that reverse fixture back on the 22nd of May. Bryce, who so far in the Blast has 87 runs in 6 innings, and will get off the mark here. Brings Kelly back onto strike, who's having a really excellent tournament. 277 runs, strike rate of 132 per 100 balls. Very technically correct. She likes the shot inside out through the covers. I wouldn't be surprised if she's looking at that here against Garton. And Winfield Hill was moved point round to more of a cover point, accounting for it. Oh, sliced off the outside edge. And that wasn't far away from being a catch for Glenn, so Garton immediately making things happen. There's something about the theatre of a leg spinner in full flow. It's one of the great joys of this game.
Just moving that field around again there now. She looks like a young girl with a bit of confidence as well, and that's great to see.
Well, she's bringing Jonathan in at slip. And why not with the start she's made? A little bit quicker and flatter. Nicely controlled by Kelly, but straight at cover. Kelly, who I know a lot of people were really surprised didn't end up signing for Warwickshire as part of the rejig from regions to counties ahead of last season. She'd been Warwickshire captain for a long, long time, but she signed for Blaze again. So that's swept out to deep square for 1.
Garton certainly keeping the stumps in play as well here, as you know, not giving them opportunity. They might have thought that youngster coming on with less experience, they might like to take it, but she's keeping the stumps in play.
That one's up to deep point. So 3 singles come off Garton's first over. 7 for 1 off 2, and that first delivery is one of the best balls you've seen from any leg spinner all season. She gets a lot of top spin, Holly Garton, but as that first delivery showed, she's certainly got that ability to get the ball turning from right to left as we look at things from behind the bowler's arm too. I know they're working on a googly, working on one that goes the other way, but it's easy to see at 17 already why so many are very excited about her here at Yorkshire.
Absolutely. This is the first time I've seen her live, Michael, and I'm very impressed already after 1 over, I have to say.
7 for 1 off 2. It's just the kind of start Yorkshire would need if they're to somehow defend this total that's certainly on the lower side of what they'd have wanted. Jonathan continues. We'll be fascinated to see how many overs Winfield Hill gives Jonathan. Normally she likes to hold a couple of her overs back, but it's such a low total to defend. Oh, that's gone through. Jonathan's got one as well. 7 for 2. Both of the Bryce sisters gone cheaply, and that doesn't happen often. Catherine Bryce out for 2, coming down the track to 1 and seemingly yorking herself a bit. Blazing all sorts of bother.
I think, Michael, you know, building that kind of pressure by those 2 initial overs, low scoring, power play, you know, Bryce has got in her mind there that she might need to start moving things along a little bit. Unforced error, as they would say, and good on Jess, again, keeping the stumps in play, keeping it tight, and that's how I think Yorkshire, you know, if they continue to build this pressure, that's the way we're going to win this game.
Former Yorkshire player Jill Smith alongside me as Yorkshire are giving themselves a chance of doing something quite special here, but out comes someone who's been one of the very best in the Blast this season. Charlie Knott. She's got just under 300 runs, 350 plus scores, including 57 in a successful run chase against Yorkshire at Trent Bridge, and she's done that at a strike rate of almost 140 per 100 balls. She is probably the most dangerous of a power-packed Blaze batting lineup.
It's interesting there, Michael. We're just looking at the DLS there. There's 21, so look how far behind they are already in comparison for power play. Where they might need to be. And this is really indication of their tightness that they've had so far.
With some nice tight footwork from her first delivery, but can't get off the mark. It's difficult to see in the modern era Blaze batting the overs and not getting the target, to be honest. They bat that deep. Yorkshire have got to hunt 10 wickets, and they are. So that's just guided straight to short fine.
I think as well, 2 early wickets starts the people coming in, the next batters coming in, starts them thinking what's happening out there, and there's pressure building on me as well to be able to perform and score some of these runs. So, it affects those sitting waiting on the boundary as well.
Jonathan comes a bit wider of the crease, and Knott has managed to just guide this inside out through the covers. That's a lovely shot. It's her first boundary of the innings, and one just to settle any nerves that Blaze might have.
Yeah, she's just waited for that nicely, hasn't she, and played a very good, proper cricket shot through the covers there.
Charlie Knott, 26 years old, from Hervey Bay in Queensland. Made her pro debut as a 15-year-old. Played for Brisbane Heat and then played for Southern Vipers a couple of seasons ago, in Hampshire last season. This is pulled round the corner. Big chase needed by deep square, but it's the shorter 55-metre boundary, so nothing Woolston can do. A clap of the hands in frustration from Jonathan, who knows that a good over slightly got away from her at the end of it if you're being hypercritical. 15 for 2 off 3.
Yeah, Jess will be really disappointed with that. I mean, the penultimate ball was a good shot. She waited for it, but that final ball, she just dragged it down a little bit, tried to possibly bowl it a little bit quicker, and as a result, left not with an easy sweep out there to backward square.
Yorkshire like to be very spin heavy here at Headingley. Claudie Cooper unavailable today, still managing her return from a stress fracture. No room in the lineup for player of the season from last season, Olivia Thomas, but it will be an all-spin attack to continue as Garton is back for more. Of course, Ria Fackrell waiting in the rings as well. I just wonder at what point we see Yorkshire go to seam. They've got Hannah Rainey, Jess Woolston and Beth Langston in that department. Sarah Glenn is the other bowling option, of course, with her leggies. Straight at mid-on. I know Yorkshire have said sometimes this season they found it difficult to work out where the third seamer fits into their plans. I wonder right now whether the White Rose are slightly ruining not actually having a 4-2 balance in terms of spin from what we've seen in the early part of this innings. It's a long way across Kelly, and it's chipped it straight to mid-on. That's a tame dismissal for a player of Marie Kelly's quality. Holly Garton has her second wicket. Yorkshire can't believe their luck. 15 for 3.
Again, great bowling. Garton's getting some revolutions on that ball, and she's forcing them to think about what they're doing. I mean, you're just talking about, starting with spin, so they've got to force the pace. They can't nurdle around using the pace of the seam attack. Great start for Yorkshire and just building that pressure. I mean, those batters sitting there on the bench at the minute will be starting to get a little bit nervous about their role in this and what's happening out there. And Garton certainly started so well with Jess Johnson, and Yorkshire building a lot of pressure here.
Out comes someone who's that experienced that she shouldn't really feel that pressure. Georgia Elwes, 34 years old, probably the best domestic signing of 2025 when she moved from the Vipers, who sort of merged into Hampshire, to Blaze. She's from Wolverhampton, came through playing for Staffordshire. It was a bit of a move home, really. A few people at Vipers said that during her time there she was slightly living life out of a suitcase. So it wasn't too hard for Blaze to persuade her to sign. She's going back and sort of just pushing into the offside. She won't get one for it, though. Enthusiastically fielded in there by Clark.
And that's another thing that's going to contribute to this, isn't it? The good fielding, keeping the runs down, building that pressure again.
Blocked back by Elwes. You would have to say, and I sound like a bit of a broken record, I said this at the back end of the Yorkshire innings, I still stand by exactly what Head of Grounds Richard Robinson told me pre-match. I don't think this pitch is a pitch that reflects the scores that we're seeing. I just think both teams have bowled and fielded very well and made some not so good decisions with the bat. As that short, cut hard, but straight at Glenn at backward point. So finishes a wicket maiden for Garton. So Garton has 2 for 3 off her 4. 2 for 3 off her 2. 4 overs gone, 15 for 3. The question being, do you bowl her a third? Do you bowl her a fourth while she's running hot? And also provided by our partners at Vertu, who enable us to bring you this live stream free of charge across the world. How far is it from Headingley to Trent Bridge? Any thoughts, Jill? Can I draw you on an answer? You're looking very pensive.
I did a lot of miles doing the book last year, 4,500, but I never went from Trent Bridge to Headingley direct. But 77 looks interesting, I think.
Seems like our audience heavily going for 77. Sarah Glenn into the attack. Unsurprisingly, Yorkshire want to keep the spin going. Paddled round the corner, smart shot. There's only point. Long chase for Jonathan, and as is so often the case on this Headingley outfield, it's very much in vain.
Yeah, still keeping with Sarah Glenn, keeping that pace low so that Lay's batters really have to make an effort to force the shots, which is a great tactic. And a fabulous start that they've had. Keep up that pressure and continue to look for the wickets, like you said, Michael. It's not going to go the full overs and not get the runs. I think we've got to keep up this fantastic pressure that's already been built by Jess and Garton.
Yorkshire chasing a third win in a row. Goes back, cuts and was only half stopped, but it will dribble away to the boundary. So Charlie Knott at the moment looks like she's playing a slightly different game from everybody else. She has got 16 off 7, 16 off 6, in fact.
Sarah Glenn's just edging a little bit outside the off stump, giving her a little bit of room that she could lean back and force that shot away. See that Lauren's come up for a quick chat about, do we need to move the field around there just to protect that boundary, or which is great to see. Let's have a plan, let's decide what we're going to look for these next few balls to just bring that run rate back down for this over again.
Not only pushing out into the covers. Ring of 5 on the offside. Glenn can't afford much width here. She's got mid-wicket and long on out. Feel very much signposted to being towards middle and leg. Well, that's a proper drag down. And to only concede 1, she's actually got away with that a bit. Sarah Glenn Knott has 17 off 8, and you see at the bottom of your screen there, for all Yorkshire have done some great work early doors here, the required run rate is still under 6.5. And that's the difference between needing 123 to win, or even, and it's been a bit of a theme of Yorkshire's season, losing wickets in clumps. If they could have scrapped another 20 that lower order, if it's 143 to win, there's that little bit more pressure on Blaze to counter-attack here. Always respecting what is a good ball. World Cup winner in 2017. My God, does that seem a long time ago. Played at Sussex for 13 years, Georgia Elwes, as well as Loughborough Lightning in the KSL days, and a big part of the serial trophy-winning Vipers team. Oh, that's into the pads, and that's gone. That's kept a little low, maybe. And an over that had been a little bit expensive by the standards of this innings ends in another wicket. 24 for 4 off 5. Georgia Elwes gone for a 5-ball duck. Sarah Glenn gets in on the act. And the Blaze are in all sorts of trouble here.
That was a great ball by Sarah Glenn. You know, she's gone for a couple of falls at the beginning of the over, could have unsettled her, but she's kept her composure. She's looked at her field that Lauren came down and spoke to her about, and she's kept the stumps in play and worked hard to get back into the game in that over. Well done, Sarah Glenn.
Yeah, perfectly summarised, because particularly when those first 2 balls go to the boundary, with this game shaping up as so low scoring, if that becomes a 15 type over, Yorkshire have suddenly lost all the momentum that they built up. Glenn, of course, a player with a bit of a point to prove, but for a broken finger, she would have likely been in that England World Cup squad, and she'll be desperate to fight her way back into Charlotte Edwards' plans. It was a point, actually, Lauren Winfield-Hill made to me chatting just before the toss when I talked about the fact they picked up some momentum. She said it's pretty much the first run of games we've had all summer where we've had our best team available. Glenn's been back, Rainey's been back, haven't had Callis out at the World Cup. Slater, unfortunately, has picked up an injury. He's out for the rest of the season, Rachel Slater, but Yorkshire at almost full strength as Charlie Knott faces up. It will be a diet of spin to continue. Garton 2 for 3 off 2. Plenty of flight on that one, well driven by Knott for no reward. She's a bit of a cheeky chappy, Holly Garton. She went on the team pre-season tour before the start of last season. She got Sophia Dunkley out-stumped in a game against Surrey. But it was her reaction that her teammates particularly loved. A little too short. Cut away, goes fast off those practice pitches. Thomas does the fielding neatly. Keeps it to 2. She ran down the pitch, and she didn't say it to the batter, it wasn't a send-off, but she said it to her own teammates pretty much straight afterwards. She just said, I'm well happy with that, I am. And a few of her teammates pretty much just met her, this 16-year-old kid on pre-season tour, and were a bit like, who's this? She's got something about her. Or inside-out shot of the day from Knott, who, in and amongst the batting collapse, has put on a bit of a clinic here, Charlie Knott. She scored 23 of the 30 runs in the innings so far.
That was a great shot. Again, she just waited for it, pushed it out through the covers there. But, you know, Holly Garton can be, she's not scared to give it a bit of air. She's played so well in the first couple of overs she's bowled. She can easily, you know, like Sarah Glenn did in the last over, pull it back, keep your confidence going.
She got a wicket here last summer with a front foot no ball, which would have been her first wicket for Yorkshire. I know she got a big fine for that. She's taken a few more since then, though. Of course, have been legitimate. So that's straight at mid-on. Plays for came through at Wetherby High School, played for Kirk Dighton in the Nidderdale League, and then has played for Harrogate Cricket Club as well, too. I know they're both very proud of their role in her development. Of all the Yorkshire youngsters that got chances in Tier 2 last season, she's probably grasped the nettle best of all of them.
Ball again, just, you know, bit of confidence there, keeping the stumps in play, line and length.
Well, if you're not confident in the game after you've got Meg Lanning out, then when are you going to be confident? Looking to get another high-profile Australian here, but not looking similarly confident in finding deep cover. So Knott will keep the strike. And that is the end of the power play. 31 for 4 then off 6, thanks to Jill Smith for her company. You can get her book about Yorkshire and cricket and the community from outlets at Headingley, and you can get that online as well. So Charlie Knott has scored 3/4 of the runs in this innings, and I think it's already quite clear that if Yorkshire don't get her out, then Blaze will actually, for all Yorkshire have taken early wickets, win this game.
Yeah, it's great, isn't it? I mean, if somebody had said to you at the start of the game, you'll have Sarah Bryce, Catherine Bryce, Marie Kelly and Georgia Elwes, and they'll only score 7 runs between the 4 of them, you'd probably be saying, don't be silly. But that is actually what's happened. And were it not for Charlie Knott on 24 not out, this would look even more sad for the Blaze than it's looking at this moment in time. But as everybody keeps saying, they have to take 10 wickets to win this game.
Glenn on for her second, starts a little bit short, pummeled out into the deep. They, well, should have only got 2, and they do only get 2. Well, that's why you should always back up your teammates. Fantastic camera work out there to capture the moment. Erin Thomas misfields, but Amy Campbell was there in support. There was groans from the home fans, but it didn't cost them. Jones still yet to face a ball here.
Yeah, great piece of fielding there from Amy Campbell backing up.
Still recovering from a dislocated finger, Campbell as well, which only makes it all the more impressive. But that one has escaped through. That one should have been stopped by Clark. It was firmly struck, but Yorkshire will be disappointed. They'll feel like that's a -3 on the tallies. They're always going to get one Blaze, but instead they get 4. And Charlie Knott is really on a roll here. She's almost going at 2 a ball.
Yeah, and on those pieces of poor fielding, the games can change completely in their approach or the momentum. So they'll need to regroup and get back into it now from a Yorkshire perspective. Sarah Glenn in once more. Tries to field off her own bowling, but they come through for a single.
So with that run, Emma Jones finally faces up for the first time. And the partnership is already worth 14 off 9 balls.
All to Charlie Knott.
All from Charlie Knott. Slightly unusual, not something you see too often, it taking that long. Jones, one heck of a cricketer. I know that Blaze were delighted to nab her off Surrey last summer. Slightly miscues that off the outside edge. She was trying to flick it through the onside, I think. Jones from Hatfield, Hertfordshire, played age group cricket for Essex, was a big part of the South East Stars team in the regional area that won the Charlotte Edwards Cup, the equivalent of this competition back in 2021. It's been a bit unlucky with a few injuries since. Knott's turn this time to work a single. In 2024, when the region to county switchover happened, pretty much every Tier 1 cricketer signed a 2-year contract. Not literally everyone, but almost everyone. Emma Jones, interestingly, declined the offer of a 2-year contract at Surrey and opted to sign for just an extra season. She did so and then went on with almost a pick of the counties to join last summer because pretty much everyone wanted her. She signed for Blaze. She pulls that one away for 1 out to Campbell in the deep. So it's a productive over for the visitors. 41 for 4, then the most expensive over of the innings so far. After a few more words from Dr. Jane Powell, she'll be joined by Aaron Vals.
And this game is fairly evenly poised at this moment in time. To be able to win the game, Yorkshire will need to take 10 wickets. Blaze just need to, well, just keep Charlie Knott there. If Charlie Knott stays there, then this game will be done and dusted quite quickly, especially joined with Emma Jones now. And they've still got batting power to come in, the likes of Kirsty Gordon, Josie Groves, Lucy Hyam. I've seen Grace Ballinger swing a few shots away, and Charlie Phillips. So, you know, there's still batting to come. It's very much a case of you need 10 wickets. You need another 6 good balls. And Blaze, you just need to keep in.
Most definitely. Well, here is Jess Walston then for the first time in today's game. Bowling at first to Jones, and she gets a wicket with her very first ball. Well, you spoke about it there, Jane. Wickets will win this game for Yorkshire. And right on demand, Jess Walston with her first ball. Clean bowls Emma Jones for 2.
I'm just a little bit in a state of shock because I, like Michael, have thought there's nothing happening on the wicket. And as a result, I wasn't expecting people to keep being bowled and chipping catches. So you'd have to say that bowling is usurping batting at this moment in time because there's been some poor shots played and some that have resulted in catches, and then that one just played across the line by the looks of it. We don't have a replay, but it looked like she just played across the line there and it just went straight on. It wasn't that it did anything. I stand corrected if anybody can see the difference, but it looked like it was just a straight up good length ball just on off stump. But Yorkshire will be delighted with that, to have 5 wickets down with Blaze still requiring over half the score. That's exactly where they'd want to go. They still need 82 runs to win this game.
Well, it has been a terrific start with the ball here for Yorkshire. The Blaze just buckling a little bit in the summer heat of Leeds. Here is the captain then, Kirsty Gordon, ready to face her first delivery. And Jess Worston, she will be on cloud 9 right now. What a start she has had here from the Howard stand end. Can't quite follow up with another wicket, but just be a single conceded off the bat there of Kirsty Gordon.
Yeah, and the Blaze will be wanting Charlie Knott on strike more often than not here, because Charlie Knott is the person who seems to be seeing the ball like football at the moment and not showing any great problems with it, whereas everybody else seems to be having a few issues.
Well, she is the wicket, isn't she, as far as both of these teams are concerned. If Charlie Knott goes on to score 60-odd here, well be the game as far as the Blaze are concerned. She gets out cheaply. The next couple of overs, Yorkshire will believe, but that one will not be a wicket-taken delivery. A fine paddle shot just goes onto one knee, plays it behind square for 4.
Yeah, too short, that ball. Too short for the likes of Charlie Knott, who's on 36 now off 19 balls, and meat and drink for the Australian all-rounder.
Well, she has had a stellar season so far for the East Midlands outfit. Continues to impress with the ball and has got a very, very big role to play with the bat. Not only here today, but of course on finals day in less than a week's time as well. Played powerfully, but well stopped on this occasion.
Yeah, good piece of fielding there from Alice Clark, who, let's remember, she's a wicketkeeper.
Yep.
You know, so it's always slightly different when you're no longer got the pads and the gloves on, but she's doing a good job there in the extra cover, short extra cover region.
Yeah, it's been a real hotspot for her this season. Tends to field in that position. Swarston that time takes a little bit of pace off. It won't quite bisect the fielders. Stair Callis cuts that one off.
Yeah, good fielding again, but they'll need to keep this pressure on, because if you keep pressure on, that's when there's a outside chance that you'll be able to pick up another wicket. But if you allow them to get away when they only need 76 now to win, then it'll be fairly straightforward for them.
Here is the final delivery of over number 8. Big partnership for Yorkshire to try and break. Gordon just fences at that one through cover for 1. So that'll be a single to round out a very good over for Jess Worston and for Yorkshire. Blaze are 48 for 5 as we have our latest poll question, courtesy of our wonderful sponsors, Vertu. Who's in charge of your road trip tunes? Is it Lauren Winfield Hill, Stair Callis, Beth Langston, or Claudie Cooper? Jane, who do you think has the best taste in music of that quartet?
Well, the taste that was probably more akin to my era would be Beth Langston. I would think Claudie's got some new stuff, new kids on the block, so I'm not sure about that. Stair Callis, don't know what Stair's tastes are. Lauren will have an interesting mix, I think.
Stair's a character, though. So there might be a few rogue shouts on the playlist, but there might be an absolute hidden gem. I might be tempted to go with Stair, you know.
Yeah,
That's just me.
Beth Langston all the way. Come on, folks. Beth Langston.
Well, a massive thank you, as always, to our great sponsors, Vertu, of course, responsible for allowing us to bring you this coverage for free on the YouTuber. Sarah Glenn bowls here to Kirsty Gordon. Just caresses that one through the offside for an easy single as the Blaze inch ever closer to bringing up the team 50. Of course, the run rate isn't really the issue here for the visitors. It's that wickets column.
Yes, and I think either of these are key, really, because Gordon's showing the experience she has there, knowing she doesn't have to go for big shots, just keep rotating the strike. You only need to score a required run rate of 6.25. That's 1 a ball. You don't need to go for the big shots as Sarah Glenn comes in once more, and that's driven firmly down the ground, and there'll be another single of that third ball of the over, second ball of the over.
Yeah, just an interesting comparison as we just see the team 50 come up here for the Blaze. Yorkshire's 50 in the first innings came from 6.3 overs. So it has been very tough going here for Gordon's side.
Yeah, Yorkshire fell away badly, really, in the last 5 overs, 6 overs. Well, the last 5, 6 overs they faced. It wasn't obviously towards the end of the innings because they didn't make it that far.
That one played late by Kirsty Gordon. Again, though, at this stage, dot ball's not really the end of the world for the
For
Blues
neither
today.
team. Yeah,
No.
for neither team.
Absolutely.
It's the event balls that count.
That one again, late cut, just chopped it to Jess Jonathan for no run. They are great, though, aren't they, these games of cricket, because the pendulum can swift and change and swing violently, can't it? Another couple of wickets, you say Yorkshire are well on course for the win. Charlie Knott and Kirsty Gordon put on, let's say, 40 runs here. It's advantage Blaze.
Yeah, and that's another. You see, there's the experience. They know they don't have to force a good ball, and that was a good ball from Sarah Glenn, a much better over, only going for 2 runs off that over, and that's why it was an event for both teams in that Blaze didn't lose a wicket, but Yorkshire kept a little bit of pressure on. So both teams will be relatively happy with dot balls, but Yorkshire will be needing to take wickets and Blaze will be wanting just to keep rotating the strike.
Yeah, it's a case of just ticking it over, isn't it? That scoreboard, as far as the side in orange are concerned. Worston for a second. Oh, that was almost a caught and bowled opportunity. Goodness me. Whiskers away.
Very much so. I didn't know whether she was going to try and deflect it onto the stumps as well, because Charlie Knott's at the non-strikers end, and that would be a prize wicket to get. But then it's easy. We're not in the heat of the contest, and we're thinking of all the things that could have. She probably didn't even think about that. It just came rifling back at her, and she stuck out her hand.
Worston again. Gordon can't quite get beyond. Guess who? Alice Clark fielding at short extra cover.
Yeah, and these are the dot balls that both teams will not be unhappy with. One, because they want to build pressure, and one, because they don't want to lose wickets at this stage.
Here comes Worston again. Gordon plays that one defensively. It's almost got a little touch of one-day cricket about this for the moment. It feels like there's a rebuild stage here for the Blaze.
Yeah, I think the fact that Blaze have lost 5 wickets has made in the batter's mind all sorts of things going on about what the wicket's doing, what the pitch is doing. The pitch is doing nothing.
No.
But it's amazing how that can rifle through the dressing room. You know, what's it doing? What's it doing? We've lost our 4 best bats for 7 runs between them. When in actual fact, it's just a very easy-paced wicket.
It is. But we have seen some really good fielding today. Both ground fielding, of course, a couple of nice catches as well. The run out from Charlie Knott, I mean, that was laser-like to dismiss Alice Clark a little bit earlier on in the Yorkshire innings. I'll tell you what, on paper, 123 sounded a lot easier than it's been in practice. Gordon again, forced on to the back foot. Just 1 run scored from the opening 5 deliveries of this over. So, just looking at the field here. I think
The musician thinking that was the end of the over, I think. Or was that Beth Langston's playlist?
Who knows, or Winfield Hill, or Callice's,
Could
or
be,
maybe
yeah.
Claudie Cooper.
Claudie Cooper's kidnapped the musician and decided to put her playlist on. No, I'm joking, folks. Please don't write in.
Well, here is the final delivery of the 10th over. Worston it is, bowling here to Gordon, chipped up slightly into the air. And we do scamper through for the quick single. So that is the end of the 10th over. The Blaze are 52 for 5.
I'm here in the East Stand Low with some more Yorkshire fans. Hello, what's your name?
Laura,
Nice to meet you, Laura. And where are you from?
Yorkshire.
Ooh, you don't sound like you're from Yorkshire. Interesting.
Yeah, the whole accent didn't quite come through.
And you're here to see Yorkshire women today. How do you think they're getting on?
Great, taking good runs, take pretty good wickets as well. Quite exciting.
Feeling confident that they might win?
100%. Can't deny them.
Have you got any standout player that you've seen today?
Can't. I mean, obviously, Gordon has been playing particularly well on the runs, but obviously also taking some good wickets there.
Excellent. And are you going to be here for the men's match as well?
Oh yeah, it's a full day here.
Great, love to hear that. And what do you think is going to happen later in that match?
Yorkshire's got it, 100%.
Any score prediction?
God, you're asking me the hard questions today. Definitely 100 runs, over 100. Let's say 150.
Ooh, a few gasps behind me. I don't think people are happy with that answer. 150, not going to cut the mustard. Do you reckon they will make it to the quarterfinals?
Yeah, I back our boys 100%.
What about a home quarterfinal? Is that happening?
Yeah. Yorkshire through and through.
Come on, Yorkshire. Well, look forward to that men's game later, but here we've got Yorkshire women taking on the Blaze, and we've got 10 overs left. Let's see who wins.
Thank you, as always, to Ellie for conducting the interview. Of course, that was during today's hydration break. It isn't the FIFA World Cup, but because it has been so hot here in England and Wales, we have just introduced that at the midway stage, just because it is rather warm. It's not quite heat wave conditions here in Leeds today. Not quite the 33, 34 degrees we saw on Friday, but still 26 to 27 degrees. That is very, very warm by our standards here in England.
Yeah, very much so. I'm just thinking, there's a number of past players in the Hawk Suite today, both men and women, and they were quite vociferous to me about the batting performance of Yorkshire. I'd be intrigued to know what they're thinking about the bowling and fielding, because so far so good along the way as Beth Langston restarts the second half of the innings as that push to mid-off for one run. A slight misfield, but backed up by Erin Thomas.
Well, this will be a fascinating passage of play as well. That's a man in form, isn't he? The great Adam Lythe, Whitby's finest, making his way around the boundary, just scanning and surveying the action in this women's game. Lauren Winfield-Hill just making a slight adjustment to the field. Deep third was, of course, back on the boundary rope, now brought into the 25-yard circle. Field has been pushed out towards deep backward square. So Charlie Knott, the Australian all-rounder, 39 from 23 so far. Can Langston get the prized wicket?
Well fielded again at just backward point by Jess Jonathan, and that's what Yorkshire will need. They'll need the fielders to support the bowlers. The bowlers have got to put the ball in the right area. Langston in once more, and that's just played straight back to her.
Tell you what, it is interesting, isn't it, this passage of play, because while we've mentioned the fact that dot balls aren't the end of the world here for the Blaze, at some point you have got to start upping the ante.
You're absolutely right. I was just thinking they've got to be careful, because the run rate's gone up to 7.37 now. So they have at some stage to start looking to score runs, and that's another dot ball from a Yorkshire perspective. And with that, the run rate's up to 7.5. And every ball that's not scored off will incrementally increase that required run rate. DLS has moved up to 71. It gives you an indication of where the game says you should be at this stage.
Here is Langston again.
And there's a cut and a miss. Lauren Winfield-Hill grasped at the ball thinking, oh, there was an edge, and it just missed.
It's again, fine margins in this game. The tension palpable between the two teams. Blaze, of course, still hunting for some additional points as that one is clipped away by Charlie, not down towards square leg for one. End of the over, another miserly one for Yorkshire. Just 2 runs from it. The Blaze now 54 for 5 off 11. And, well, speaking of that lack of run scoring, there have only been 2 boundaries, 2 fours since the end of the power play. The last one was midway through the 8th. So this time it's Yorkshire's turn to apply that pressure and turn on the squeeze.
Yeah, in fact, the last 3 overs have gone for 2 runs. That's 2 runs in each of the last 3 overs. So 6 runs off the last 3 overs is, as you say, miserly. And the pressure will start to creep up on Blaze if they're not capable. But I still think whilst Charlie Knott's there on 40 of 28 balls, they're in the driving seat.
Certainly are. This as well could be a pivotal over. It's Holly Garton bowling here to Charlie Knott. Slightly wide, invited the drive through the covers, and that will be another boundary to add to Charlie Knott's collection. A little bit of a gift there by Garton. Of course, though, still has plenty of time in this over to wrestle back a bit of control.
Yeah, and when you think she's got 2 wickets for 14 runs off 3.1 overs, gifting somebody a 4 is obviously not in her playbook.
Here she is for take 2. That one drilled just beyond the outstretched left hand. This could be back-to-back boundaries. No, it won't. Brilliantly shovelled. I think it's Stair Callis down there who does the mopping up of that initial effort. And I tell you what, it's moments like that, not allowing those additional runs to be scored, which are going to pay Yorkshire dividends.
Yorkshire dividends. I remember Yorkshire dividends at the bank, at the co-op when I was growing up. Yorkshire dividends.
6 runs from the first 2 deliveries here of the over. Good response that from Garson as Charlie Knott searches for yet another 50 in this year's competition. Already has a trio of half centuries for the Blaze. Really has been one of the standout signings alongside Jess Jonathan in Tier 1. Nice use of the feet. Half stop there by fielder Alice Clark. Would just be a single.
Yeah, it's a nice shot there. You know, she looks like she's got every shot in the book, does Charlie Knott. Looks like she can play it 360, looks like she can strike it around, and she's playing a masterful innings here for her team. Without her, they would look in a very sorry state. She's scored 47 runs at the moment of the 61 team total. Only 14 other runs have come for the Blaze outside of Charlie Knott's score.
It's funny you mentioned there about 360 degrees. One of my favourite things to look at in cricket is the wagon wheel. The only place she hasn't scored runs is the deep backward square. Very interesting, that. It's that one slightly flatter in trajectory by the 17-year-old. We've spoken about this extensively, not only in today's broadcast, but throughout the season as well, Jane. But what a find Holly Garton is for Yorkshire.
As she's incredible. And that's her last ball of a spell, and that's a dot ball. And 2 for 17 off 4 overs is quite remarkable at the age of 17 in Tier 1 cricket.
Well, earlier on in the season, had 3 for 23 from her overs against the Blaze at Trent Bridge. 3 for 23, of course, against Lancashire, getting that huge wicket of Meg Lanning, and yet again today has been an X-factor for the White Rose. So very, very well bowled, Holly Garson. The Blaze now 61 for 5 after 12. And, well, we spoke about that over being a big one. These 2 from Jess Jonathan, well, they will also be crucial as far as both teams are concerned. The Australian has 1 for 12 from her first 12 deliveries bowled.
Yeah, Winfield Hill will be hoping that playing her trump card of Jess Jonathan will pick up the wicket that they so desperately need at this stage, because they'll want to keep that pressure on as they keep ticking the runs off. Irrelevant of the fact the overs are going down, they'll feel less and less confident if they can't get the wickets of either Knott or Gordon or both.
Here is Jonathan to Gordon. Yet again plays that one very late, just slices it away through third. Garton should restrict that to just 2. Indeed she will do. Charlie Knott was very keen to come back for a third, but wisely turned down by her captain.
Yeah, good chase in the outfield as well by Holly Garton, just completed her 4 overs. She's very helpful in that she wears 17 when she's 17 years of age. It's a great help for us.
Yet again, playing it so late underneath the eye line is Kirsty Gordon.
Yeah, she's living dangerously because she's so close to just chopping that one on, or that one just skirting past the bat and knocking the stumps over.
Especially against Jonathan, who's slightly more round arm compared to the majority of the Yorkshire bowlers. That will just be a single out through deep point. Gordon moves on to 8 from 18 as Charlie Knott just 2 runs away from making it a quartet of half centuries in this year's Vitality T20 Blast. Can she do it against her fellow Australian? She won't on that occasion. Holly Garton it is with a terrific tumbling stop. Just saved her side 3.
Can't keep her out of the news at the moment, Holly Garton.
So important though, isn't it? Especially as a spin bowler, to have the backing of your fielders. Not allowing those easy boundaries to be obtained. So that one swiveled round the corner, just goes underneath the attempted dive there by Jess Woolston. And that will be a desperately needed boundary to round out over number 13 for the Blaze. The visitors 70 for 5, still require 53 from the remaining 42 deliveries.
Yeah, that was a poor ball, that last ball, and well played by Kirsty Gordon. Just checking, it's obviously not on the non-striker's end, but she's on strike for the next ball of the next over, the first ball of the next over. But Yorkshire will be wanting to try and stop those balls that are going straight under you. You know, I think that would have, if that hadn't been stopped, that would have really kept the pressure on. The run rate would have gone over 8 and over, and that makes a big difference at this stage. Jess Woolston in now from the Howard stand end. Must have come off Charlie Knott. I didn't know whether it had come off the gloves of Winfield Hill down to fine legger, but there's no run there.
Just felt as though it almost came off the underside of the bat. That was my gut instincts on that one. Tidily fielded by Garson. So Charlie Knott on 49 from 35. Here she is against Woolston. Pulls that one very powerfully. Could be 2 here. Might just have to settle for the single instead. Scarper's back for the second. And that will be a half century. A 4th of the campaign for the Australian all-rounder Charlie Knott. Brings it up from 36 deliveries. Has included 8 4s. And without sounding incredibly cliche, this has been vital as far as the Blades are concerned.
Yeah, super knock from Charlie Knott. 51 runs off a team total of 72. Probably sums it up to anybody listening that she's been the chief run scorer for Blaze at this moment in time.
And the other thing, she's looked completely unbothered. So comfortable.
Very composed. She's just knocked the ball around. She's treated every ball on its merit. She's hit the balls that deserve to be hit to the boundary, and she's just worked the other balls around for singles so that she can keep the score ticking over.
Came into this game with plenty of confidence as well. Spoke earlier about that vital game in the wider context of the race for the top 4. Somerset taking on the Blaze on Friday. And Charlie Knott it was who was the match winner. Had a really, really big stand alongside Sarah Bryce. And ended up with an unbeaten 63 from just 43 deliveries. Something similar required today for the East Midlanders. Here's Woolston again. Well played. Gun barrel straight by Gordon for one.
Yeah, nice drive there by Kirsty Gordon, showing that experience. All I need to do is hit a single and I'll let Charlie not face the next ball, because she's the one who's in form. She's seeing it so easily, just knocking it around. If Yorkshire could just pinch a wicket at this stage, that would be interesting to see what happens.
Certainly would. This time not again. Goes for the swivel round the corner. Source back for a second. Really good running there from Knott.
Yeah, and those are the sort of half chances that Yorkshire need to capitalise on, because if you attack the ball a little bit more in the field, at this stage, you've got nothing to lose, because if these two stay here, the game's over. They're going to just coast to the win. You've got to try and take the wicket. So you've got to, in the field, you've got to attack the ball a little bit more, get the ball released as soon as you pick the ball up, and then who knows what could happen.
Very full, just dug out really by Knott for a dot ball. A decent over that from Jess Woolston. Goes for just 6 runs. The Blaze 76 for 5 after 14. And well, here is our latest poll question, courtesy of our fine sponsors at Vertu. Would you like to win a brand new Vertu car? Is it A, I don't drive, B, yes please sign me up, or C, of course I would?
Of course I would. Of course I would. Vertu, if you're listening, I don't mind driving around with Vertu on my car, and I do miles and miles and miles. So no plug at all, but if you're listening, I'll have one.
I was going to say, plenty of mileage racked up, I imagine, over the summer.
Well,
Dr.
even this
Powell.
weekend, I was down at Lord's on Friday, and I'm back down to Lord's tomorrow if the game's still going. And obviously up to Headingley today, so that's a fair few hundred miles just this weekend. And then who knows where I'll be on Wednesday.
Well, of course, yeah. The men still in the hunt for potentially a home quarter final. It's Beth Langston bowling here. That one full and driven delightfully through the covers by Kirsty Gordon.
Yeah, a little bit of a Sydney Harbour Bridge there by Alice Clark. They're the things that need to, that's where I'm sure the coaches are looking and going, we could improve on that. We could try and get that player to slide a little bit more rather than try and drop onto the ball.
Take 2 here for Langston. This one played through the covers again for 2 more runs.
Yeah, running very well between the wickets. Blaze, they're, as I say, they're just coasting this now. And they just need to keep doing what they're doing. That's why Yorkshire have got to be sharper in the field and got to make sure that they attack the ball, get the ball in as soon as you pick it up. Don't take 2 or 3 steps. Pick it up and release it. I'm a hard task woman.
That's a really nice length bowled there by Beth Langston. Because realistically, all you can do on that real difficult Yorker length is drop your bat.
Drop your bat on it, but you see, well, they're in a position now with these 2 experienced players that they know, but by dropping it, if I drop it in this area, there's an easy single. If they dropped it in different areas, there's not always an easy single, but they know where they can drop that ball just to pick up that easy single.
Well, it has been a real hallmark of this partnership. Knott and Gordon running very well together, not giving herself plenty of space and just carves it away through deep backward point for 4. A tremendous shot there from the Aussie.
Yeah, this game's Charlie Knott's. You know, she's been outstanding with the bat. She's one of the few people that have come out here and look composed, thrown the bat around when it's needed, but she's just been a class apart from anything but anybody else that we've seen.
She really has. Reminds me of another Knott we've seen in Tier 1 quite recently. I think it was on Friday, actually. Nancy Harmon of Hampshire completely put Warwickshire to the sword. Scored, I think it was 40 from about 15 deliveries, but Knott has displayed plenty of power and class. This time goes for the sweep shot. Not sure if there's any bat on that. We'll await the signal from the umpire. Leg buys it is, but 4 runs to add to the tally, nonetheless, for the Blaze.
Yeah, Beth Langston's bowling to both sides of the stumps at the moment, and it's really impossible for Lauren Winfield Hill to set a field to prevent the ball from where it's going. So she'll be wanting to remediate that and put it in the areas that she's got the field set for, which is probably just on off stump.
Final ball of over number 15 yet again. Attempts that little paddle sweep. This time gets it very square of the wicket, and that will just be a single to round out the 15th over. The Blaze are 92 for 5. They require 31 further runs to win from the remaining 5 overs. As we'll have a slight change here in the commentary box, we'll say a fond farewell to Dr. Jane Powell for the time being, and in her place will be the magnificent Michael McCann.
Thanks very much, Aaron. It's been the Charlie Knott game, really. She looks like she's playing on a different pitch to everybody else. Winfield Hill, 29 of 22, the most fluent of the Yorkshire batters. Not 59 of 42, but great credit to Gordon, who had a brilliant one-day cut with the bat and has steadily improved as a batter over the years, and has moved her way up to the line, up to the point where she can now be trusted at 7 for Blaze. 21 to win off 30. Jonathan back. Winfield Hill always likes to hold Jonathan back as far as she can, but the fact that she's bowling Jonathan out this early again demonstrates that Winfield Hill knows that this partnership has to be broken quickly for the home side to stand any realistic chance.
Well, it does, but they've played really well, and I think that's a great point about Kirsty Gordon. Let's not forget that she was 8 from 17. So since then, we've seen a real acceleration from the Blaze captain.
Steps away to give herself room.
And finding the gaps, that's the other thing. It hasn't been a case of throwing the hard hands out every single delivery. Earlier on, she played the ball on its merits, was defensive, if anything, but since then, just started to increase and build the confidence as the innings and the partnership indeed have progressed.
Just dropping her bat on that one, not. We said it earlier on in the broadcast. She's played for Oz under-19s, Oz A, but pretty much any other nationality. She'd have been a mainstay at that World Cup recently. Gives herself a lot of room. And she's given herself a lot of room there because I think she's trying to access deep backward square. Trying to get that very fine. Or just stepping away to access inside out through that offside. There's only long off out. She's managed to do what she was trying to do potentially the previous ball. It's only half stopped by Garton, who deservedly gets a couple of high fives, because had she not, it was definitely 4. So it's a typically tight over from Jonathan so far, but Blaze won't be particularly worried by it being tight.
That's the key. There hasn't been a wicket. That's what Yorkshire need here from their talisman. Final delivery of the over. And it won't be a wicket. Just pushed easily down the ground for a single. So even though on paper, yes, it's gone for 4 runs, Jonathan is done. She's been bowled out for this game. 1 for 25 for the Australian from her 4 overs. Blaze 96 for 5. However, they know they don't have to face Jonathan or indeed the dangerous Holly Garton.
Yeah, Garton 2 for 17 has been exemplary. It was something that I mentioned on commentary earlier on, that there was going to be a different game when Seam came into it. It's the kind of day, the kind of pitch it seems like where Yorkshire might rue not having a 4th spin option available. Cooper, of course, is injured. Olivia Thomas and Rhea Fackrell not picked. Hannah Rainey, interestingly not used. She only bowled 2 balls in the Roses game to fill in for Ines Blackwell picking up a niggle. So Rainey only bowled 2 balls on Friday night, and it doesn't look like she's going to bowl here at all. Glenn is back, and then after that, all of Yorkshire's spinners will be bowled out. And that's a help-yourself sweep ball, which which will get Gordon one, getting the broom out to good effect. Do these two, given how more effective spin has seemed, look to take a slightly more conservative approach here, knowing that it's going to be pace on for the last 3 overs?
I would say so, unless the ball is there to be hit. If there is a real rank delivery here from Sarah Glenn, then I think they'll pursue it. If not, might just be a little bit more conservative.
Again, backs away, not something we've seen her do a lot against spin. And that's clever because it turns Glenn's natural sort of back of a length, top spinning straight delivery into one that can be thumped away through the onside. Key boundary just brings it back down to being a runner ball.
Well, that just proves the point that we've just been speaking about. It's just a tad bit too short there. Allows Knott to almost open up the arms, go for the pull shot, and there's a tempting gap between those two fielders. You've got a deep mid-wicket and a deep backward square. There's plenty of vacant space out towards the western terrace. So, really good shot that from Knott.
Again, making room, but this time it looks a bit more ungainly for Charlie Knott. Knott, who does have a couple of List A tons, a best in T20s of 74 not out, so she's 9 off that. This is her 9th career T20 50. Australian debut does seem a case of when rather than if. Straight at extra cover. It reminds me a little bit in a different way of the great Australian men's era of the 90s and the early noughties, where you had some incredible cricketers with great records in domestic cricket that either barely played for Australia or never did. There's a bit of that going on with this Australian women's team across the last decade.
Yeah, completely agree. Some incredible cricketers produced by Australia over the years, as that was a shy at the non-striker's end. We get back for the second run, though. There's
a bit of treatment here because that has struck Gordon on its way through.
Well, while we have a slight stoppage, we do actually have a little bit of news to bring you from the England men's team. Brendan McCullum has been relieved of his position as the men's test coach. He'll stay on in the white ball capacity, but the England men will have a new head coach in the test arena, as we have our latest Vertu poll. Who is your Vertu player of the match? 3 pretty good suggestions here. Holly Garton, a very, very strong contender, along with the captain, Lauren Winfield-Hill. Of course, Erin Thomas early on, setting that foundation alongside her captain. Who would you go for, Michael? I think that's a tough one. I think I'd go for Garton, personally.
I'm not sure I agree. It's quite so tough. I think Thomas and Winfield-Hill both didn't get to 30 on a pitch that we all seem to agree doesn't have too many demons in it. And it's Garton's 2 for 17, getting Sarah Bryce and Marie Kelly. That is the big reason why this isn't a coast of a run chase for the Blaze.
Winfield-Hill has taken a really sharp catch, though, as well.
Off Garton, yeah.
Exactly.
That's a fair point. That's a fair point. I think still for me, you are talking about a 17-year-old for whom this is another kind of coming-of-age moment. 3 for 23 against Blaze in the reverse fixture at Trentbridge. 3 for 23 against Lancashire at Somerset. But before today, she'd only ever taken 1 wicket at Headingley. Holly Garton. Glenn trying to finish her over off after Gordon got a bit of treatment, having been hit by that throw. Down the track and just nibbled away for 1. They are going to come back for 2, and it's good hard running. So 9 off the over, and worked with a relative lack of risk. 105 for 5 then. Just taking you around the grounds. Yorkshire already locked in 7th, but Blaze can rise up as high as 2nd, depending on other results today, but they won't know until after they've played here. They would need to win and have other results go their way. Some of these other games are a little bit behind us. Lancashire is 75 for 5 after 12 overs. In fact, beg your pardon, that has just ticked over. Lancashire need 2 to win from the last 3 balls against Durham. Hampshire, 6 for 4 against Surrey at the Oval. That is a quite extraordinary scorecard that leaves you refreshing the F5 Button almost in disbelief. The other game, Essex versus Somerset, in what is effectively a playoff to finish 5th in the table between those two. Woolston on. He said that pace on would have to see it home for Yorkshire if they're to somehow defend this low score. Just stepped away, Gordon, but that's the problem with stepping away. If you get one that's back of a length outside off, you can miss out on a delivery. That match is over elsewhere. Lancashire have beaten Durham by 4 wickets with just the 2 balls to spare. So Lancashire get a 3rd win of the campaign. This will be 1 for Gordon. So Lancashire and Warwickshire will be split on net run rate, 3 wins each. Yorkshire have 3 wins and a no result, plus whatever they can get here. Essex 5 wins and 6 defeats. Somerset finishing with 5 wins, a tie. And of course, whatever happens in that Somerset-Essex game. Durham's defeat means that Blaze will go above them with victory here. It's gone very high, inside out, mistimed and not taken running back. It was a tough one. The wind is pushing the ball away towards the boundary on that angle, towards the extra cover rope. And the field just didn't quite get far back enough. I believe it was Alice Clark out there. I'm not actually sure she gets any hand to it at all in the end.
No, she didn't. It was one of those, it was quite difficult to judge. Just didn't quite get the right alignment to even get near to the catch. Was an opportunity, though. It's not yet again. The batter on strike, that one far more dismissive. And that has gone all the way for 6. That is a thumping strike from Charlie Knott, and one which has now given the Blaze all of the impetus here in the death overs.
Well, that does feel like a bit of a dagger in the heart of Yorkshire. If that catch is taken by Clark, it's one of those magnificent moments. It breaks the partnership. The key batter of Knott is gone. As it is, it's dropped. It would have been 17 to get from 15, and instead it's 9 to get from 14, which feels more comfortable. Oh, that's a horrid delivery. That will be a no ball as well. And Knott brings out her best Wimbledon cross-court forehand impression. Now it's 7 to win from 14. That 6 also takes Knott to a T20 best as well, previous best of 74. It's a joy to watch. I know a couple of the people on the coaching staff at Hampshire were really gutted at having had her at Vipers in 2024 and then have had her at Hampshire last season when they found out that they'd ultimately lost the battle to win her services this season for her moving to Trent Bridge. It's a bit of an ungainly hoik and a miss from Gordon, who theatrically holds the pose in a shot that, well, Lauren Winfield-Hill and her are having a chuckle about something. Hill had seemingly knocked a bail off. Sort of a straight swept 6 on one bent knee. Gordon was attempting there.
Keyword being there, attempting. Didn't get anywhere near it in the end, did she, unfortunately?
Not in keeping with what's been a fine knock from the Blaze captain, who again is making room and again is mistiming it. This one should be caught and is caught. So Stair Callis takes the catch, keeps Yorkshire alive in the contest. 116 for 6. This pair have done a superb rebuilding job, and Gordon has played an important role as second violin in the orchestra behind Knott. They have added between them 75 for the 5th wicket. It should be enough for the Blaze, but we'll know very soon. 7 to win from the last 12.
Yeah, even though it isn't the big knock of the two, Charlie Knott, of course, this has been the game-defining innings. You've got to have someone alongside you, and that is precisely what Kirsty Gordon has done there. She started off very slow. Was a case of just getting the rebuild. That was the key thing for the Blaze. It was a case of seeing off deliveries, even if they were dot balls. It was about stopping the rot, halting the collapse. She did that brilliantly, and she just allowed for Charlie Knott to flourish at the other end. So Brings to the crease Josie Groves, who, as we know, can certainly hit the ball a very long distance. Leg spinner, former England under-19 international as well. Here she is partnering Charlie Knott, who, well, she could finish the game in this over. If she gets out, though, could be very interesting.
An underrated batter, Groves. She didn't bowl earlier on, which was a little bit surprising to me, but can often be the way when you are in a team as a potential sixth bowling option, as Hannah Rainey has found out in this innings as well for Yorkshire. Now, does not think in any way of trying to finish things off herself here. Does she look for a couple of boundaries off Langston? She doesn't need to. Groves is very much a partner she can trust with the bat. Yeah, just one. The question will build now in Winfield Hill's head about bringing a couple up, with Groves having just got out there. She did an excellent interview with a good friend of mine on the cricket circuit, Amy Holmes, talking about her journey, talking about as well walking out in a semi-final of that Under-19 World Cup at 40 for 7 with Alexa Stonehouse and saying, what am I doing here? I thought I'd be running drinks. I thought I'd be struggling to get in the team at any point with a certain Hannah Baker around. But here I am. That was a bit of a coming-of-age tournament for a few players in that England team back in 2023. Have gone on to be regulars in the county scene now. Stone has managed to slip that through Groves. It's come off something on the way through, so it's a golden duck for Josie Groves. Yorkshire still in there and still fighting. 117 for 7 then. Not on 79 not out, but has lost a couple of partners in the space of just 3 balls.
Yeah, you'd still fancy the Blaze to get the job done here, but you never know. Cricket is such a funny and volatile game, and all it takes is another wicket to fall here in, let's say, the next 2 to 3 deliveries, and suddenly we could have a grandstand finish in the 20th and final over. Yet again, we've just had that conversation about Josie Groves. Lucy Hyam is no slouch with the bat. I think it'll be a very different approach to what we could have seen from Groves, who likes to hit a few more boundaries. Hyam, I think, a little bit more of a touch player, looked to get knocked back onto strike, but yeah, well bowled that by Beth Langston.
I say that every cricketer wants to be a footballer. Well, Lucy Hyam was very close to being one. She was in a couple of academies growing up. Her dream, as she describes it, Bend It Like Beckham vibes, was to go to America on a scholarship, but then the Kia Super League very much opened the door for her in cricket. Made a debut for Leicestershire way back when, but was part of Loughborough Lightning in that KSL, and has rolled on to being in the Blaze and Lightning ever since. Hyam has got a few more close fielders in than there were the ball before. Just trying to put a sense of pressure on. 6 off 9.
Well bowled that by Langston.
Now, there is one... She does like a scoop and a paddle, but you almost never see this. There is a fielder right behind Lauren Winfield Hill. Literally at almost 0 degrees.
Like a long stop.
You couldn't even call it a fine leg. And that's not because they suddenly don't back Winfield Hill's keeping. That's because Hyam loves a ramp. And that's straight at mid-on. 6 to win off 8. My goodness me, cricket is a funny old game. Well, does Hyam have the courage to scoop, lap or ramp Langston? In terms of other options for singles, there's a single at deep cover, single out through a wide mid-wicket or behind square on the leg side. Back of the length. Sensible shot from Hyam. 5 to win off 7. Now, Knott has something to think about here. Does she want the strike, or does she think a boundary here and the scores are tied, and I'm quite comfortable saying to Hyam, potentially even Ballinger and Phillips, you've got an entire over to score 1 run.
I think it boils down to what is actually served up here by Beth Langston. If it's a good delivery, case of maybe just putting the bat underneath it, dropping and running the quick single. If it is there to be hit, I mean, she's certainly got the confidence at this stage. Career best 79 outs, potentially counting.
Gives herself room. Knott will get just the 1. Hyam was charging down, potentially interested in 2. Knott knew about the game state. was very comfortable taking one. Well, she's carrying Blaze to finals day. They, of course, secured it thanks to Knott's 63 not out of 43 as she dominated the run chase against Somerset, who were their contenders for that final spot. And now, Knott, when you put the two innings together across 3 days, is 143 not out off 99 balls. And if you take those runs out, and I know the game doesn't work like that, but it's potentially 2 defeats for the Blaze, and they cough up a finals day spot. But luckily for them, Charlie Knott is very much theirs. And regardless of what happens here, they do have the security of a top 4 spot.
Well, they do. And I think they'll be a very, very dangerous side come finals day. I would also just caveat it by saying I do feel really bad for Somerset, as we will see a first and what will be the final over of the game, courtesy of Hannah Rainey. But yeah, I do feel bad for Somerset, especially Sophie Love. Yet again, one of the leading run scorers, and won't be at a finals day.
Yeah, totally agree. Had the pleasure of commentating a lot with Luffy for the ECB feed on recent finals days, and repeatedly feeling bad for her being stuck next to yours truly rather than out in the middle. Much improved in T20 cricket this season, Somerset, but not enough for them. Blaze have the spot in finals day. Will they go in there with winning momentum? Rainey's in for her first ball of the day. 4 to win from the last. This could be the game. It will be the game. It's Charlie Knott's game. 84 not out of 57. A career best T20 not for the prolific Australian. 63 not out to defeat Somerset on Friday. She's carried that form straight into Sunday. She will be very dangerous at finals day, regardless of who Blaze end up facing. Charlie Knott has scored more than 2/3 of the runs in this chase. It's an extraordinary knock from her in a game where nobody else got to 30. It is the Blaze who win it by 5 wickets with three wickets with 5 balls to spare.
Yeah, that is, for want of a better word, extraordinary by Charlie Knott. A career best of 84 not out. She's scored her runs all around the ground. That partnership between her and Kirsty Gordon, in the end, proved to be the match-defining one. 75 runs between those two for the 6th wickets, and the Blaze will head to the Oval on Friday with the wind beneath or behind their sails, heading into what is a huge game of cricket in the nation's capital. Well, that is it then for our live stream here today on Yorkshire Cricket TV for the women's game, I should say. We'll be back a little bit later on, around about 3 o'clock-ish, as the men take on Nottinghamshire in the T20 Blast Group stages. But from myself, Aaron Viles, Michael McCann, Dr. Jane Powell and Jill Smith, we thank you ever so much for your company, and we'll see you shortly for the next live stream.
Just to let you all know that Jill Smith is one of Yorkshire's new vice presidents is with us today. She's selling copies of her latest book, which is called What Cricket Means to Me, in the long room. All proceeds go to the Yorkshire Past Players Association. Do pay Jill a visit if you can. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, in front of the pavilion now is the Yorkshire Supporters Association presenting Olivia Thomas, the Women's 2025 Player of the Year Award. Many congratulations indeed, Liv. professional partners, CNC Employee Benefits, Betfair, CNC Insurance Brokers, Carlsberg Britvic, Store, Dapperbet, NIC FM Services Group, Seat Unique, Titan Wealth, and Vertu. Yorkshire County Cricket Club has continued its Respect campaign. Those attending any Yorkshire match at Headingley, Scarborough and York. If you have suffered or witnessed any antisocial behaviour at today's match, please text the word RESPECT to 60650. That's RESPECT to 60650. Spectators are able to report this anonymously to a member of the team here at Headingley. There is no place for antisocial behaviour in cricket or wider society. I hope you enjoy the game this afternoon.
So, welcome to part two of a double header here at Headingley. Blaze earlier on narrow victors against Yorkshire with 3 wickets to spare. I've got the two skippers, Johnny Best and Joe Clark alongside me. Johnny's got the coin in his hand. Let's give it a spin. Tells us the call from the visitors, and it's head. Johnny, you've won the toss. What are you going to do and what?
Yeah, we're going to have a bat. This is the same pitch that we played Lancs on, and also the Lades have just played on it. So yeah, we'll have a bat, hopefully make best use of it, and hopefully it wears quite a bit.
One change, Don Best comes back in for his first appearance in a little while in place of Dan Moriarty. What's the thinking behind the alteration?
Look, it's matchups more than anything, to be honest with you. They've got quite a few left-handers, so we've been quite flexible with that throughout the competition, and also it lengthens our batting.
And in terms of the scenarios today, realistically, as long as you don't lose big, you'll be into the quarterfinals. A win might even get you a home quarterfinal. How much of a motivation is it to potentially get a knockout game in front of your own supporters here on Wednesday?
Look, that'd be amazing, but the primary thing is to win the game and focus on what we can control out here in the middle. So yeah, that would be amazing. Other results will have to go our way as well in order for that to happen, but first and foremost it's about getting the job done today.
Finally, just a word on a certain Joe Root, someone a few of you around Headingley might have heard of, also known as the GOAT, into your starting lineup for the first time in a while for a home blast game. Of course, he played in the Roses game on Friday. How magnificent is it to have your old good friend and England teammate from so many years under your captaincy here at Yorkshire?
Yeah, it's fantastic. Any time that you get Joe back to play, and he obviously played on Friday evening and wanted to play again today. So it's fantastic to have Joe around. The wealth of experience that he's got, not to mention, he's not a bad player either, so that's pretty handy.
Thanks so much, Johnny. Good luck.
Cheers.
So Yorkshire have won the toss here at Headingley, and they've decided they're going to have a bat.
This is Yorkshire.
Built on pride,
Forged through generations.
now a new season begins.
Driven by ambition.
We play to compete,
We play to win.
driven by those who stand with us.
This is Yorkshire.
We don't stand still.
We move forward.
Together.
Warm welcome back to Headingley for part 2 of this last double header. The Yorkshire women losing earlier on by just 3 wickets in the final over against Blaze to finish 7th in their Blast campaign, having won 3 of their last 4, but having lost 7 and tied 1, had a no result in 1 from their first 8. Yorkshire men have fared a fair bit better, it's fair to say. In the men's, they sit second going into the final round of fixtures, where they face the table toppers Nottingham, who they beat at Trent Bridge. First game of this campaign as Yorkshire chase a first finals day appearance since 2022. Nottinghamshire Outlaws last getting to that stage when winning it in 2020. I'm delighted to say, alongside yours truly, Michael McCann, once again is Aaron Val's beautiful afternoon here at Headingley. A great crowd in, and we're set for an exciting finish in a top 2 North Group clash here.
Oh, most definitely. The weather is quite simply spectacular here today. Not a single cloud in the sky. The sun is beaming down on this historic venue, and as you said, this should be a real cracker of a game between 2 of the best sides in the country right now.
Let's take a check on the 2 teams then. Yorkshire coming off the back of a defeat in the Roses game on Friday, where they lost to Lancashire. Having beaten them in the reverse fixture, they lost by 22 runs. This is your Yorkshire team: Adam Live, Johnny Bairstow, Will Luxton, Joe Root, Moeen Ali, Matthew Revis. Tom Best comes back in for his first appearance in a little while since playing in the defeat at Leicestershire. Andrew Ty, Hassan Ali, Logan Van Beek, who came back into the side on Friday night, and Jaffa Chauhan. So 1 change for Yorkshire. It is Best coming in for Moriarty. Will strengthen the batting a bit, is an excellent outfielder, and will relish the chance to get back into the side.
Most definitely, and of course we've spoken there a little bit about Don Best and his bowling, but just look at that Yorkshire batting unit. Lythe, Bairstow, Luxton, Root, Moeen, Revis, Bess himself. Ty can certainly give it the long levers, so too can Hassan Ali and Logan Van Beek. That is an incredibly deep batting lineup for the home team.
Yep, and it's something that's been a theme of Yorkshire's Blast campaign, managing to bat deep, and that gives the top order more freedom. And Joe Root, of course, plays just his second Blast campaign game, having made 4 before Sir James Anderson got him out on Friday night. As for Nottinghamshire Outlaws, they're on a club best run in the Blast of 8 consecutive wins. They're, of course, top of the county championship as they look to defend their title. It's safe to say they've come a long way in this format from Joe Clark's first season captaining in 2024, when they finished bottom of the North Group. They improved somewhat last season to finish 6th, but this season they've really gone up another level. Joe Clark, George Munsey, who's been a great signing, Jack Haynes, Freddie McCann, Tom Moores, George Linder, Benny Howell with all of his variations. What a pickup he's been from Gloucestershire. Liam Patterson, White, Ollie Stone, Benora Fernando, and Dylan Pennington, who was in an England Test squad last season, comes in for Mohamed Amir. That's the 1 change for Nottinghamshire Outlaws, who are already secured as top of the group. They are a formidable, impressive outfit.
They really are, and it goes to almost stress the amount of strength in depth that they've got, that they've rested Mohamed Amir for this game, and they brought in Dylan Pennington, who, as you said, has been on the fringes of England's selection. He also bowled really well on Tuesday in second 11 finals day. Ultimately, Nottinghamshire lost that to the Warwickshire Twos as they went back-to-back, but honestly, he was very impressive, not only with the ball, but with the bats. He hit 2 enormous 6s at Wormsley.
Yeah, it's sort of the county cricket equivalent of being like, I'm going to leave the Range Rover in the garage and I'm going to bring the Ferrari out, in terms of that particular selection alteration. Let's have a look at the North Group table then, as part of this revamped Blast format this season. This is how it looks right now. Yorkshire in second, and unless Yorkshire lose here by an enormous margin, we're talking kind of 20 all-out stuff, and Lancashire win their game by an enormous margin against Durham, then Yorkshire are assured in second place in a quarter-final spot. But realistically, Yorkshire are also playing for the possibility of a home quarter-final. To win and get that, they would not only need to be victorious in this game, but they would also need Gloucestershire, who started an hour ago against Glamorgan, Hampshire, who started at Sussex an hour ago, and Surrey, who host Essex later, to all lose. So Yorkshire would have to win, and 3 other sides would have to lose for Yorkshire to be in a home quarter-final on Wednesday. So realistically, unless Yorkshire win and have other results go their way, or lose and have other results go in quite an extraordinary direction, they'd have to lose big. Lancashire would have to win big, and Somerset or Worcestershire would have to win, they'll still end up through because they've got an excellent net run rate. Nottinghamshire guaranteed top of the group. The way it works is once this is all done, you have all the group winners will have a home quarter-final. The best ranked second place team from the 3 groups will have a home quarter-final, and the teams will be ranked, and it'll be 1 versus 8, 2 versus 7, 3 versus 6, 5 versus 4. And so an intriguing bit of byplay here is, depending on the way all the different results come together, it's not impossible that the 2 teams playing today will meet in a quarter-final on Wednesday at Trent Bridge.
It isn't. And to be honest, I think every single team in the country who's still involved in this race for the elimination stage, it has to be said, don't want to play Northamptonshire. Northamptonshire are currently the 1 seed. And yeah, if you play them at Wantage Road, that could be a very, very difficult encounter. So, of course, for Yorkshire, win here today, that will not be a possibility. And they'll be hoping, of course, is a big if, that those other results across both the Central and West and the South group go in their favour.
But you say you don't want to be playing Northamptonshire, you don't want to be playing Notts either, because Yorkshire beat Notts by 7 wickets at Trent Bridge. They lost to Lancs, they lost to Derbyshire, but since then they've won both their cross-group games, and they've won 6 games in their own group. So Nottinghamshire looking to make it 9 wins in a row today then. Let's take a check with just under 10 minutes or so until the first ball of this contest on your Yorkshire team for this clash. Well, a great chance for some youngsters from the Yorkshire Cricket Foundation to drive the Vertu car, named Yorkie after a recent poll, onto the field to deliver the first ball of this contest. All part of the fun of the fair of a T20. It can't all be serious, can it? You've got to have a bit of this and a bit of that.
You know what? I didn't realise earlier, of course, we saw it in the women's game. I didn't realise it's got its own number plate with Yorkie on it.
Well, it's been named. There we go. It was named after the poll that was done a week or so ago. So Yorkie the car, always one to watch, particularly if you're on the outfield. When Anthony McGrath was getting interviewed by a few of us after the men's game last Sunday, where Yorkshire's men were victorious against Leicestershire, the car was being mischievously driven by a certain Jonathan Bairstow into McGrath repeatedly. He was somewhat distracted by the noise of it scurrying around the outfield as well as nipping at his heels. This live stream, of course, powered live and exclusively for you to watch whatever you want in the world for free by Vertu. One of our polls as part of that, who will score the first boundary for Yorkshire. Live and Bairstow had seemingly found a very effective combination, so it was somewhat surprising to see Bairstow drop himself down to 4 for the Lancashire away game on Friday, and Live and Luxton opened up. So it will be fascinating to see quite how Yorkshire work their batting order today.
Most definitely. I think of those 4 options, I probably would go with Adam Live, personally. Tends to score an early boundary in the first over or so. So, yeah, I think I'd go with the Whitby Lara.
The Whitby Lara, what a way of putting it. One of Whitby's favourite sons. He, of course, now holds both of Yorkshire's highest ever T20 scores, with that 131 not out coming last Sunday here against Leicestershire. Plenty in, and expecting entertainment aplenty, as part 2 of this doubleheader is not too far away now, as part of our Vertu free to watch feature. There's a trio of players we've picked out to keep an eye on from the home side. He'll be in action a bit later, predominantly, either as a lower order hitter or with his bowling. But Hassan Ali is the top wicket taker in the Blast this season. He has 23 wickets, the Pakistani international, at an average just under 13 and an economy rate of 8.1, which when you think that he almost exclusively bowls in the power play and the death is absolutely exceptional. He was always thought to be a valuable acquisition as an overseas player, but he's probably somehow even surpassed the highest of expectations for Yorkshire fans.
Oh, absolutely. And not only that, of course, those stats are incredibly impressive, being the tournament's leading wicket taker, but he's also just such a great character. Every single club that he's played for speaks of him so highly and glowingly, and you can tell he's fitted in seamlessly to that dressing room dynamic here at Headingley.
There was a quote from Moeen Ali that I thought summed it up. He's the perfect overseas death bowling, new ball, can bowl in the middle, can bat, good in the field, good with the team environment. That's what you want. The second of our free to watch, powered by Vertu, a certain Matthew Revis, who in the last few games has come into his own, 69 not out of 32 to rescue a tie for Yorkshire at Queen's Park, Chesterfield, where normally it's a pretty much annual defeat. They'd lost 9 straight games there before this season. 34 not out of 15, where he smashed a 6 off the penultimate ball to seal the run chase. 13 off 9 here against Leicestershire on Sunday. And then 52 off 38, albeit in a losing cause in the Roses game. It was a knock of value for Revis because it shortened the net run rate gap that came from that game, which had a big impact on Yorkshire's qualification chances. It actually, in a different world, Yorkshire get bundled out for 80, and actually, potentially, this is a more worrisome game for them today, whereas Revis's knock at least kept that gap nice and big.
It really has, and he's played some great knocks, hasn't he? I think back to the Durham game, that immediately springs to mind. Ice in the veins in the clutch moment, came through with those boundaries, and he's such a destructive striker of the cricket ball. The fact is, if this game does go pretty close, and let's say in this first innings he comes in over 16 and smashes a quick-fire 30, that could be the difference between Yorkshire winning this game and Nottinghamshire potentially winning as well.
Yep, one of the best emerging finishers on the county cricket circuit. And the third of our 3 Vertu players to watch, a certain Jaffa Chauhan, who he's one of the quieter players in this Yorkshire team, goes about his business with a minimum of fuss, but he's been Yorkshire's most economical bowler. He's gone for just 7.6 and over. We've seen in recent times here at Headingley that spin has tended to be less expensive than pace, and good spinners can make a difference. So Chauhan will be eyeing up an opportunity later on. This pitch was used for the Roses clash back a month or so ago, and then of course for the women's game earlier on today. So it has been used a couple of times. It's a pitch that I think it's fair to say should still play very well. There's a reason why Yorkshire won the toss and batted first without any hesitation, but someone like Jaffa Chauhan will fancy his luck later on.
Oh, absolutely, and he's a terrific young leg spinner, isn't he? Got a really potent googly, someone who trusts his top spin and his leg break as well. So yeah, very, very excited to see Jaffa in action a little bit later on.
So out to the wicket heads Live and Luxton. Live, who last year only played in half of Yorkshire's T20 games, was dropped from the Yorkshire T20 team, something that often would have seemed unthinkable as a concept, but has been back to his best in the format this season. 97 here against Gloucestershire, 131 not out here against Leicestershire. Live going back, in his words, to playing on instinct. He sat down in the winter and worked out how he was going to approach the power play, how he was going to free up the offside more than playing on one side of the wicket, not being too one-dimensional, and in his words, going away from his strengths in the last 2 or 3 years. It will be Live to face up to Zilling Pennington as honorary Yorkshire Life president, Dr. Jane Powell, settles into the seat alongside me. Will Luxton at the non-strikers end, promoted up to open in the game against Lancashire, where he made 11 off 5. It keeps a left-hand, right-hand combination, despite Bairstow slipping himself down the order. And there's a certain Joe Root waiting in the wings as well. Nottinghamshire already confirmed as group winners. Yorkshire need a victory to guarantee that they go through. A big loss could see them drop out on an afternoon of slightly complicated permutations with the various groups. Of course, Nottinghamshire already know they've got a home quarter-final waiting regardless of today. Pennington got plenty of wickets here in the county championship victory for Notts against Yorkshire last season, so we'll have good memories of Headingley as he steams in to bowl the first ball that Live drives nicely enough to get himself off the mark. Pennington in for Mohammed Amir. Don Bess comes in for Dan Moriarty for Yorkshire in terms of changes for both teams from Friday night. Yorkshire losing the Roses clash. Nottinghamshire winners in something of a local derby by 6 wickets with 10 balls to spare against Leicestershire.
Good afternoon. You realise we bowled that first ball before the clock ticked over on the scoreboard to 15:30. So we must be ahead of the game.
Luxton immediately off the mark. Leg stump half volley. Thank you very much.
Yeah, what a beautiful shot that is from Will Luxton. Just leant into it and just helped it into that vacant mid-wicket area, and it was a glorious shot all along the floor, and would appear there's a lost ball now as Clark is in the seats, in the cheap seats. He's coming out with the ball.
Yeah, just the shot you want when in your last 3 innings you've gone 6 against Durham, 2 against Leicestershire, 11 against Lancs. 3 low scores in a row for Luxton.
Oozing with talent. He's just needs to bring that to fruition.
The inside edge, a little bit of early movement for Pennington. Life was busy scurrying through to get the single.
Yeah, the youngster Lythe made the old Luxton come through for a single. Oh, I mean the other way around. No, Lythe was definitely wanting to run that single there, and I like this combination. I think they're a good pair together. The youth and experience, the left, the right hand, and hopefully they'll be there together for a while.
Ball by Pennington, just dug out by Lythe, who is having something of a T20 renaissance, you might call it, has refound his very best in this format. Steve McGrath has credited batting coach John Sadler a lot with that. So he's done a lot of video work over the winter with when he's done particularly well in the power play, what shots he's played, opening up that offside again. He has to respect another decent ball from Pennington, product of the Shropshire Academy, made his debut for Worcestershire in 2018, played in an under-19 World Cup for England 7 years ago, and got a call up to the England Test side last summer. It's been quite expensive in the Blast this season, though. It's a bit of a surprise to find him out of the team, but he's gone at almost 11 and over. Or down the track, over mid-on, 1 bounce 4. A shot of real authority from a man in real form. End of the first over, 10 with Outlaws.
Yeah, lovely shot from Adam Lythe, just attacked, played with intent, lofted him over mid-on for that 1 bounce 4. And that's the type of thing, that shot that you'll expect to see from both of these 2 openers. They'll both look to go down the ground.
So from the Howard stand end, Ollie Stone, 32-year-old seamer who came through the Norfolk pathway initially, played for Northampton, Warwickshire before joining Notts. His first ball is right on the money from Stone, who has plenty of England experience, 5 Test matches and 10 ODIs, and he's had a career plagued by injuries. You know, on talent alone, it's safe to say would have had many more appearances than that.
Yeah, I think he's been victim of the fast bowler's curse. You know, they put their bodies through such stress that they can often get injured as he comes in once more. And that's hoiked a little bit to square leg for a single.
Buxton only able to pick up the sweeper. It's that classic split fielder. I remember Kelly saying to me on commentary last week, he's not necessarily always a fan of this field because how much are you signposting where you want Stone to bowl in terms of which side of the wicket? You've got your deep point and then a deep square leg as Something's disturbed live. Oh, bouncer, and he's picked that up over square leg. That's a classic Adam Live shot. Up and over, first 6 of the reply. And the bouncer was not really high enough or quick enough to bother him. It was at that sort of very pullable belly button height.
Yeah, and you'll find that the shorter players, not suggesting that Adam is very short, but they'll find that pull to square leg so much easier when the bowlers are pitching it short like they're doing there, especially if it's not into their ribs. You know, what a good ball would be one that's just short of a length coming up into the ribs of Adam Live.
Another bumper, and Live was in danger of flicking that straight to deep backward square. He just half pulled out of the shot. And if I was to give him the benefit of the doubt, I'd say deliberately done to make sure it wasn't a catching chance. A confident start here from Live.
Yeah, I think that's a good call, Michael. I think he did half pull out of it. I think you're absolutely spot on with that assessment.
Oh. Great shot from Luxton. Well, in an era of bashing and bludgeoning, that is as traditional and sumptuous an extra cover drive as you could wish to see.
Just such perfect timing. Just leant into it and it raced to the boundary. I don't think the cover and the cover point even moved because I think it was past them before they realised it had split them both.
Luxton go again. Luxton does go again. That's even better. Straight drive through mid-off. He was very wide. So the over ends up being very expensive. 26 without loss for 2. Encouraging early signs for Yorkshire.
Yeah, 16 coming off that over, and that's a remarkable return by a young man who just leant into it. 2 shots in a row, one through the covers and one straight down the ground, past mid-off for a 4.
On this busy final day of last fixtures, starting at just over an hour ago now. Kent versus Sussex, Sussex versus Hampshire, Derbyshire versus Leicestershire, Northamptonshire versus Warwickshire, and Gloucestershire versus Glamorgan. Lancashire Durham got going at the same time as us, just almost 10 minutes ago now. And then later on it's Surrey versus Essex and Somerset versus Worcestershire. Benora Fernando, the Sri Lankan international, trying to make the breakthrough, but that is a short hit-me ball. Not enough intent behind it at all. Again, much like Pennington in the previous over, it's that belly button height, and Live says, thank you very much, here's second 6.
Yeah, it rolls round on it so easily, so efficiently, and just almost helps it on its way backward of square just for a 6. Beautiful shot from Adam Live, who's had 2 of those so far in this innings, and we're only into the 3rd over, first ball of the 3rd over.
Slower ball, good change up. Live content to take one. For those unfamiliar, Fernando has 25 T20I appearances and 4 ODI appearances for Sri Lanka. Signed for Notts as a replacement player for Muhammad Ali. He was a second leading wicket taker for the Rajshahi Warriors in the 2026 BPL. And it's his 32nd birthday today, so we're looking to celebrate in style with a few wickets. 6'6", so he's got that very high release point. Nice point of difference. Fernando can't quite field off his own bowling, so Luxton can take one.
Yeah, I love the understanding between these 2 batters. You know, they know that there are times when they push and they just go, and there's a single there. There are other times where they've hit it just as well, but it's just a slightly different angle, and they know that there's no run there.
60-metre boundaries all the way around, which particularly in the men's game, is a tad on the short side. Well, that's cut live up. That's a little in-cutter from Benora Fernando. Good change-up.
Yeah, and with these short boundaries, then, you know, you've got to be looking at 200 plus for a pass score.
Yeah, average first innings winning score on this ground in the last 5 years of men's T20s is 210. So that kind of gives you a guide price as to what Yorkshire would be wanting. And as Moeen Ali said to me the other day, sometimes 200 just isn't enough. Makes room this time. Live takes just one, so Benora's come back well here. 6 off the first, and then quiet since. I wonder whether Luxton decides this is one that's got to go as well. We've seen, just thinking into recent games here at Headingley, teams have been tending to get at least 60 off the power play, if not sometimes into the 70s from the opening 6 overs. Now this deep mid wicket is in now, and third has come up. So he's got to bowl into the pads of Luxton, you'd think here. And that's exactly what he does, but it's a front foot no ball. Well, Benora Fernando would have thought he'd executed the plan very well. Overstep, so that hands Luxton the chance of a free hit, which, again, based on the field, you would think is going to be in towards the pads. But also don't forget the wind. So the wind normally blows towards the east stand. Today, it's blowing the ball towards from where Luxton is batting right now, deep backward square leg. There's someone from the ground staff, Richard Robinson, the head of the ground staff, said to me, whoever uses that wind better will probably be in business. So does Luxton look into the wind? Certainly tries. Get one to finish off the over, but I feel like he's missed out a bit from the free hit. Doesn't really take full advantage. So 11 off the over then. 37 without loss after 3. As a few fans enjoy an ice cream. Makes me think of that Ravi Shastri commentary clip. They seem to be having a good chuckle and enjoying the refreshment.
Yeah, I'm not sure about the blue ice cream. I've seen a lot of people walking around with blue ice cream, and I'm not quite sure.
You're a traditional flake kind of person.
I'd like the flake. Yeah, I like a 99. Yeah, I'll go with that.
You want your vanilla ice cream and your flake. Other flavours available, of course.
Yeah. Talking about power play, I think it's more important not to lose wickets.
The start of the 4th is down the ground from Luxton, and that's his first 6. Gets the long levers out.
Trademark shot from Will Luxton. Step forward. Those big long levers. He's a tall young man, and he can swing straight through the ball, and it goes straight back over the bowler's head for 6.
He's someone who people have talked about these sort of no-look 6s. That wasn't one of them, but he's such a clean timer of a cricket ball. He's not one of these ultra-modern players who you sit next to and they've got enormous muscles. Oh, he goes back and he's thrashed that cross-court forehand, really, a little bit Wimbledon style through extra cover. He's an effortless timer of the ball when he gets it right, and that's what we're seeing in this over from Will Luxton.
Yeah, a little bit of a top spin shot that, wasn't it? Sort of just hit it down the line, although it was out to extra cover.
Top of the bounce. Luxton showing just what he can do. And Luxton is going to get 4 more here. My goodness me, does he look in some touch? Stone is under all sorts of pressure. He's bowled 9 balls in this spell. He's gone for 30.
When you see a young man batting like this, you think, wow, the future is bright, not only for Yorkshire, but for England as well, because the technical side of these shots are just superb. Head over the ball, feet moving, all the weights transferring through into the shot, and it's just shooting over the boundary.
It reminds me of something Johnny Bairstow said after his big partnership with Luxton in the Roses game last year. He stands tall on that one, but Straight at extra cover, even if the shide hit Luxton and made it home. Bairstow said, special talent, isn't he? He strikes the ball so clean and free-spirited and fearlessly. There is a difference between him and other players. It's a gift. There's been hints of this coming over a little period of time. If he keeps learning and developing, he can take that next step. And that next step was him referring to the possibility of Luxton playing for England. He, of course, got his first championship ton this season, 167 against Scarborough, against Warwickshire at Scarborough, beg your pardon. Live straight at cover point. Brings the welcome relief of a dot for Stone, who's having to call on all of his experience here at a very tough ground to bowl in the power play on. Pennington, beg your pardon. Scoreboard at the bottom will realise in good time. Pennington's first over was relatively quiet initially, but it's proving quite expensive now, as Live will get one to finish off the over. So the over ends up going for 16 all told, 53 without loss. Wonder whether Joe Clark looks at something different here, because Yorkshire have seized control early doors.
Yeah, and the thing that I've really admired the men for this year is that they play out very few dot balls. And you say, well, what does that... Well, the point of that being there's 120 balls that they've got to bat. One a ball is 120. And then when you add in the boundaries, suddenly you've got a total that is massive if you can minimise those dot balls.
So, thinking to do for Notts. And I'm not too surprised we've seen this. So George Linder comes on. Linder's had an excellent blast. 13 wickets at an average of 20. He's gone at 8.2 and over, which in a high-scoring men's game these days is pretty quiet. Linder hopes he's got Live. Taking a flick off something. The 34-year-old all-rounder from Cape Town, South Africa. Extensive franchise experience across the world. Very much the modern globe-trotting cricketer. Straight to deep backward square. He's played for MI Cape Town, the Hawk Highlanders, St Kitts and Nevis Patriots, MI New York, and the Lucknow Super Giants. Doesn't get big term, but he gets grip. He's got a good arm ball. Likes to keep the stumps in play. Field is signposted to give Live no width here. Does Live go inside out? Live tries to make room again for that sweep. Well, Live's appealing that it's not been wided. I mean, Live has stepped across there. It's millimetres from hitting the leg stump.
As long as the umpires are consistent, because I too thought, oh, I think that will be a given as a wide, and it wasn't. So I can understand Adam's frustration there.
Live instead comes down the track. He's got this very high and very long. So 6 from Live off Linder. Something had to give after 3 dots in a row, and it does. It's not something we actually see too often from Adam Live in recent years against spin. He used to come down and charge it a lot more, but clearly decided he needed to do it there.
Yeah, I think frustration was building in there. You know, as I previously mentioned, there's very few dot balls. We've suddenly had three dot balls in the over, in this over, which is unusual for these guys.
Live makes room, wants to get it through the offside, but can't. Great fielding by Benny Howell. You'd expect no less from him. That goes back to what I mentioned. It's this ring of 5 on the offside. So it's one thing Live's talked about, being part of his T20 renaissance, making sure he's scoring on both sides of the wicket. Does he look to go inside out through that offside again? Doesn't. He's just nibbling away. Live is wanting to, and he sent Luxton back. And if it was a direct hit, it might have been tight. as well, that ends well for the home side. 60 without loss after 5 then, but the change up to spin has definitely worked there. Linda goes for just 7 off the over, 6 of those coming in that one shot down the ground.
Yeah, and the making amends or making hay while the sun shines, as they say in the power play overs, is key. So 60 at the moment with 1 over to go is key, but the also key factor is no wickets in the power play. That then gives you a platform from which you can really tee off as you go through the innings.
Binora back, went for 11 from holding the 3rd over of the innings. He's had a change of ends now, it's on from the Howard stand end. Short, there to hit, and Live happily hits it. That's a nothing ball, and Live in this form just isn't going to miss out. It's a sit up and hit me kind of delivery. 6 more for Live.
Are the sides quite even, Michael, from a boundary perspective?
Yep, it's pretty much 60
It always
all the way.
looks shorter to the Western Terrace.
It's an optical illusion because because of basically the slope of the stands, essentially. We are on a uniform 60 metres all the way around. It's down to about 56 for around deep mid-wicket now for Live. So not too, it's more the wind. So Live hitting out to deep mid-wicket now would be hitting with the wind. Live instead, I'm not quite sure he wanted this to go exactly there, but he was trying to open the face somewhat, uses the pace of Binora Fernando against him. So Live putting the Sri Lankan under enormous pressure on this over, which has gone for 10 off 2.
Yeah, a bit of a Sturkalis shot there, wasn't it? Looking to drive through the covers, and it went down through 3rd man.
I'm not totally sure how much it was, unlike the Dutch maestro for Yorkshire's women's team. It
Who
was
controls it there? Yeah.
Opening the face, so much as I think that came more off the outside half of Live's bat. Live this time goes with the wind, and so that will go for 6 by quite a distance in the end. A great demonstration of using the conditions in your favour, but Notts have got to look at the plan. That's a 2nd ball in this over that's been almost in that exact same area from Binora Fernando, and both of them have gone for 6.
Yeah, really great shots from Adam Lyth. He's really taking advantage of those short pitch balls and swinging freely through them, and there's a man who's had a few runs in the last few games that has the confidence to hit through it.
Looks completely different player to this format last season, Adam Lyth. It's a massive transformation from a man who wasn't getting in Yorkshire's T20 team. Well, that's a wide. Well, Binora Fernando was trying to hide it out there because he saw Live back away, so you could say somewhat that Live has induced that. Pennington is coming across to have a chat just out of the shot of your live stream pictures there with Tom Moores about plans. It's an over in danger of becoming very, very damaging for the Outlaws. Sliced, and will be 4 more. Well, completely not where Live intended that one, but it manages to get away to the right of Jack Haynes at deep backward point, and this over's gone for 21 off 4.
Yeah, great hitting from the Yorkshire openers, both of them. We're focusing on Lyth at the moment, but Luxton's going strongly as well, 31 off 13 balls. Adam Lyth, you could say, is just 1 shot away from a 50.
Going like the Clappers here, 48 off 22. Not far off 5,000 T20 runs for Yorkshire, Adam Lyth. Lyth will go to 1 off his 50 here. Anthony McGrath saying about him and his previous dip in form. He's suited batting with a right-hander this season in Johnny, and we bat very deep. Sometimes maybe in the past he's felt more responsibility in the past to get us to a score. Now he's talked about that he can go out and play off instinct and get us off to a good start. Probably has that little bit between his teeth. He didn't do well last year. The chat about him not playing, a man of his quality, he just wants to prove people wrong, and that's a great thing to have. Buxton will take one, so at the end of the 6th, even on a ground that's known for being the 4th highest scoring T20 ground in the world, Yorkshire will be immensely happy with the position in which they sit. 82 without loss from 6. Yorkshire have gone at more than 13 and over. So I leave you in the company of Dr. Jane Powell and Aaron Viles.
Yeah, great start, great power play for Yorkshire. They'll be very happy with that. I spoke to a number of members before I came up, and they were all very excited about this game and the prospects of getting themselves into a quarter-final spot by rights with a good position today, you know, taking momentum into the next few games, so, or hoping that there will be a next few games. So a great start, no wicket, 83 runs, sorry. Thought it was 82, my apologies. 23 off the last over.
It's a terrific start, isn't it, for Yorkshire? Both of these two going hammer and tongs early doors. Will Luxton already into the 30s. Only just faced his 15th delivery. Of course, Adam Lythe doing what Adam Lythe does best, destroying opposition bowling lineups. And well played by Luxton.
Yeah, Linda's bowled well. You know, he's one of the better return bowlers on what we've seen so far. You know, he's into his 2nd over and he's only conceded 8 runs at the moment. So they'll be looking for him to capitalise on that.
But he's got quite an interesting story, because I've seen quite a bit of George Linder over the years, especially in South Africa's domestic circuit. He started off as a seam bowler, and when he turned to spin, he was basically an arm ball specialist, didn't really turn it too much. So he bowls here to Adam Lythe, who looks to just turn that away onto the onside, and this will be a 50 for Adam Lythe. Brings it up from just 24 deliveries. It includes 3 4s and 5 6s, and he has provided the perfect platform for Yorkshire to go on and get a big total in this first innings.
Yeah.
Well batted, Adam Lythe.
One of Yorkshire's favourite sons, you know, he's sort of such a crowd favourite, such a member's favourite, and batted well to get that 50 this afternoon.
Luxton alongside him going at a strike rate of 200 plus, but George Linder here just providing a little bit of reprieve for Nottinghamshire. Bowling a very good length so far. Well, hung outside the off stump and well stopped by Binura Fernando. Of course, after these two, though, Yorkshire still have so much batting to come.
Yeah.
With the likes of Root and Bairstow, Moeen Ali, Matt Revis, Don Best, Hassan Ali. He can certainly give it a good whack.
AJ Ty.
AJ Ty, precisely. This will be a quickly ran single to round out the 7th over. Very tidy one that from George Linder. He's had a very solid start to proceedings indeed. But it's Yorkshire who are firmly on the front foot here in Leeds. The White Rose 87 without loss after 7.
Yes, that's a really good, just seeing the crowd applauding Adam Lythe as the announcer just clarifies how many balls Adam Lythe took to get his 50. A really great stop. As a young man with a Pakistan hat on and an Argentinian football shirt.
It isn't, that's Malaga.
Oh, that's Malaga.
That is Malaga.
There we go.
That is a man with footballing taste. Or as they say in Spain, sabor, which is actually what it says on his shirt as well. That's the shirt sponsor of Malaga. So, for the first time from the Howard stand end, we'll see a little bit of Benny Howell, real box of tricks. As Adam Lythe straight away looks to swivel that one away. Benny Howell, of course, joining Yorkshire from Hampshire. having previously plied his trade for the glorious Gloucestershire County Cricket Club. Someone who has an entire arsenal, a plethora of slower balls at his disposal, and an excellent T20 option for the Outlaws to have.
You mean joining the Outlaws, not joining Yorkshire?
Did I say Yorkshire?
For those who aren't sure, Nottinghamshire in green, yes.
Here he is, bowling this time against Luxton. Just moves slightly outside of his leg stump. Dot ball bowled there by Benny Howell, who, for those as well who like their cricketing trivia, he was born in France. He was born in Bordeaux, was Benny Howell. Very much educated in Oxfordshire. A single down the ground for Will Luxton. I mean, these past couple of overs have just taken a little bit of the early sting out the tail for Yorkshire. As we've seen in that power play, all it takes, Jane, is one loose delivery. It's not even going for 4, it's going all the way for 6.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think they're just biding their time, waiting for the bad ball. The difference in the men's game is 5 fielders out compared to the women's game.
Blythe goes for the big shots and he's gone. Benny Howell has trapped him. LBW, Blythe looking to expand onto the onside, get it into the Western Terrace, not for the first time today. But his innings has come to an end. It has been a breathtaking 52 from Whitby's finest, but his race has run as far as this game is concerned. Yorkshire 89 for 1 as Benny Howell gets a much desired breakthrough for Nottinghamshire.
And you're delighted you've got out the first wicket, and then you see Joe Root coming to the crease, and you're like, here we go again. You know, so Joe loves playing for his county. The members love seeing him play for his county, and he's coming out to join young Will Luxton at the crease.
Just listen to that reception. I was looking over to the East Stands. There were people on their feet to welcome Joe Root to the crease, one of England's greatest. For some people, he might be the Three Lions' greatest ever. Here he is then, making his second appearance of the campaign. It was a quiet night in the Roses match, scored 4 from 5 deliveries, was dismissed by another England great, a certain Sir James Anderson. But here he is on his home patch. It is the one and the only Joe Root.
I will leave you and the statisticians to argue about if he's one of the greatest players. What I know, he's a great man. One of the best men you could ever wish to have in a club. He to help out everybody, the young academy players, the second 11 players, his teammates in the first team. He's one of life's greatest men.
He certainly is. Such an aesthetically pleasing cricketer as well. Here he is then, facing his first delivery, and gets off the mark straight away. Just whisks that down to long on for 1.
Yeah, he'll be applauded every single run. And you can hear there's some singing going on to welcome Joe to the crease. I won't join in, folks. It's okay. And there'll be a sudden downpour of rain if I started singing, so we won't do that.
I don't think there's any danger today, is there? Beautiful, bright blue skies overhead. So Luxton this time just turns that away down towards Freddie McCann at deep backward square. And yet again, that's back-to-back very good overs for the Outlaws of Nottinghamshire. Yorkshire now 91 for 1 after 8.
Yeah, great over from Benny Howell. And here we see the guy singing Jerusalem with his Yorkshire T-shirt on, giving it competition to the DJ. With one of our long-standing stewards, Kath, in the background there.
Love the selection.
Wonderful sight.
Look at the Hawaiian shirts as well. Very bright, bold colours on display there. Not too far away, actually, from our commentary position here in the pavilion. Was that one slightly uppish, scythed away. First up here by Will Luxton. We'll get 2 down towards deep backward point as we have had a change of bowler here. Liam Patterson-White, bit of fellow left arm finger spin. Saw it from George Linder from the Kirksall Lane end, and well, now is Liam Patterson-White, 27-year-old from Sunderland. Here he is. Oh, and he's got him. He's got him. A thick edge behind. Well taken by Tom Moores. And Liam Patterson-White strikes straight away. Both Yorkshire openers have gone in quick succession. The home side now 93 for 2 in the 9th over.
Yeah, and that's a shame for Will Luxton. He's got a good 38 off 23 balls and was just looking to take that on and just got that thick outside edge. And now we've got another one of the favourite sons coming in. Johnny Bairstow comes out to join Joe Root at the crease. There'll be many people around the world, let alone in England, who are fearful of these two batting together. But a great knock by Will Luxton and Adam Lythe means that Yorkshire in a fairly strong position still of 93 for 2, and we're only in the well, we're just starting the 9th over.
Certainly are. I tell you what, this really is one of the great sights, isn't it? For any cricket fan in this country, Root and Bairstow batting together. These two are a staple of my upbringing in cricket.
Yeah, I'm sure there's a lot of people who will pay a lot of good money to see these two batting together.
It's amazing. And then, of course, after these two, you've got Moeen Ali.
Yes.
It is a smorgasbord, really, of English, not only batting greats, but all-round greats. Here's Patterson-White then, bowling to Johnny Bairstow, who plays that one very late, looking to cut it away to deep points to no avail.
He's bowling well, Patterson-White. Just putting it in the right areas, causing a few thoughts.
He's had a pretty decent campaign, it has to be said. 9 wickets in 7 appearances for the man nicknamed LPW. Economy rate of 7.36 as well, and someone who in recent years has been part and parcel of the England Lions, of their touring sides, and even in odd home fixtures here for the County Select 11 as well. Someone who, especially in red ball cricket, I think could be in international conversations a little bit later on. Give another 2-3 seasons of good performances. Here he is to Root. How many times have we seen that exact shot in Root's career as well? Just easy, bread and butter.
Yeah, just ease it into the gap and just come through for the single.
Nicely played. Well bowled there by Liam Patterson-White. A brilliant over by the left-arm finger spinner. It goes for 4 runs, only 3 of those off the bat. And after 9 overs, Yorkshire are 95 for 2.
Yeah, seemed to get a little bit of lift on that one as it went through, and Johnny was looking to go on his back foot, but it just lifted on him and grew a little bit like the ball that Will Luxton got an edge to. So well bowled by Liam Patterson-White.
Certainly is. Just beginning to wrestle back a little bit of control here on Nottinghamshire. Those first 6 overs in the power play going for 83. The next 3 overs have gone for just 12, and I've seen the back of Adam Lythe and Will Luxton. Root the next man on strike here. Dot ball to start for Benny Howell. We'll, of course, get you some of the score updates as well. Get those towards the end of the 11th over. Got some interviews at the end of the 10th, so we'll see those at the end of this one. As Root has sliced that one straight to the fielder at backward points. And Joe Root has got to go for 2. Benny Howell continues to do the damage here for Nottinghamshire. And Yorkshire have lost 3 within the space of 2 and a bit overs. The White Rose 95 for 3 now here in the 10th.
Yeah, disappointment all round. Disappointment for Joe Root, disappointment for the spectators, but elation for the Nottinghamshire Outlaws with that 3 quick wickets in 3 overs, in the last 3 overs. So they'll be pleased with that, because with Lythe and Luxton setting off like trains, they could have been misled into thinking, crikey, we're in for a battering here, but they've pulled it back, and that's why they're probably top of this division.
Most definitely. Of course, for those Yorkshire fans who maybe saw what happened in the first game of this double-header, the Yorkshire women suffered a collapse of 39 for 8. So the men's side will be hoping there isn't a repeat of that here in the afternoon game. But here he is, Moeen Ali, the ever-dangerous southpaw, a fantastic all-rounder with a real ability to hammer huge sixes. We saw that against Durham, completely tore the likes of Matty Potts and Casey Aldridge to pieces when they were bowling from the Kirkstall Lane end. He's got a job to do here against Benny Howell, who is on fire. Howell there taking all the pace off, just loops into the leg stump there of Moeen, who clips it away for one.
Yeah, and the good thing from a Yorkshire point of view now is there's a left and right-hander in there, and that they will hope that that will upset the line and length of the bowler coming in. Anybody's lost a biscuit? The cameraman's found it.
See all sorts at the cricket, don't you?
Not sure where that is. Oh,
I think that might be a mini cheddar. Great camera work, nonetheless. Here's Benny Howell then, bowling to Bairstow. It's yet another dot ball. Benny Howell here, producing a terrific spell for those of a Nottinghamshire persuasion.
yeah, if Yorkshire can just push it in the next 2 balls just to get up to that 100, that will be a nice base for them for this second part of the innings.
Well, that one will be a single. Gets Bairstow off the mark on the 5th time of asking. Simple push down the ground, really. So there you do have your little shuffle and slight alterations to the field. Reminder that the wind here for Moeen Ali is in his favour to the leg side. So if he does decide to go cross bats, conditions do favour him with those hits in towards the western terrace. Oh, instead that one just runs down towards third. Good tumbling stop there by Benura Fernando, and that will be a single to round out over number 10. So Yorkshire are 98 for 3 after a rapid start. The home side just beginning to be pegged back ever so slightly.
I am back in the crowd at Headingley this afternoon during this T20 match, and I'm joined by 2 big cricket fans. What are your guys' names?
Seb. James.
And I hear you're big Yorkshire fans. Do you have any favourite players?
Mine's Harry Buck.
Oh, that's a good one. He's on England duty at the moment. How about you, James?
Joe Root.
Joe Root. Oh, we've just seen him have a little appearance there. Hopefully, going to take to the field later and get some good catches for you while you're in the crowd.
Sorry, I've had to leave. Can you get a message down?
And
Thank you, as always, to Ellie for that interview. As we see Liam Patson-White continuing here from the Kirkstall Lane end.
Just had a message from Jill Smith for those of you who have bought the What Yorkshire Cricket Means to Me books. She's just said they've run out of books over in the long room and raised £5,000.
Wow.
That all goes to the Yorkshire Past Players Association, who can then, they've given money to the walking cricket event in group in Halifax, in Harrogate, and a number of other things. So if you've bought a book, thank you for your support. And if you haven't bought your book, then just order one on the website and let's sell another £5,000 worth. Thank you.
Well, that really is amazing. Goes to show how much Yorkshire cricket means to people, doesn't it?
It really does, and it's such a great concept, such a great book. You can find out all the people who have cricket as a big part of their life, whether they're tea ladies, whether they're ground staff, whether they're players, administrators, etc.
Absolutely. Well, Yorkshire have brought up the team 100 in this 11th over. Admittedly, has taken quite a few additional deliveries compared to the first 50, which arrived in the 4th over. Lythe and Luxton were teeing off against the new ball bowlers. Since then, though, spin has held the key, and pace off from Benny Howell, with the keeper stood up to the stumps, has been very, very good indeed. Something, of course, for Yorkshire themselves to maybe be making a note of.
Both of the spinners from this Kirkstall Lane end have had the batters playing and missing, and I'm sure Moores behind the stumps will be very excited.
Most definitely. End of the over then. Yorkshire remain 100 for 3. Did promise a little bit of a score update. We'll start in the central and west because a couple of these scores do potentially impact Yorkshire in that chance of a home quarter final. So for those of a White Rose persuasion, you'd be hoping that Glamorgan can beat Gloucestershire. And the Welsh county racked up 235 for 7 at the Seat Unique County Ground in Bristol. Gloucestershire are 15 without loss after 1.4 overs in that one. So we'll keep you updated with that game. Howell continues here against Bairstow, who carves that away through backward point delightfully for 4. That is a trademark shot from Johnny Bairstow.
Yeah, a great shot there by Johnny Bairstow, and that will start to make him relax a little bit. You know, you can almost sense that he's a little bit, I want to get this job done. I want to get this done for the team, for the county, and not playing as fluently as he has done.
No, I think that is definitely fair to say with Bairstow this season. When he's been on it, he has got some huge knocks, but there have been a few slightly lower ones by his lofty standards. Be hoping it's the former today. After this ball as well, we'll provide you an update from Hove, which is another important game for Yorkshire. Slightly drags back the length there, does Howell. Bairstow just clips that off the hips for 1. So, Sussex reached 186 for 5 from their 20 overs. In response, the Hampshire Hawks are 9 for 1 in the second over. And again, Hampshire, they alongside Surrey on 28 points in the South Group. If Yorkshire were to win this one, they'd be on 30. If Gloucestershire and Hampshire lost, both of those teams would not be higher seeds than the White Rose. That'll be another dot ball. Benny Howell, he's got it on a string at the minute.
Yeah, and I've noticed that during the season that Moeen Ali is often quite slow, and that's not meant derogatory, you know, to get going. But once he gets going, crikey, then you can't stop him. You know, it's 4s, 6s. So you just have to be patient and allow him the time he needs to play himself in.
Well played down the ground. Long on will do the fielding. Liam Patterson-White, the man down in that position. Yeah, it's funny you mention that, Jane, because Moeen Ali, of course, was part of a previously Birmingham Bears, now Warwickshire Bears team, who valued very highly boundary percentage. So dot balls weren't a huge issue, as potentially it might have been in maybe the past decade or so in T20s. They were looking at effective boundary percentage. Bairstow will not get that beyond Benura Fernando. So you're happy for someone like Moeen to have a slightly slower start from his first 10 to 15 balls. After that, though, the strike rate, as you said, can climb and climb incredibly quickly. He's a man who doesn't necessarily score as many 4s as 6s. When it gets hits, it stays hit.
Yeah. And they've got the advantage of knowing there's people who are yet to come in who can bat as well.
Simple single there for Johnny Bairstow. End of over number 12. Yorkshire 107 for 3. So, Benny Howell, when we speak about bowling in partnerships and tandem, he has been the perfect foil for the spin bowlers.
Yeah, I think he's a really tidy bowler as we've got carpool going on. Let's see if anybody is going to drive the carpool, the Vertu car. Karaoke as we go out there. The windscreen wipers are on. Not sure what they're getting rid of. Must be the flies.
They're having a great time, aren't they? The home fans here. George Linder will replace Liam Patterson-White. So still left arm finger spin from this the Kirkstall Lane end. These two has been a sedate start. Feels like there could be an action ball coming sooner rather than later. Won't be that one, that's a dot ball.
Yeah, and Howell's only got 1 over left of his spell, and this is Linda's 3rd over. The others bowlers have not been quite so economical, so Yorkshire will be having a look at what they can hit here, as that one is hit and it's a misfield at point. They'll come through for at least 2.
Yeah, rare mistake that by George Munsey. He's been pretty good in that fielding position, not only today but throughout the season. Just let it squirm underneath him.
Yeah, not an easy place to field, isn't it, that one, because it's very difficult to pick it off the bat.
And of course you've got to judge the spin and the angle of it as well.
Yeah.
Which on that occasion, just got it slightly wrong, cost his side 2. Oh, Bairstow winds up for the big shot. Ali came down quite a few paces, but it won't be a run.
Yeah, he looked like he was setting off there, didn't he, Moeen Ali? But Johnny Bairstow, the rock is still there.
He's definitely eyeing up that Western Terrace, isn't he? Instead goes for the reverse. That one has been played perfectly by Johnny Bairstow. A fantastic 4 from the Yorkshire number 4.
Yeah, I'm not sure Mr. Fernando is used to seeing reverse sweeps round to that area, so that was probably a little bit lack of practice of that shot, fielding against that shot. It was well played by Johnny Bairstow, but I think there was a little bit of shock on the fielder's face, and he's just been moved finer as a result.
Yeah, I think that's a wise decision as far as Nottinghamshire are concerned. Bairstow goes again, and he places it precisely where Fernando was the ball before. That is outrageously well played by Bairstow.
That is so frustrating as a captain for Nottinghamshire. I'll move you. It's a bit like shutting the gate after the horse has bolted, as they say. You know, we're chasing the ball. The ball went there. I'll put you there now. Now he'll hit it where you were. I wonder what they'll do now. Will they move Fernando back to where he was now, or will they leave him where he was for the second attempt? Oh, we've moved another fielder into that space now.
Yeah, Munsey's just taken a couple of steps to his left just to try and close the cordon. Bairstow plays that one rather softly into the onside for 1 run. So that will be the end of over number 13. A productive one for the home side. Yorkshire are 118 for 3 after 13, as we'll have a quick change here in the comms box. We'll replace Dr. Jane Powell for the time being, let her have a well-earned rest, and on in her place will be the excellent Michael McCann.
Thanks very much, Aaron. Too kind. So 7 overs left. 2 a ball from Yorkshire gets them past 200, and really, particularly from being 83 without loss out of the power play, I think anything less for Yorkshire would feel like an enormous disappointment. The last 7 overs, Howell's new over starts being flashed through backward point for 4. Short and wide, and having bowled a brilliant first 3 overs, that's possibly the worst ball of his spell so far.
Yeah, I'd agree. He's kept it very, very tidy, as Benny Howell. That one just gave Bairstow far too much width and hasn't got the right field for that delivery as well. There's no protection behind deep point, so yeah, he's got to be careful if he's going to do that more regularly.
Before that ball, the last 7 overs have gone exactly at 5 and over for the loss of 3 wickets. It's not something it's something we've seen quite often this season, actually. A bit of a de-acceleration outside the power play here at Headingley. Short this time, and kind of drag pulled around the corner by Bairstow. Peter Moores, Notts head coach, talked in the reverse fixture about how when Bairstow gets going, he's one of the very hardest to stop. Moeen Ali, meanwhile, he likes a look. We've seen this. Against Durham here, he was 18 off 16, then hit 7 sixes from 10. I wonder whether he decides about now is the time to launch. He does. There we go. He's had a look, and Moeen Ali now decides he's going to go. That's an enormous 6, and might just be what he needs to kickstart this innings.
You could see that from a mile away, couldn't you? I mean, you said it perfectly there, Michael. Great timing on your end, but you could see he was just playing a little bit within his means. And then this is the ability of Moeen Ali. He can go at a moment's notice. It's a lovely shot, and that is his first 6.
And goes again. Well, that is trademark Moeen Ali. The flowing extra cover, effortless looking drive. It's one of the signature shots of his great career. Back-to-back boundaries. The hands are flowing. My goodness me, he looks in some rhythm.
Certainly does. All we're missing now is a big pull shot into the Western Terrace, and that is the Moeen Ali trifecta.
Well, he's hitting with the wind when he hits towards mid-wicket and wide long on here. He'll definitely have that on his mind. He did that very effectively against Casey Aldridge against Durham when hitting him for 4 sixes in an over. Does Moeen go again? He does, as promised. Very, very high and more than long enough as well. 6-4-6 for one of England's finest. It's a pattern we predicted. He has a little look, and then once he goes, the car goes from being in 5th gear to 1st with no room for 4th, 3rd and 2nd. It's straight to the top.
Goodness me, that is an almighty hit from Moeen Ali. And look at Benny Howell's figures now. He had 2 for 14 from his first 3. And Moeen has completely tore him to shreds in this 14th over. Can he finish it off with a flourish? Such is the nature of modern T20 cricket. I think he's going to look for the positive option. Or not. Or not, Moeen.
Conventional dot to finish then. So the over kickstarts Yorkshire at the back end of the innings. 2 for 35 off 4. Moeen Ali said to me after that Durham game, you try and pick your bowlers, target either the short side or with the wind. You get to the point as a batter sometimes where you think you've got no choice, and sometimes that's better. I like to have a good look if I can. We had a great platform and everyone's chipping in, which can be scary for other teams. I do think there's a bit of a similarity. I know it was a run chase, but between that Durham run chase and what we've seen here, the good start that others had done meant that there wasn't an absolutely immediate pressure to score, and as demonstrated there, he knows that he'll catch up. Liam Patterson-White with 1 for 5 off his 2 so far. Spin's been doing the trick for Notts as Bairstow goes on the reverse. It just about gets over backward point. So Bairstow would have hoped to collect 4, but he won't. Instead, it will be 3. It's safe to say the Yorkshire fans across that side of the ground feel like it should be 4. Ultimately, with the umpires 60 metres away, most of the time it pretty much goes on trust, really. And we were more than 60 metres away up here in the 4th tier of the pavilion. We're about 150 metres away from Jack Haynes. Makes room, Moeen Ali. Might be gone here. Is gone. It's a neat catch coming around by Ollie Stone. Just as Moeen Ali had decided the accelerators needed to be put on, he's trying to access that gap between long on and mid-wicket. He's out for 20 off 14, 142 for 4.
Hitting against the wind as well, which I think is the key thing there, because Ollie Stone had a lot of ground to make up and it just looped and spiralled and stuck a little bit in the air. Plenty of hang time allowed for the former Warwickshire man to get across, and Moeen is gone for what was an entertaining 20. However, Yorkshire would have been hoping for far more than that today as they venture towards, well, hopefully a 200 plus as far as the home team are concerned. And as one destructive power hitter departs the field of play, another one enters. Next into bat is Matt Revis.
He didn't get all of it. You're spot on, though, with the wind, because it's one of those that in the absolute reverse direction, there's every chance, particularly in the modern era, with bats and physiques as they are, it still does go for 6. And as it was, it just drags and holds 10 metres in. It's still a good catch from Stone, because it was hard to judge. There's quite a breeze out there. Matthew Revis has been in fantastic form recently. 69 not out, 34 not out, 13 and 52 in his last 4 T20 innings. A 50 in defeat against the Red Rose on Friday night. Revis in his best T20 form of his career, really, never mind just this season. Revis off and running. Moeen Ali said it's amazing how he's batting now compared to initially. He looks like almost a slightly different player. He's a good player, I know he's got power, but recently he's looked a lot more relaxed than he has previously. He's taking his time, he's holding his shape a bit more. It's amazing what can happen once someone gets a bit of confidence. Bairstow puts Revis back on strike. Moeen Ali adding, he's such a strong guy, Revis. This ground, referring to Headingley, isn't big enough for him. I really enjoy watching him play, and Wharton and Luxton. Luxton's a very free spirit type of player. But I'm glad for the team that Revis is playing now because he's playing well now because he's a big player for Yorkshire. Straight back at Patterson-White. At some point, though, Notts are going to have to go back to pace on.
Yep.
And pace on has been extremely expensive. It's almost two different scorecards, really. Oh, is that gone? It is. Maybe kept a little bit low, and Revis is out for just 1 of 3. Big breakthrough for Nottinghamshire. One of Yorkshire's finest finishers is gone. 2 wickets in the over for Patterson-White. 144 for 5.
Yeah, it's one of those where he probably saw the length of it. The eyes lit up. He wanted to dispatch it into the Western Terrace, the sea of Yorkshire supporters towards his leg side. But as you said, it just kept a little bit lower than he previously anticipated. It was going on to hit the stumps. Patterson-White, what an over that is for Nottinghamshire. 2 wickets, 2 real danger men as well for Yorkshire. And well, just goes for 5 runs in addition to that. So his 4th over is going to be very, very interesting indeed. Will Yorkshire look to continue to try and take the attack to the spin, or do they see him out and then go after the pace? As you just said, Michael, every single one of those seamers has gone for above 12 runs per over.
So here comes Don Bess for his first bat since making 9 not out of 15 in the unsuccessful run chase for Yorkshire away against Leicestershire back on the 7th of June. He's not been in the Yorkshire side in T20 cricket since. Had quite a while waiting on his opportunity, but now he comes out after a little bit of a mini collapse, seeking to rebuild with Bairstow with not a lot of time. Pace is back on. It's going to have to happen at some point. Looks to be Stone. Vertu balls our challenge coming at the mid-innings interval. Whipped by Bairstow straight to deep mid-wicket. Jack Haynes has become the pantomime villain from some of the home fans today.
I'm not sure that's fair, you know.
Yeah, I agree.
I don't think that's fair. Jack Haynes is a pretty honest cricketer.
Now, there's short fine leg, but apart from that, everyone's back on the onside. Well, even Fernando's now going back, so everybody 4 back on the onside. Best hitting with the wind would be hitting through extra cover. Stone is going to look to bowl straight here. Bess might look to back away, get it through the offside. There's only cover point as cover on that offside boundary. Oh, is there a little nick? There is. Pitch up, nick off from Ollie Stone. Bess is out for a golden duck. He did stand there for just a second as if he might be somewhat disagreeing with the decision. But now off Bess troops, 145 for 6. So Yorkshire have lost 3 wickets in the space of just 7 balls here. And Bess's return to the Yorkshire T20 side with the bat is a very short one.
It really is. The amount of times we've seen that, though, from Ollie Stone over the years, it is that additional degree of pace and venom. It skids on so quickly off the surface, and I think that really is the definition of a feather behind. Bess himself, he's continued to trudge off, taking a real age to get off the field of play as Logan van Beek, the Dutch international, replaces him in the middle for the home team. But for Stone, again, that'll just give him a little bit of additional confidence. He got a real tonking in that power play He's still got a few overs remaining in this game, especially towards the death, so that's quite big for his confidence.
Now, this is a man in form who can counter-attack. 40 off 24 against Lancashire in the Roses clash on Friday, and of course famously smashed that super over from Jason Holder for 30, 3-6s and 3-4s to help the Netherlands qualify for a World Cup at the expense of the West Indies. He's been out of this Yorkshire team for most of the T20 campaign, but he got his chance on Friday because Fahim Ashraf got a hand injury. He's timed the heck out of that, but almost straight to backward point for a catching chance. Comes up on a half volley.
Goodness me, that was inches away from George Munsey's left hand.
He'll be eager to prove a point. Signed this season from Leicestershire. Hasn't quite played as much as he might have liked across both red ball and white ball. But was good all round on Friday. Stone pumped up there, bowling well. He flashes his hands at that and will get off the mark. He combined with 52 from Revis, important to help narrow the margin of defeat, which I realise that is the tiniest silver lining of consolations for a Yorkshire fan in a Roses game, but it did close the net run rate damage, which massively improved Yorkshire's qualification chances. Stone will get one here. It's been a lovely comeback from Stone using all of his experiences. Only over in the power play, had gone for 16. Pennington has got 2 left. Fernando has got 2 left. Linda has 1. Patterson White has 1. Has come up to a short third. Everyone out on the onside. Stone surely bowling to the pads of Van Beek, who can only dig out what's a perfect Yorker bowling to his field. And sharp work coming in from long on means it's only a single. So that's 2 great overs back-to-back for Nottinghamshire. The last 2 overs have brought 3 wickets. The end of Moeen Ali, the end of Revis, the end of Bess, and just 9 runs added, which means suddenly, from 83 without loss after the power play, 200 feels a little bit of a stretch here for Yorkshire, albeit Bairstow and Van Beek, there's still Ty, Ali and Trahan. We know this Yorkshire team back deep. They'll fancy their chances of a big 4.
Absolutely. Although I tell you what, it takes some effort when it gets to 200 plus. Feels like this over from Patterson White. It's got to go. If Yorkshire are to get a huge total here, they have got to take the attack to the left-arm finger spinner, who has had a tremendous day. 3 for 10 from his 3, and I can hardly think of a ball that he's put in the wrong place.
3 for 10 from his 3. He might have a 4th. He doesn't, just sliding down leg against Van Beek. Patterson White, who is now with these 3 wickets up to 12 wickets in the blast this season, coming at an average of hovering around 13. He's been exceptional. Economy rate around 7. So Van Beek will get just 1 there.
Well, I've got to be honest, Michael, I've seen a lot of Patterson White over the years, from his first days coming through in this Nottinghamshire first 11, and he really does continue to impress me, not only with the ball, but with his batting. His batting, his fielding. It's a proper 3-dimensional cricketer.
Yeah, and win a game that demands it really these days, particularly in this format. The era of the proper specialist is almost being forgotten. You've got to be able to field pretty decently, and you've got to be able to deliver it at least semi-competently in both of the other 2 skill sets, batting or bowling, or of course batting and keeping. I know not literally every player fits that bill, but most players down the 11 do now. You think if we're in an era where teams want 6 bowling options, most teams tend to have a couple of keeping options. The specialists are quite rare, as the 150 is up for Yorkshire, but it's up a little slower than they might have liked. Van Beek still Just having a look, and it's another quite over unless this last ball goes to the boundary. Is that on Bairstow's mind here? Which is 100 to 150, taking them 41 deliveries. Bairstow blocks the final ball of the over. So it's another quiet over for Yorkshire. 151 for 6 then. You do sense that something's going to have to give in these last 3. Surely will be Stone to return, given how brilliant this previous over was. I reckon we'll see 2 overs from Stone here, and then it's going to be 1 from Pennington, Fernando or Linda.
Well, it looks like it's going to be Fernando from the Howard stand end. Also, just a word there on Liam Patterson-White. Those are career best bowling figures in T20 cricket for the 27-year-old. His previous best were 3 for 20. Of course, that 3 for 13. What an outstanding spell of spin bowling that was.
High-class stuff from the 27-year-old from Sunderland. He's been part of a couple of England Lions squads in the past. Slower ball, almost a comically slower ball from Binura, but it's clever cricket. Pulled round the corner, sharp running gets 2. I think we really are going to see the kitchen sink, the chairs, the dining table, the dishwasher, the crockery, the best china, the teapots thrown at it now.
Well, they've got to. It's as simple as that. You've still got a couple of guys to come in, Hassan Ali and AJ Tai, who can give it a proper good hammering. So they've got licence now, especially Van Beek in this over. Can he take the attack to Fernando?
He certainly tried to, but this has gone extremely high, and it will plug safe. Would have been an easy catch for a conventional mid-off, but it landed in that sort of Bermuda triangle where long on and long off coming in, and the bowler all had no chance. But it's a moral victory and just 1-2 figures for Binura, who has come back pretty well here after a particularly tough second over. Started his third reasonably well. Unlucky to not get a wicket there. Just lost his radar though.
Well, Nottinghamshire fans will be hoping for better returns come the quarter-finals, of course. Fernando replacing Muhammad Ali, Pakistan international, who had an outstanding campaign. He was stellar. For a lot of people, they probably never would have seen him bowl in a T20, but good pace, nice lines, good field placement as well. Got quite a few as a result of good captaincy and good planning from the bowler.
Another slow ball from Binura, and it's a shot that's got a hint of the tennis about it. That's away for 1. Hampshire in a run chase against Sussex need 187 to win their 35 for 1 off 4. Gloucestershire 59 without loss after 5, going superbly, but they need 236 to win against Glamorgan at Bristol, which is always one of the highest scoring grounds. Now, if Gloucestershire or Hampshire are successful in those run chases, Yorkshire cannot have a home quarter-final.
Correct.
There's also, Yorkshire would need Surrey, who host Essex later, to fail to win. Free hit, no ball. Big chance for Bairstow to finally get Yorkshire's innings back into top gear. Inside out, it's Van Beek, beg your pardon, who will get 1. I mean, you can almost make the case at this stage of the innings, I know not literally, but it's almost like every ball's a free hit anyway. They've got to go. I guess what I'm trying to say is it shouldn't really change the degree of risk with which these two are batting. The only thing I could wonder is the third game on this pitch is used. Maybe the par score's a little lower than we'd often think it is, up around 200. Maybe that's something that Yorkshire are thinking. All gone. Superb from Binura Fernando. That is the end of Bairstow. For 33 of 28. He's had a tough day, the Sri Lankan international, but that's a moment to remember. Coming in for Nottinghamshire, this just his second game for the Outlaws, and that will help not keep pegging Yorkshire back. 159 for 7.
Goodness me, that is a perler from Benura Fernando, completely sending the middle stump astray. Getting Bairstow for 33 as well. Crucial wicket when it comes to Yorkshire potentially getting 180 plus in this one. Bairstow, as we know, especially from what would have been the Kirksall Lane end, hitting into the wind on the leg side. That's why that is such a big wicket. But full credit to Fernando. He had an absolute pasting in the power play. He's come back very strongly indeed towards the death.
Well, he's bowled a wide and a noble in this over, and yet he's still only gone for 7. And he's got rid of Bairstow. Our scoreboard will update and cotton on in good time. It is Ty and Van Baker out there. Ty's first ball flipped wristily round the corner. He's had a very good blast with the bat, AJ Ty. 56 off 23 was the partnership between he and Hassan Ali to take Yorkshire to victory against Derbyshire. And then he got 44 off 17 in the match against Hampshire, and also chipped in with 29 not out of 14 in the Roses match on Friday. So we've seen repeatedly that AJ Ty can be a destructive power hitter down the order. Yorkshire desperate to see that again. 160 for 7 since the power play. 72 balls bowled, from which Yorkshire have actually still not yet doubled their score from out the power play. 83 for none after 660 for 7 now. They've only gone at just a tickle over a run a ball since that power play. Here's Linda, and Ty has thrown the bat and lost his stumps. Well, they talk about giving it the long handle. The Australian has taken that a little bit too literally there. 160 for 8. It is yet another wicket. Yorkshire's collapse continues. And Linda, who so often is good at being stump to stump with the arm ball, shows it yet again.
Well, he does. I mean, slightly comical in a way that with AJ Ty, because the bat has completely flown towards, well, what would have been fine leg, but he's had his stumps disturbed, and that now brings the ever-entertaining Hassan Ali into the middle. We know what this guy can do. He's the kind of player who all he needs, a couple of balls in the slot, they go for 6, and it gives him that extra degree of belief and self-confidence heading into the bowling innings as well. So this could be interesting with Hassan Ali. Tends like we always seem to say that, but will he take the attack to the spin, or does he wait until the 20th and go after the pace?
Yep, and please forgive our scoreboard, which is still catching up. Just a couple of technical gremlins in there. Bairstow, of course, out. It is Hassan Ali now on strike, having just got out there alongside Logan Van Beek. Hassan Ali off the mark. I'd mentioned that partnership he had with AJ Ty. He made 31 not out of 12 here. That's comfortably his most significant contribution with the bat. He hasn't been needed to bat very often. He's got 3 golden ducks, which is slightly the nature of where he bats in the order. Every single time he's gone out and tried to hit the first ball he's faced for 6 and got out in doing so. Be 1 for Ty. So just 1 over left after this, and Nottinghamshire will feel like they've got the momentum of this game as they chase a 9th straight win, a club record. Sweat aiming for the shorter boundary with the wind. Clever shot, fetched from almost the wide line, and that will be 6. First boundary in a little while, and it's Hassan Ali who gets it.
Yeah, of course it is. Of course it's Hassan Ali who gets it. He absolutely loves his batting, does this man. Just clobbers it towards the Western Terrace for 6. I make it 168 for 8. I'm not a scorer.
Down the track this time. This could be 6 more. It will be 6 more. It sails into the stands. Well, this is what Hassan Ali can do. It's exactly what you want at this stage of the innings. He goes bang, bang. Fancy footwork. Meets it on the half volley.
Goodness me, the sound that made as well. Absolutely pitch perfect that from Hassan Ali, who again continues to provide the goods. It's an ominous sign heading into the Nottinghamshire run chase.
174 for 8. We make this the last ball of the penultimate over. As he should be gone here. He is gone. Binora Fernando wasn't going to drop that. Hassan Ali was pretty much running off the moment he skied it in the air. It's an honourable way to go, though, for Yorkshire's Pakistani showman, who's going to be enormous with the ball as Yorkshire try and defend what looks to be a slightly under par total. And out walks Jaffa Trahan, who certainly can give it the long handle himself. He got 7 not out of 3 in the Roses match. He rarely gets to play in innings of any substance for Yorkshire because he's normally the last batter. He's got Van Beek for company with just the 1 over left. Scoreboard just catching up there, as you can see, to the reality of the game state. 173 for 9 then we have it as. Van Beek facing up, just Trahan for company now. Comes wide of the crease, sounded good off the bat. Straight at Haynes at deep mid-wicket, who is fully into his role as in the pantomime villain of the home fans.
It does help out us as commentators, though, because every single time we hear that cascade of boos, you know it is, unfortunately, Jack Haynes. Who, as I said, I don't think he deserves that.
Yeah.
I really don't. It was a good bit of fielding down towards that pocket.
Ollie Stone has closed out this innings very nicely. Having been expensive earlier on, but that's a poor ball. And just helped round the corner for 6 of the best from Logan van Beek. Well, when he gets going, the Dutch maestro is a fine, fine striker of a cricket ball. Maybe that's the shot that can help him launch in this final over.
Great shot, isn't it? From Logan van Beek, almost dismissive in the way in which he's just rocked onto the back foot, bang, out towards deep backward square. Terrific, terrific strike that from the Dutchman.
Please forgive us again for the scoreboard issues. Just busy picking apart the technical gremlins in that. Yorkshire trying to surge towards 200 with a big last over. That was Stones had to show all of his knowledge here just to pull things back after an expensive first over. A ground that can be very hard to bowl on. They will should have got just 1. A slight misfield means that they will get 2. So Van Beek has the strike back, which is probably what Yorkshire would prefer, given that he's the one in and seeing it better. Make it Yorkshire on 182. And apologies for slight scoreboard issues. That is helped to leg side, right in the gap and right for 6. Well, this is what Van Beek can do. Dangerous hitter at the back end of the innings. Looked in great touch for his 40 in the Roses match on Friday night. 60-metre boundaries, slightly on the light side for men's modern cricket, and particularly for a unit of a man like Logan van Beek.
Yeah.
Those broad shoulders, he doesn't miss a day in the gym.
Slightly confused by the plan here from Nottinghamshire.
Yeah, everybody's out on the onside. They just seem to be guilty of just bowling at the pads of Van Beek. Want 2 here. They will get 2. I think it's in danger of being a bit simplistic, in truth. You've put all 4 out on the onside, and you've just bowled to that plan. There's no bluff.
No.
I mean, if you wanted to be generous, you'd call it a double bluff, in the sense that you're actually bowling to what you're signalling you're going to do, but they're just in danger of losing control in this last over, Nottinghamshire, having worked so hard to drag the game back in their favour. They want 1. If he hits, it's gone. They've missed. Don't the home crowd love that? Van Beek is sprinting to get back for 2, and he hasn't quite made it. So Van Beek is run out, and Yorkshire are all out from the final ball of the innings for what we understand to be 193. The scoreboard's still catching up, but that's what we reckon manually. And Logan Van Beek has played a fine old cameo there. He was good in the Roses match on Friday night, having come into the team after a while out. And Van Beek has got Yorkshire up to what we think is a score on a slightly used pitch that may be around par or just underneath it.
Yeah, I think that's a completely fair assessment. It's really been an innings of 3 distinct stages. We saw a ridiculous power play. Yorkshire were 83 without loss as a result of some devastating ball striking from Adam Lythe and Will Luxton. Then they suffered a collapse in the middle overs. They saw Luxton, Lythe, Joe Root go within successive overs. Then it was another collapse with the likes of Ali going and Revis in quick succession alongside Don Best for a golden duck. But the power hitting at the end has been superb. So that is the end of the first innings. We'll be back in around about 15 minutes' time as the Nottinghamshire Outlaws get their run chase underway here at a gorgeous sun-baked Headingley.
Right, Headingley, it's time for the anticipated Vertu Bullseye Challenge. Let's meet our contestants. Where are you from?
Hi, James from Pudsey.
And what's your name? Where are you from?
Mike from Pudsey.
Right, chaps, good luck. Who's going to go first? That'll be Mike is going first. So the score to beat is 25. Got to roll it along the ground. See if you can get a bullseye. Those will be maximum points. First ball goes in. And it's just overshot, so that's a no score for the first one. Second one up, that's looking good. Ooh, just in the bullseye, 10 points. Nice one, Mike. Third ball goes in. And that's looking like a 5. That's 15 in total so far. Penultimate ball. That one's slightly overshot, but still a 1 point. 16 at the moment. 10 points to top the leaderboard. Oh, and it's just in the 5. So that means it's 21 points in total for Mike. That's a great showing. Well done. All right, we will just reset the game, and then it will be time for James to show us what he's made of. 25 is the score to beat. Here he goes with his first one. Looking quite powerful. Overshot it, no score. Second one. Slightly softer. That's looking like it will stay on the mat, and it's 5 points for the second one. Third one goes in. That's looking nice. Another 5 points, so 10 points so far. 2 more balls to go. That one's looking quite nice. Another 5. This is a solid showing from James as well. And that final one gets 1 point. So that's 16 points in total as well for James. So that's 21 for Mike, 16 for James. Unfortunately, they don't top our leaderboard, but it was a great effort anyway. Well done, guys.
Thank you.
Cheers.
We think it's all Outlaws.
Aaron and I were like, how good is
Tuesday, I'm looking tired and feeling quite sick. I feel like there was something missing in my day-to-day life. So I quickly opened the wardrobe, pulled out some jeans and a t-shirt that seemed clean, topped it off with a pair of old shoes that were ripped around the seams. And I thought these shoes just don't suit me. Hey, I put some new shoes on and suddenly everything's right. I said, hey, I put some new shoes on and everybody's smiling. It's so inviting, no short on money but long on time. Slowly strolling in the sweet sunshine, and I'm running late and I don't need an excuse. So wearing my brand new shoes. Woke up late one Thursday, and I'm seeing stars as I'm rubbing my eyes, and I felt like there were 2 days missing as I focused on the time. Then I made my way to the kitchen, but I had to stop from the shock of what I found. A room full of all of my friends all dancing round and round. And I thought, hello new shoes, bye-bye blues. Hey, I put some new shoes on and suddenly everything's right. I said, hey, I put some new shoes on and everybody's smiling. It's so inviting, no short on money but long on time. Slowly strolling in the sweet sunshine, and I'm running late and I don't need an excuse. So wearing my brand new shoes. Take me wandering through these streets where bright lights and angels meet. Stone to stone they take me on. I'm walking till the break of dawn. Take me wandering through these streets where bright lights and angels meet. Stone to stone they take me on. I'm walking till the break of dawn. Hey, I put some new shoes on and suddenly everything's right. I said, hey, I put some new shoes on and everybody's smiling. It's so inviting, no short on money but a long time. Slowly strolling in the sweet sunshine, and I'm running late and I don't need an excuse. So wearing my brand new shoes. Oh, hey, I put some new shoes on and suddenly everything's right. I said, hey, I put some new shoes on and everybody's smiling. It's so inviting, I'm running late and I don't need an excuse. So wearing my brand new shoes.
38 for 23, but a great spell. Career best figures of 3 for 13 from Liam Patterson-White, 2 for 35 from Benny Howe, 2 for 36 from George Linder. Pegged it back for Notts. Notts already guaranteed to finish top of the North Group. Yorkshire need a result here to guarantee second, but they'll finish in second anyway, as long as they don't lose to Notts and have an enormous net run rate swing with Lancashire. Hassan Ali in for the first ball of the reply. Which is square driven by Clark for 1. Top wicket taker in the Blast this season, Hassan Ali, with 23 wickets and an average of just 12.7 and an economy rate just a tickle over 8. It's been a magnificent overseas signing. The next best in terms of wickets, James Sales from Northants with 20.
Yeah, Nottingham fought back well, I thought, at the latter end of the Yorkshire innings, and Yorkshire will be disappointed that they fell under that 200 mark.
Yeah, it was a curious sort of innings. 83 without loss from the power play, then a big period of slowing down. Yorkshire actually scored more between the first 6 overs than they did in the 12 that followed. But then from the last 2 overs of the innings, Yorkshire picked up 33 to get some momentum back into the mid-innings changeover. It's a score that's in and around par, you'd say. That's not the best ball from Hassan Ali. And just tickles it down the corner. It does go down actually his leg line, so it doesn't go down on the Pakistani internationals figures, but it's the first boundary in one way or another of the run chase.
Yeah, and we know that this outfield is very quick and the ball will run away, and that's why it was important for Yorkshire to try and place a steep target, and if Nottinghamshire bats anything like they're capable of, then this will be a very good game.
Ali finds the outside edge. Moeen Ali scampers across, keeps it to 1. Says that at 38 years young, the hardest bit of things is the fielding, but he covered the ground very well there.
Yeah, he was looking like a youngster out there. I was just going to make the same comment, Michael, you know, that he looks like he's gone back to his younger days, throwing himself around there in the field.
So the pads drifting down leg for my 2 cent.
Yeah, I mean, you only had to see where Bairstow went, and you could see that that was drifting down leg. But you're always going to expect the shout, you know. Part of it is just to make the batter feel a bit nervous about getting his legs in the way rather than his bat on it.
Yeah, sometimes it's also the old wanting to distract them so they don't run.
Yeah.
Clark and Munsey not falling for that. One for Munsey to finish the first over. 8 without loss, just 3 on Hassan Ali's figures as the 2 openers just settle into their work. They've been enormous parts of why Nottinghamshire have had such a good Blast campaign. Munsey, the 3rd highest scorer in the Blast. Only 2 players have scored more. Little quiz question for all of you at home. I'll give you an over to have a think. Who are the 2 players before today who'd scored more runs in the Blast than George Munsey? And I'll give you a clue. One of them used to captain Yorkshire. 468 runs for Munsey in the Blast so far this season. Joe Clark has been pretty good himself with 217 at a healthy strike rate. Spin into the attack early with Moeen Ali, who didn't bowl in the Roses game on Friday night, which I know surprised some. Didn't bowl in a game against Leicestershire here either. Hasn't bowled in the last couple for Yorkshire. But he wasn't far off getting a wicket there. That's gone all the way through everybody and everything. It's given us runs, so clearly got a bit of glove or bat.
Yeah, it was a good ball, that one, and certainly asking the questions from the first ball. I like seeing Moeen Ali bowling at the top here. I think he has a lot of control.
Yeah, he's just got to find his bowling rhythm back. He was very good earlier on in the campaign, but then went for 21 from his only over against Derbyshire, none for 49 off 3 against Durham, and then 2 games where he hasn't bowled. Inside out, sliced up, and it will go for 4. It's a little bit unlucky for Moeen, and it's the first boundary off the bat of the run chase.
Yeah, and that could have flown anywhere, and it flew safely for Joe Clark, down third man for 4, but it was close to Chauhan, and Revis, I think, is out now. Can't see who's out here.
Adjusts his length. Chauhan does the fielding, and scurrying back at the non-strikers is George Munsey. Pushes that one through quicker and flatter, and too short though, and Clark has absolutely crashed that away. The time from bat to boundary was what felt like a blink of an eye.
Yeah, good shot though from Joe Clark. He knows there's space over that inner ring and made sure that he gave it enough air to clear that inner ring and flash it to the boundary. So good shot.
And flayed away, met on the half volley. Well, this is dismissive from Clark. And it was intelligent batting from Munsey as well to get the single from the first ball of the over, because the matchup for Nottinghamshire is much better with the right-handed Clark facing Moeen.
Yeah, moves his feet well, does Joe Clark. Strokes it through the covers. We'll be looking potentially to go again off this final ball.
He's trying to cramp Clark for room, but Clark just goes inside out, stepping away to leg. So 4 fours in 5 balls from Joe Clark. And Moeen Ali goes for 17, so that power play experiment hasn't worked. 25 without loss for Notts. He'll be feeling confident after this good start. A club back a little while ago in the era, and likes of Samit Patel, Stephen Mullaney, Chris Reed, who was such a consistently impressive white ball side. Feels strange to think almost they haven't been in a finals day since 2020. Last winners in 2017 and 2020. They were always in and around the latter stages of the knockouts across that period. AJ Tyon starts with one that is cracked straight to Bess at short mid-wicket. Been to finals day a few more times than that as well. Semi-final losers in 2019 to Worcestershire. 2016 lost in the final to Northants. 2010 semi-final loser to Somerset. And 2006 runners-up to Leicestershire, back in just the 4th edition of this competition. And meanwhile, just 3 finals day appearances ever. Straight to backward point for 1 for Munsey. Yorkshire have only ever, of course, been in 1 last final. Runners-up against Hampshire in 2012. Losers by 10 runs, despite the excellence of Mitchell Stark's bowling and David Miller's hitting.
Uppishly, but safe as it comes round to square leg.
Munsey just getting into his work, 33-year-old, educated in East Lothian on a golf scholarship. He wanted to be a pro golfer for a long time, George Munsey. Normally, cricketers do that career arc in reverse. Chipped up, but just wide of Bess.
Yes, in fact, just been down with the past players, and the talk was about the golf matches that are coming up for Yorkshire past players. So the first one is at Ripon Golf Club. So just been talking about that. So you're absolutely right. Once you finish playing, that seems to be the course of action.
It does feel like a lot of cricketers. I remember saying this to Lauren Winfield-Hill earlier on, and she fully agreed. I'll come back to that after this ball. It does feel like a lot of cricketers spend a lot of their cricketing career getting more enthusiastic and excited about the football warm-up before the game than the cricket. And then as they get older in their career, the golf starts to come into it. And then post-career, the golf somewhat takes over. Munsey, though, all jokes aside, was a seriously good golfer. He genuinely did nearly turn pro. Steps across, frustration's building here. Something's going to happen from the final ball of this over. Well, I was going to say, I reckon, but in fact, that is the end of the over. Beg your pardon. So, 28 without loss. That's a handy bit of work from Ty, who concedes just 3. George Munsey played alongside the PGA Pro. He's also played in a few Ryder Cups, Tyrrell Hatton during his teenage years. He focused a bit more on cricket when he turned 16, and he sort of realised he was a bit better at cricket than he was tennis. Has gone on to play for Hampshire and Kent in the Blast, Brampton Wolves in the GLT 20, and he's got a T20 only contract with Notts for the Blast, and you would think this is going to lead to more opportunities, because to go back to the quiz question from 2 overs ago, the only 2 players before today's final round of Blast Group fixtures who've scored more runs than George Munsey is Bo Webster, an Australian all-rounder, and Alex Lees, former Yorkshire white ball captain, now with Durham. Logan van Beek is on, took 3 wickets in the Roses clash, but his first ball brings stand and deliver stuff from Munsey, who gets his first boundary, having just sat in and had a little look. That was there to be hit.
Yeah, good shot again. You know, I think having fielded for 20 overs, then the Notts players know how quick this outfield is, and they know they've just got to avoid the fielders, and then they can conserve their energy.
We didn't need to run for that. Oh, and Logan van Beek, not far off, taking a
specky.
Yeah, off his own bowling.
Hopefully he didn't deflect it onto the umpire. We've seen that before, haven't we?
Yeah, saw that in the women's Roses match.
Yes,
where
that was it.
Amy Clark got
yes, I was
hit
there.
by
Yeah.
Jess Jonathan at Old Trafford. Thankfully, no such repeat here. Van Beek hunting the breakthrough, and with 68 appearances for the Netherlands, took 3 for 9 in the 2014 surprise T20 World Cup win against England. Logan van Beek should have a wicket here. He does. Oh, well, it was dropped on the juggle initially by AJ Ty. And George Munsey, the 3rd highest run scorer in the entire T20 Blast this season, has had a rare failure. He's gone for just 9. And Van Beek, who got 3 in the Roses clash, has got a big one early here, 32 for 1.
I thought, oh, this is nice and straightforward, as AJ Ty put his hands up, and he then palmed it upwards and took it at the second attempt, and you could almost hear the crowd take a sharp intake of breath as it was parried up and then taken on the second attempt. At the end of the day, nobody minds as long as you take it, and it just says caught, Ty, bowled Van Beek.
So here comes Haynes, Jack Haynes, who has had a really solid blast. 264 runs at a strike rate of 139%. From Worcester initially, signed for Notts in 2024. Look out for Haynes through the covers and mid-wicket in particular. Those are his 2 favourite areas. Likes to slightly use his wrist to manipulate the ball either side of the wicket. Still in the power play, of course, with that traditional almost plan A you see from most teams in the power play. A 5-4 field with a deep square leg and a deep third. They wanted one. There's a bit of a hesitation. I think in the end, even if Dom Bess had hit, Joe Clark had made it home.
Yeah, good cricket from the Notts boys there. There was that hesitation, but once they made the decisions, they just sprinted through to make that a single on the scoreboard.
Van Beek proving a bit of a point here. He's had a bit of time out of this Yorkshire T20 team. Swivel-pulled for what will be just one. He played in the opening match for Yorkshire, which they won at Trent Bridge, none for 26 off his 3, but then he missed the following 9 with, of course, only 2 overseas players slots, and Fahim Ashraf and Hassan Ali playing, and he's only playing here because of Ashraf picking up a hand injury. That game at Trent Bridge, the reverse fixture, Yorkshire won by 7 wickets. Round the corner, Hassan Ali gets down low and keeps it to just 1. So end of an excellent over from Van Beek, who's doing his best to remind Yorkshire everyone of his abilities after not being in the team for most of this Blast campaign. 35 for 1 off 4. It's live stream free and exclusive due across the world, powered by Vertu. Scan to get involved. How far is it from Headingley to Trent Bridge?
Yeah, I'm still going with 77 miles. I go up and down that motorway a fair bit.
Hassan Ali back for his second. His first went for 8. I would imagine after this he'll be saved for a couple at the death. Flicked around the corner, accessing that short pocket. It's about 56 metres down there. He runs away fast. First boundary for Haynes. He got inside the line cleverly here.
Yeah, nice pickup. He just called it exactly right. Gets inside the line and just, it's on his hips, and he helps it round the corner. Quite a safe shot, quite a flowing shot, and very effective in the power play. Let's see how Ali responds as he comes in once more.
Again, going deep in his crease. Well, height and line, I sense, are issues here. There's a stare as well from Hassan Ali to Jack Haynes. It's a double T-ball. It's a review from Hassan Ali. He knows the facilities aren't available. Look, I have to laugh. And it's not because this is something you necessarily condone or want to see across the board, but Noah Kelly said it on commentary last week, where he went and put umpire Kettlebr's finger up with an LBW appeal on a hat-trick ball. It's kind of just his personality. This will be nibbled away for 1. It's not dissent, it's exuberance and passion. He said this on the Beard Before Wicket podcast with Moeen Ali that he did recently. It's the showmanship, it's the being in the contest.
I think you want characters. You want
Absolutely.
characters, and he's an absolute character.
And I think it's clear from the body language that it's meant as all done in jest. Belted down the ground by Clark, who gets 4 of the best there. That's just a slot ball.
Yeah, he's a competitor, and he won't like that. It'll be interesting to see how he responds in this one. But going back to the LBW short shout, and then the let's have a review type thing, you know, it may be done in jest. He just has to be careful not to overstep the mark. And I like you, just thought that was good fun and done in jest. The umpire, both hands on his hips, double teapot. Let's hope he felt the same.
This is mistimed. And out, Joe Root takes the catch. It's a great response from Hassan Ali, the perfect response from Hassan Ali. 44 for 2. Joe Clark gone for 12. The visiting skipper is out. And the leading wicket taker in the Blast this season has his 24th victim of the campaign.
And I think Hassan Ali blew him a kiss goodbye then, you know, and that's where I'm saying he's a character, but he does need to be careful that he doesn't overstep the line too much, because otherwise he'll get a fine, basically. He'll get a level 1 and he'll be called into the headmaster's room, match referee's room. But, you know, the crowd love entertainers, and there you have an entertainer who is just at the height of his game, who just loves entertaining. He loves being a character. He loves what he does. And it's just, it's contagious. You can see that the other players love it as well, and they get brought into it.
44 for 2 then Freddie McCann, the 21-year-old from Nottingham. Plays for Papelwick and Limby. He's played in a youth test for England as well against Sri Lanka. A good emerging prospect. He's made 107 runs in 10 appearances this season with a high score of 32. It's a little bit low for his liking, I'm sure. Nice effort bumper from Hassan Ali. McCann off the mark. 45 for 2 then off 5. 60 without loss. They're 5 behind on DLS knots. They're 15 behind where Yorkshire were at this stage. Yorkshire were 60 without loss, but remember Yorkshire slowed down a lot outside the power play.
That looks painful. Whatever that lady is doing to that gentleman's arm, it looks painful. It looks like he keeps wincing.
Picking a spot or a blackhead? Goodness me,
Oh.
you do see all sorts at the cricket.
He's tough. And she still loves him. Oblivion cam, I think, is what we usually call it,
Oblivious
doesn't it?
Cam, yeah. I think they are now, just realising. The world has watched that. Here's Dom Bess. Pushing this in. This isn't easy for Bess because he hasn't played in a blast game for the best part of a month since playing in the defeat against Leicestershire on Sunday the 7th of June. He's had a long time out the side. Into the pads again, but he's kind of spearing it in from right arm around, so he's going to do very well to get an LBW. It's the kind of ones you see someone giving club cricket because they go, oh, it kind of looked in line. It's like, well, yeah, but with the right arm around angle and the ball having further to travel, you're going to do very well to get one without some turn. Oh, straight back at Bess. Great take. Falls over in the process, but hangs on to it. He's a superb fielder and shows that there. That was hit with some decent venom by McCann, who has to go for just 1. So 2 wickets and 4 balls for Yorkshire. 46 for 3. Dom Bess back into the Yorkshire T20 team for the first time in more than a month. And it's a near immediate impact.
And just looking at the group there, it looked like Moeen Ali was limping. And I think he's going to possibly come off the field. He's definitely limping coming down the ground.
This is definitely a concern for Yorkshire. Moeen Ali is heading off. He's got 1 over so far. Yorkshire, of course, do have 6 frontline bowling options. Yorkshire, bar some extraordinary series of circumstances today, will be in a quarter-final of some sort on Wednesday, which is only 3 days away. So that's the other concern for Yorkshire, as it looks like George Hill is coming on. And Tom Moores to the wicket. Moores, who's been at Notts for 12 years now, has developed into a key senior player. Hit 51 not out to seal the home quarter-final spot for Notts with that recent win against Leicestershire, so he's in good form. Strike rate up above 150, which is really good going. It's a wide from Bess. He does have almost 300 runs as well, so in terms of quantity and rate scored, he's been very impressive in this competition this season. Just won't get off the mark there, though. He wants to go inside out here, so Bess has got long on, he's got deep mid-wicket, ring of 5 on the offside, so Moores is going to want to make room. Bess is going to spear it in at his pads. Does make room. Slightly plinks it down the ground, Moores. He'll get 1 to get his innings off and running. Applause for some solid work out there from AJ Ty. Said in the build-up to this one, Tom Moores, I came through under guys who were chalked into the walls of this club, and now it's great to build a team that looks really dangerous and can go and win a lot of silverware. Got back for 2 there, beg your pardon. Oh, no, he didn't.
No, it's the scoreboard.
Beg your pardon. Yeah, you had me, when you pointed at the 2, you had me thinking it was me that was on.
No, this is wrong. It was 1.
So just a single there. So just to reconfirm, that boundary is hit by Haynes rather than by Moores. It does bring the 50 up for the Nottinghamshire Outlaws. that is for sure. So Haynes has his first boundary. And so the closest thing a spinner bowls to a Yorker. Chance direct hit might have been tight from Revis charging in. So end of the power play. 53 for 3 then after 6. 30 behind where Yorkshire were at this stage. Yorkshire were 83 without loss, but remember, from this point on, Yorkshire really struggled. A good first over back into T20 cricket for the first time in more than a month for Don Bess after some more thoughts from Dr. Jane Powell. She'll be joined by Aaron Viles.
Yeah, and that was a good introduction of Don Bess into it, and the court and bowled was very sharp, and he'll be delighted with that because he'd been replaced by Dan Moriarty, and he's just been pulled back in for this game. Moeen Ali is off the pitch with an injury. We're not sure what's happened there, but George Hill is now on as the substitute fielder, and Yorkshire members will know just how good George Hill is in the field. So that will be a bonus in the field, but it means that Johnny Bairstow has lost Moeen Ali as a bowler at this stage.
It does. Although, of course, if he does need that additional spin option, providing Moeen can't return to the field of play, there is a certain Joe Root.
Correct.
Here is Ty then for his second over. Bowling at first here to Haynes. And that will be a single down towards the substitute fielder, who is George Hill. I think towards the... Should we go the end of this over or the over after, Jane, for a score update? Because there is quite a bit going on up and down the country, not only in the North Group, but of course in the Central and West and South as well.
Yeah, end of the over, I think, would be nice. There'll be a lot of people wondering what's happening around the grounds.
Perfect. Well, we can certainly do that after these next few deliveries from AJ Ty. A solid start here. Slightly shorter there to Tom Moores. Just pulls that behind square for the single.
Yeah, I mean, Notts have won this group, obviously, but a win today for Yorkshire would just give them that momentum going into those quarterfinals, and that's really important as you go into tournament play. You've got to have the momentum going with you.
Haynes just clips that through mid-wicket for 1. Yeah, it's something which captains up and down the country have spoken about. It's peaking at the right times, and we've seen a couple of counties who have had brilliant starts. Gloucestershire immediately spring to mind and have just tapered off a little bit after that 2-week break for the Championships return. So it is important. Of course, T20, though, is a volatile format. It's one of those where a team like Nottinghamshire, for example, could win 9 in a row and everything goes wrong in the quarter-final. It's a difficult one. It really is unforgiving, is T20 cricket. Even if you've got the best team in the country, all it takes is for one of your opposition to score 100, take a fifer, take a hat-trick. Things change.
Yeah, I've often said that T20 can often be just, if you have one player, 2 players going well, then you're struggling. Like the women's game earlier, you know, if it hadn't been for Charlie Knott, it would have been a very different result, potentially. But AJ Ty coming in now. And that's up in the air. There's a chance out at deep square leg. And it's taken safely by Don Bess.
Very well taken by Bess. AJ Ty gets his first wicket of the game. The 4th one for Nottinghamshire falls. The Outlaws now 56 for 4 in this, the 7th over. That's a big wicket. Tom Moores is a very, very dangerous left-hander.
And Yorkshire have taken a wicket in the last... This will be the 4th over that they've taken a wicket now. 4 wickets in the 4 overs that have gone from after the 3rd over. And one of the reasons potentially could have been in the 3rd over, they only scored 3 runs, which was when AJ Ty was bowling. And once they start to feel pressure because they've not kept up with run rates, then strange things happen. And here we've had 3 wickets fall.
Well, we certainly have. It's one left-hander departs, though. Another one strides out into the middle. Is, of course, George Linder, 34-year-old from Cape Town. Spoke about his journey a little bit earlier, transitioning from a seam bowler to a spin bowler. Let me tell you, this guy can certainly bat as well. Can give it those long levers and deposit it around the ground, has scored 219 runs in his 10 appearances prior to this game, striking at a very healthy 146. If there's anything short, trust me, he's going to take it on. So, final ball of the 7th over. Tied is to Linda. Goes short, takes it on. And that is a brilliant take by Bairstow. Plenty of deviation after it passed the bat as well.
I think you called it really well, but a brilliant take that, Johnny Bairstow. You know, he's going to his right and then suddenly he gets the deflection and starts to go to the left, and he just reacts quickly and just takes it very easily. Seems to be a lot of things happening in the middle at the moment. We've got 12th from Nottinghamshire running on with towels and all sorts. We've got 12th from Yorkshire on, bringing out the helmet for Johnny Bairstow, now running off. We've got the umpire speaking to George Hill, looking down at his shoes, so I'm not sure if he's impressed with his bright orange shoes out there, or he may be saying, where'd you get them from? I like those, I might get myself a pair. Because they potentially do match the umpire's kit more than the Yorkshire kit.
And it will be Joe Root from the Howard stand ends. I like this move from Yorkshire. Spin bowling has worked its magic. We did promise a score update, and it's one which unfortunately has ended Yorkshire's hopes of getting a home quarter final. The Hampshire Hawks have beaten the Sussex Sharks by 4 wickets in Hove as Root bowls here to Jack Haynes. That'll be a single. At least it should be a single. Root himself chases after that one. So, yeah, the best now will be 30 points for Yorkshire. Of course, there is still that seeding, though, so they'll still want the victory here today. A couple of other results as well. Glamorgan beat Gloucestershire by 50 runs in Bristol. Warwickshire rounded off their campaign with a 5-wicket win against Northamptonshire. Ooh, that one just about squeezed away down towards the backward square for 1. Derbyshire beat Leicestershire by 7 wickets at Derby. Middlesex also ending their campaign with a victory. They beat the Kent Spitfires by 14 runs at the St Lawrence ground in Canterbury. That one really zipped in and muscled away by Jack Haynes. Bread and butter that for the former Worcestershire man. Loves to bring that forearm into real contention and consideration. Just swats it away through wide long on for 4. Also an update from Emirates Old Trafford. Lancashire 51 for 1 in response to Durham's 1-4-1 all out. Haynes that time forced onto the back foot, clips it to mid-wicket for 1. Of course, as for the other games taking place in the Blast today, Somerset take on Worcestershire around about 25-7 at the Cooper Associates County Ground in Taunton, and Surrey face Essex at the Oval at 6:30. So that will be fascinating, especially those last ones. There's still, I think, at least one place, if not 2 places, up for grabs. End of Root's first. Goes for 8. Nottinghamshire 64 for 4.
Yeah, and it's always nice to have somebody like Joe Root in your squad that, whilst he might not be a frontline bowler, he's very effective and very... I often think, yeah, I'd like him coming on to bowl, and certainly in the county championship match not so long ago, he was one of the main bowlers with Don Best to win the game down at Somerset.
Certainly was. More than useful, isn't he, with the right arm off breaks. Well, speaking of useful bowling options, going to see a little bit of a leg spin here, courtesy of Jaffa Chauhan. Someone who I've got plenty of time for, taken 15 wickets so far this season. With a handy economy rate of 7.6 runs per over. He is Yorkshire's most economical bowler of the campaign so far. Linda greets him with a reverse from the first ball. Just be a single.
Yeah, he's a great leg spin bowler. He comes in at such pace, such So there are different types of spinners. Jaffa is very much a quick leg spin bowler, but he has good control and he's got the ability to turn it both ways. Can bowl the googly.
Yeah, it's the calling card, isn't it? One which turns sharply back into the right-hander. Takes a little bit of the pace off that one in comparison, and well, Joe Root, as is so often the case, gets a nice ovation, nice round of applause from this home crowd. Oh, bit of a bump ball, that crowd catch for Root.
Yeah, sharply taken that one, but no hassle for Joe Root.
Front of the hand by Chauhan. And 2 will be taken. This time it's Will Luxton doing the fielding in front of the East Stand.
It's quite nice, Joe Root tossing the ball to Jaffa Chauhan, as he got him the gig here at Yorkshire, really. So, you know, it's nice that the master sees the apprentice in action.
That one pulled through mid-wicket for 1 by Jack Haynes. Him on to 23. 1 delivery remains in this, the 9th over. Still plenty to do for Nottinghamshire. No danger, of course, of rain, but looking at the DLS, it's a nice comparison when it comes to the wickets that have fallen. Currently stands at 92, so slightly behind the 8 ball compared to where Yorkshire are at.
That's pushed for 1, and that's a very economical first over for Chauhan. Just 4 runs coming off it. The score moves on to 68 for 4.
Well, we had this question earlier for the women's game. Who's on the tunes for your road trip? Are you going with Logan van Beek, Joe Root, Sam Whiteman, or Massey Revis? Jane, who would be your selection? I think a lot of people might choose Joe Root just for the company.
Yeah, I'm going with my Sheffield boy, Joe Root. From Sheffield myself, therefore I've got to support my Sheffield boy, Joe Root.
Fair enough. Again, I chose Stair Callis a little bit earlier on. For that same reason, I think Logan van Beek, great character. Might just have a real rogue one in the playlist. Thank you as always to Vertu for providing those poll questions. As Don Best returns from the Howard Stand end. Oh, and Linda misses it. Advanced a couple of steps down the track. Bairstow also can't quite catch up with the ball. Leg byes will be signalled.
The statutory umpire, a handout, gives the clue away that it's going to be a leg bye. The other thing when you've got the spinners on is you go through the overs quickly, and if you're not careful as a batting team, you lose track of where you are, and suddenly the overs have been eaten up. We're into the 10th over at the moment.
Oh, very full.
Yeah, and turned him a bit square there. Looks like he just took a leading edge that went out towards short cover.
Oh, that is a glorious shot by Jack Haynes. I think the spin might just beat the fielder. Oh, I think he's just shoveled that back in. Goodness me. That really is a terrific effort on the boundary rope.
Yeah, great fielding that. I think he got it behind him as he was in mid-air and threw it back in.
Oh, I'm gutted we don't have replays.
Superb piece of fielding there out on the deep cover boundary.
It's Logan van Beek.
Definitely saved 2 runs.
That is a super effort. Haynes will just keep ticking along here with another single. Great commitment there by the Dutch international. Again, your bowlers really appreciate that as well, especially your spinners. A very unforgiving role as a spin bowler.
Yeah, the whole team just are lifted, I think, when you do things like that in the field.
Slightly uppish that by Linda. Falls well short of wide long on though. So one delivery remains. In this, the 10th over. Notts Outlaws are 74 for 4. See what Don Bess and Jack Haynes have in store for us. It's again slightly more round arm and swept away superbly by Jack Haynes for 4. That will round out over number 10. Notts Outlaws move on to 78 for 4.
I am back in the crowd with Jim and Alex. How are you finding the game so far?
It's fantastic. I've had a really, really good day. Yeah.
Yeah, it's a good game, I think.
And I hear one of the Yorkshire players, a star player for you, Jim?
Joe Root for me, absolute legend. My sporting hero.
And do you think Yorkshire can get the win today?
I certainly do.
Yeah, I think so, hopefully.
And how far are they going to get in the tournament, do you think?
Winners.
Winners.
Bold statement. Let's see how they go.
Thank you, as always, to Ellie for getting the thoughts and reaction of the crowd here at Headingley. They're definitely confident, weren't they? That
Always.
Yorkshire can get the job done. Oh, that's huge. That's 6 by George Linder. That is sailing into the spectators. Meets the spin of Johan. Whips it away over the ropes for 6.
That went very near or very close to the people who've just been interviewed. So he obviously didn't like what he was hearing and decided to, I'll show you, and I'll show you how we're going to play.
Yeah, taking them to heart. It's a terrific shot, though, by the South African. Does love a good sweep. Likes a pull shot as well. Decides to play that one with soft hands, though. Guiding it, trying to get it beyond those 2 fielders on the offside. Just be a single.
Yeah, good easy single, even though it went not very far. It went straight to Adam Lyth. But by the time the non-striker had backed up, it was very convincing that it was a single all the way.
Not inviting for Jack Haynes. Single on the offside. Well, these two just beginning to steady the ship here for the side in green. It's been good batting so far by the pair of them. They're not really allowing for dot ball pressure to mount up. Yes, they still need at least a boundary per over, if not a couple at this stage. The required rate approaching 11.5 and over, but they're not getting bogged down.
No, they're rotating the strike quite well, and they're hoping that will upset the bowler's line and length as Chohan comes in, and that's lofted over the 2 inside fielders, and that's raced away for 4 runs.
Yeah, this lad can play, let me tell you that. Jack Haynes, that is a regal reverse from the former Worcestershire man. Of course, comes from fine cricketing stock as well. His dad, Gavin, used to represent the pairs in county cricket. Still remember his debut back in 2020. T20, that is. Actually made his senior debut for Worcestershire back in 2018. Someone with a very, very bright future. Still only 25. Feels like he's been around for quite some years now. So good through the covers, through mid-wicket. And something else which has really grown, especially in recent years, is the cut shot. Not only as a release, but as a genuine scoring option. Nottinghamshire move on to 92 for 4 after 11.
Good over that for Nottinghamshire, 14 runs off it. And they'll be happy with that return. Joe Root coming back on from the Howard stand end.
Yeah, replacing Don Bess. Jack Haynes said he's strong through the covers, plays that through. Extra for 1. Partnership continues to grow steadily between these two. 37 for the 5th wicket and counting. Oh, that one. has been crunched. And crunched very handsomely indeed by George Linder. That is an almighty hit.
I think that's a lost ball. I think that's gone on to the first tier of the Howard stand, and that's closed to spectators today. So it'll be up there for a little while till a security member of staff wanders up there as the new balls are brought out. Dan Moriarty carrying a case of balls back out onto the field. It's a really interesting point, aren't we? It could go either way at this stage. You know, Yorkshire started well, taking wickets in the 4th, 5th, 6th and 7th over. But since then, these two have started building. Their partnership's gone to 43 and they're looking quite confident and competent out there.
Well, they are. The boundaries they've hit have been really well struck as well. These are not ones which are just creeping over the ropes or just evading fielders. They are clearing the boundary by some distance. George Linder. Stick around, that's the big question here for Nottinghamshire. Can he take it deep? Well, he goes on the pull and pulls that one powerfully for 6 more. It's back-to-back sixes for George Linder. Brings up the team 100 for the Outlaws in sumptuous style.
And Joe's got a question to answer here because he tried to fire that one in a bit quicker, and is, do you take the pace off? Do you put in a slower one?
It does take pace off, and that is a laser-like shot, which has been taken superbly. Well, there you go, Jane. You mentioned about the change of pace. Dom Bess. Well, I'll tell you what, there was no pace taken off that catch for the Yorkshire all-rounder. He has done a terrific job to snag that one. And George Linder, his stay at the crease is done. He departs for 25. Notts Outlaws, 105 for 5.
Yeah, fantastic catch from Dom Bess, and Joe Root did just take the pace off a little bit, and as a result, Linder didn't have the pace on the ball, and he hit it with some force though, and it almost knocked Dom Bess off his feet, but he managed to hang on to it, and that's the important thing.
George Linder may have won a couple of the battles. Joe Root wins the war for Yorkshire. First wicket for the England legends. He's got 1 for 21. As Benny Howell now joins Jack Haynes in the middle. Well, he bowled well, didn't he, Benny Howell, for those first 3 overs, and then got tore apart.
Yes, he
towards
did.
The end, went for 21 in his final over.
That's the joy of cricket, you know, somebody might do something one over, and then the next over, you're like, wow. And a little bit like Joe had been hit for 2 sixes. Then he took the pace off a little bit and he's picked up a wicket, and the wickets are crucial to keep the momentum down from the batting team, because every time you lose a wicket, you've then got to rebuild.
Oh, that one really zipped in by Joe Root. Shoveled away for 1.
I'm not sure bouncers are what I expect from Joe, but he'll be getting ready to play with a new coach in the test team, won't he, after today's news?
Indeed he will. I don't mind bowlers, spin bowlers, bowling those genuine bumpers if they can.
It's another chance.
This will be taken. It will be taken. Goes straight to the fielder at deep backward square, and guess who? It's Dom Bess again.
I think that was planned. I think Dom Bess is always put where there's the best chance of a catch, and you could almost see it. They were having a chat beforehand. They knew who was coming out to bat, but actually that's Haynes. That's the person who was at the top of his game there that's been taken, and that makes a massive difference. To remove Linder and Haynes in the same over is absolute poetry for Joe Root.
Really is. Nottinghamshire now 106 for 6. 1 brings 2 for Joe Root and Yorkshire County Cricket Club. The Outlaws, a little spot of bother here. However, Liam Patton-White is no slouch with the bat. I can tell you that. I remember his T20 debut a couple years ago. very disappointing result it was for the Outlaws on that occasion. They got bowled out very cheaply by the Birmingham Bears. Now Warwickshire, of course, in this competition, but goodness me, he hit a couple of huge sixes at Trent Bridge. So they're not completely done at this stage. However, that mountain that they were meant to be climbing has just got a little bit steeper in elevation. Jaffa Chauhan it is then, from the Kirkstall Lane end. Bowling up first here to Benny Howell. Just turns it out to backward square for one.
Yeah, and the run rate's not too steep at the moment, but the problem is 6 wickets down, so you can't afford to take too many aerial chances at this stage. I think that's Don Best getting cheered over by the members' stand.
It is indeed. Well, Patterson White so far this season, a high score of 22 not out. Scored 51 runs, striking at 145.7. Howell alongside him, striking at almost 160. Oh, he's been bowled though by Jaffa Chauhan. The eyes lit up. He was trying to send that into the east stand, and instead the stumps have been disturbed. Patterson White goes for a 2-ball duck. The tide of this game now shifting firmly in the favour of the White Rose. Nottinghamshire are 107 for 7.
Yeah, and that's a great strike by Chauhan, and Johnny Bairstow not impressed because the bails and the ball went up and hit him in the chest, and I think he's getting a little bit of grief from the younger members of the squad, George Hill in particular, because he's just been hit there.
Well, this now would be one heck of a run chase, given the fact that Nottinghamshire are into the 9, 10 and 11. Dylan Pennington, another former Worcestershire man, he enters the middle alongside Benny Howell.
And you can see the difference that DLS, you know, what the wickets make in a game, because DLS has now climbed to, at this stage, Nottinghamshire Outlaws, Notts Outlaws should be 145, and they're 107. And you just think, wow, that's mammoth from where they're at. The run rate required is still only 11.6. However, there's only 3 wickets left.
Yeah, that's the key. Almost feels like they need a little bit of a rebuild, but they don't have the wickets in hand. Chauhan bowls that one very full indeed. Another dot ball.
You can see the difference in the teams now. You can see one is looking very nervous and the other is on their toes with 3 wickets in the last 2 overs.
Has swung, hasn't it, the pendulum in this contest? With Linda and Haynes at the crease. Thought those two, if they could have survived another 4 or 5 overs, taking the run chase deep, could be a very, very different picture right now. Chauhan again going for the front of the hand slider, zips it through, and that'll just be a single out towards deep cover. Excellent over that from Jaffa Chauhan, just 2 runs off it. Nottinghamshire are 108 for 7 after 13.
Yeah, when you're only going for 2 runs off the 13th over of a T20, you know that you're doing well for your team. With only 7 overs to go, Notts still require 86 runs, and there's just 42 balls left. This young lad has been dancing all day.
Well, I bet he's happy at the minute. If he's a Real Madrid fan, of course, Jude Bellingham doing the damage for England. The early hours of Sunday morning against Norway. Root bowling here again, and he has been hammered. That's 6 for Dylan Pennington. But he came into this game, some people might not know, of course, if you're not into your second 11 cricket, but Nottinghamshire were massively behind the 8 ball on second 11 finals day against Warwickshire. And suddenly Dylan Pennington came in, blistering 27, gave them a little bit of a sniff. Hits some massive 6s at Wormsley. Continues on his merry way here. This could be another boundary, indeed it will be. Back to back for the Notts number 9. got ahead of myself. Usually Ollie Stone comes in ahead of him.
And you know, you'd have to say now, beware, because the last time Root went 6-6, he then came back with 2 wickets. So let's see how he comes back at this stage now. He's pretty expensive, but he keeps bowling that ball that makes a difference.
Well, that one played very nicely by Pennington. Will just be a single, though. Excellent fielding. Down at long on.
It was a nice shot by Pennington, straight down the ground.
I really enjoyed the stride into that shot.
Yeah, took his full weight into it, came forward, met it well, taking his weight forward into it.
Well, Howe so far happy to be a little bit less swashbuckling. Pennington, meanwhile, well, you know exactly what he's going for. It's Route 1 stuff for the Nottinghamshire tail-ender. 2 deliveries remaining in this, the 14th over. Sorry, 1 delivery after that one. It's 1-2-1 for 7.
They're looking for the 2, but I think the fielders are too sharp out there, and they've got good arms, so just not possible.
No, it wasn't. End of the over. Nottinghamshire, 122 for 7 after 14. We'll say a fond farewell to Dr. Jane Powell for the time being, and on in her place will be the marvellous Michael McCann.
We've been crunching the permutations here as to what your watching might mean. Were Yorkshire to go on and win this game, which seems the probable outcome as things stand, albeit not done, then Yorkshire would be dependent on Essex doing them a favour tonight to have a home quarter-final. As Jahan's new over starts with him being luckless, off the outside edge, runs away for 4. The Outlaws, who bat deep, with a ball striker like Benny Howlin, will rightly still feel like they have a chance, as AJ Ty is doing his best to give everyone a chance to get his signature. It looks like it's pretty likely, the way things are going, that Yorkshire will play Surrey either way.
Wow.
That would be a blockbuster of a quarter-final.
Yeah, remember the last time it happened? Jordan Thompson.
2022, one of the best final overs you'll ever see. Cut away, though, through backward point. Howell's still got something to say about it. So the over starts with back-to-back boundaries. So were Yorkshire to win this, they'd move on to 30 points with 7 wins and a tie. Most of the other games are finished now because they started an hour earlier than this one. Surrey play Essex tonight at the Oval. If Essex were to win that, it would mean that Surrey would be second in the South Group on 28 points. Nobody in the Central and West Group in second can get to 30, which is what Yorkshire would have after this. So Yorkshire would be the best placed second-ranked team. And so Yorkshire would have a home quarter-final here at Headingley on Wednesday night. Of course, the 8 teams will be ranked from 1 through to 8. 1 versus 8, 2v7, 3v6, 5v4. Down the ground from Howell. These two have put together a mini partnership to try and have some say about that.
Yeah, just touching upon the timings, I must say I'm not a fan of that for the last day of the group stage.
It's something that few people have discussed. It doesn't quite feel right, does it?
No.
It's definitely maybe even an unintended consequence of this new format, where you have the old North and South group, just 2 groups of 9. It was a little bit clearer cut. Whereas there's so many cross-group permutations because of the nature of the home quarter final going to the best of the second places, 2 of the 3 best third places going through as well. You can get these situations where Chohan completes it, and over on the expensive side, it concedes 13, 135 for 7. You can get these situations where it might potentially help a team out to play slightly later on. Essex will play Surrey tonight, for example, at the Oval, 6:30 p.m. start, and Essex's exact permutations and Surrey's will be a little bit of a clearer picture than other teams will have starting at 2:30 or 3:30.
Well, that's just what I'm not a fan of. It's the same in the Central and West as well, with Somerset and Worcestershire.
Yeah, exactly.
It's like we could have had a real grandstand finish, almost where you have people in the crowd who are getting those updates fed in, and you have that last day drama, whereas there'll still be drama, of course, in those games, but yeah, for me, I don't want to see it again next year, put it that way.
Yeah, but you'd be interested to see what gets revised and changed for next season as Van Beek starts his second over, took a wicket with his first, which feels like a long time ago now. Back earlier on in the piece, the 4th over of the reply. It is still required run rate at bang on 2 a ball. Would be quite the effort to haul this in from here. Were Yorkshire to lose this one, of course, a home quarter-final would very much disappear. But the way things are shaping up, still every chance they'd end up meeting Surrey. Although it slightly depends again on results in those 2 late games, Surrey against Essex and Somerset versus Worcestershire. Of course, one change this year, which has been universally welcomed, is quarterfinals and finals day coming straight after the group stage. So quarterfinals 3 days after the group stage and finals day at Edgbaston on the 18th.
I think that depends on who you ask.
Oh, interesting.
I think it depends, especially for the county teams, the media marketing, 3 days to sell a quarter-final.
True.
It's very, very difficult.
Yeah, that's a fair point. I guess maybe if I'm more specific, the players and coaches on the cricketing side.
Yeah.
And there is also a practical element that you've got your star overseas players who you may lose, and the players that have been a big part of your journey to finals day don't play in finals day. And then you can get these, as we've seen in the past, some slightly bizarre, someone gets flown all around the world for 1 game or 2 games.
Oh.
Long way up. Holds up in the wind, and the wind is slightly done for Bess. Well, we've talked about that breeze. This was hit into it, and Bess thought he was underneath it, but it kept moving and moving and moving. He's an excellent fielder, Bess, but he can't hold on.
Well, I must say I'm slightly surprised by that. He's caught everything else today, including one which was drilled to him off the bowling of Joe Root, but as you said, it is so difficult. We can't quite picture the conditions from the commentary box, but it does swirl a little bit.
This is going to be, well, it won't be another catchy chance. It flashes away for the flattest 6 we've all seen all day off the bat of Pennington. And it had been a very quiet over until that point, so that's the boundary that catches, knocks Outlaws up with where they needed to be. Wanted 12 and over, and they've already got themselves 11 from the 5 so far. This is what a team who are group winners does. This is what a team who have gone 8 games in a row does. They do not know when they are beaten. A club that are flying at the moment in red and white ball. Wild swipe and a miss from Pennington. So all told, relatively honours even from that over. 146 for 7 then from 16. Howell and Pennington will fancy their chances. They need pretty much bang on to a ball. They've been going at pretty much bang on to a ball. 39 off 21.
Yeah, it is still achievable, this. As Hassan Ali prepares to bowl here from the coastal lane end. 1 for 13 for the Pakistani seam bowlers' first 2 overs. There is something about Headingley which usually produces these good finishes as well. Although there is still work to be done, admittedly, in this over. But look at the comparison. Yorkshire were 148 for 6 at this stage.
And of course, the key thing for Yorkshire was they took 33 off the last two. Logan van Beek provided a bit of late acceleration. Here's Hassan Ali. That's a nice start for him. So Hassan Ali's going to bowl out here. I think that's pretty clear. The question is, where are you finding your other 2 overs from the home side's perspective? You've got 2 of Van Beek left. You've got 2 of AJ Ty. If I had to guess, I feel like AJ Ty might be the first option to go back to for the home team.
With pace off.
Yeah.
With his slower balls, the knuckleball.
Hassan Ali again looking at the wide hole, the wide Yorker. Executed that perfectly there. That's the field he's got set. He's got a deep third, he's got a deep point, and he's got a short, fine third. So that's Hassan Ali's plan. He's going to bowl wide and full outside the off peg. How does Pennington respond? Manages to get a bit of a flip-flap of a bat on it, but that's a win for Yorkshire in the circumstances with just 1 coming from that delivery. Of course, worth adding, keep an eye across the Yorkshire County Cricket Club socials for details of that quarter-final, home or away, and how to get your tickets for it. Nottinghamshire, of course, already know they're at home. Slow ball, he was very early through the shot, Howell. Gets 1.
Yeah, you could hear the noise off the bat. It wasn't a healthy one, was it? Compared to some of the other ones, it was a real doink from Howell.
Elsewhere in Lancashire versus Durham, Lancashire are needing a runner ball from the last 32 balls with 6 wickets in hand, so should probably win that one. That has been mullered through wide, long on for 6. Well, he doesn't get runs for bat speed, Pennington. He's pretty much all miss or all hit, isn't he?
He is, but it's very entertaining, isn't it? And we spoke about it before. At Wormsley midweek, he was clubbing it to all corners on second 11 T20 finals day. So good to see him replicating some of that here at Headingley today.
Better Yorker from Hassan Ali. 150 was brought up for knots in style by that previous delivery. 156 for 7 then. They're 5 ahead of where Yorkshire were at this stage, having lost a wicket more. Looks like we could have another tight and tense finish here at Headingley. 3 overs left, 37 to win from the last 3 for the Outlaws. What a partnership between these two when the game didn't quite seem gone, but going.
Absolutely. I think that's the way to describe it. It felt as though the momentum was swinging in Yorkshire's favour. This has just brought the Outlaws back into contention, and as we thought, it will be AJ Ty. 2 stellar opening overs from the Aussie.
1 for 6 off 2. Pulled out to Bess by Howell for 1. Howell, who has a strike rate of 158 in the Blast this season. He's always a capable lower middle order hitter. And Pennington striking at more than 2 a ball. The showman Logan van Beek out on the deep mid-wicket boundaries. Pennington has plinked this. We'll get 1. Well, it's very much, and I think these two embody it, the modern way of thinking about this run chase is 5 6s, you're pretty much there. And that's very much the style in which particularly Pennington is batting. Just 1 more. Both these sides chasing their own bit of history. Notts Outlaws looking to reach last finals day for the first time since winning it in 2020. Yorkshire last at the last finals day in 2022. Semi-final defeat to Lancashire back then. Bit of luck for Pennington. If you're going to swing hard. right over Bairstow's head. You pretty much never see a fielder there. And again, it's been a theme of this partnership. They've struggled to find a boundary early in the over, but then just as they've needed one, Howell and Pennington have found it.
Well, they have, albeit that was a lot more fortuitous than some of the ones we've seen from Dylan Pennington so far, but just goes to show it's a thankless task being a death bowler. Tyres bowled really well today. Shipped a very unfortunate boundary there. Could have a wicket next ball, though.
Revis takes the catch, and Yorkshire will hope that that is the breakthrough that swings the momentum. Pennington's played superbly well for his 37 off 20, but it's a second wicket for Ty. Well-judged catch from Revis out there. 164 for 8.
Tied a career best there as Dylan Pennington. Look at that strike rate, 185, 2 4s and 3 6s. Real swashbuckling and entertaining cameo that from the Notts number 9. He's replaced in the middle by Ollie Stone, the former Northamptonshire and Warwickshire and England man.
One ball left in the over here. A single is not too much good for the Outlaws. I wonder what the conversation is between Howell and Stone here. Is his first ball faced, but hunting for a single, you would imagine. Howell just remembering the change in the crossing laws from a couple of years ago.
I noticed that.
Up the non-strikers. As Logan van Beek, ever the showman, has a chat with a few in the front row of the Western Terrace. Well, they want to, never getting to there. So 29 to win from the last 12. It's a slightly tall order for the Nottinghamshire Outlaws, but you have to admire this team for their to give up the ghost. You can get your Vertu player of the match votes in. You'd have to say, as the game's gone on, Adam Live's rapid 50 off 24 balls up top has only grown in value for Yorkshire. Will Luxton hit 38 accompanying him, but with the ball, Logan van Beek has picked up 1 for 18 off 2. I'd have to insert into that conversation AJ Ty, 2 for 14 off 3.
Yep, completely agree.
Hassan Ali to bowl the penultimate over. Gone! Leg stump Yorker out the ground. It's the Hassan Ali trademark. The top wicket taker in the blast reaches a quarter century of scalps in the competition this season. His 25th, 165 for 9, and Yorkshire are 1 wicket away from finishing their group stage in style.
I'll tell you what, the stumps absolutely hate to see Hassan Ali coming, don't they? They get an absolute peppering, time in, time out. He really is a brilliant stump-to-stump bowler. He's got the pace, he's got the direction, he's got the control, and he has been irresistible in this year's campaign. 25 wickets already, and there's still the knockouts to come. That really is a tremendous effort from the Pakistan international.
Someone who it's rare, either with his lower order hitting or with the ball, doesn't make an impact on the game in some way. Here's Benora Fernando. AJ Ty just gets to know our camera a little better. Having a bit of fun out there with Miles on the deep mid-wicket boundary. Can Hassan Ali finish it in style with 2 off 2? Wasn't far off, Nick. Bairstow was appealing. Hassan Ali knew that Benora hadn't quite edged it. Should also thank our camera operators, Jacob Kilbride, Dan Hall, Miles Tidman, Matthew Lurcock, Nathan Robson and Simon Lawson, who've done exemplary work out in the heat today to bring you live cricket free of charge. Hassan Ali just losing his run.
A great bunch, aren't they? Everybody who works on the broadcasts here at Yorkshire Cricket TV, there's so much hard work, toil, graft that goes behind the scenes, and game in, game out, they provide, don't they?
Yeah, fantastic work. They're always the underestimated cogs in the wheel of any production. Camera operator bringing you all the pictures that you can see. They don't particularly love being the centre of attention, but they deserve all the credit they get as Benora is off the mark. now this is almost a game of last man stands for Benny Howell, really. 28 to win off 5. He's going to have to do it all but on his own. Where does he look? 3 out on the leg side. Hassan Ali set up here for either wide hole or leg stump Yorker. He's wide, but he goes too short, and Howell can get his hands through that. 24 to win off 8.
See, that's made a much better sound off the bat as well. That was a proper crack, just rifles it through the covers. Excellent shot that from Benny Howell. Still has plenty of work to do as Luca van Beek yet again. Might be having a quick go as a camera operator.
I know he did a few reels for the ICC at the Women's World Cup, joking about looking at different job roles. Well, how do you start with that? Howell is trying to ramp that over the keeper's head. Now, he's disappointed that hasn't been wided, but we saw a couple of these in the Yorkshire innings. Ultimately, if you vacate the area where you'd be reasonably expected to stand, and it misses leg stump in that area, that's not being wided.
No.
And I think unless you are the sort of most dyed-in-the-wool batter in the world, it's hard to disagree that that's pretty fair. That has missed... I mean, it's not a great ball, but is it necessarily a wide? No, not for me.
Well, you're asking a bowler.
24 to get off 7. Hassan Ali's last ball of the game. Well, Howell will keep the strike. He'll have the very tough challenge of taking 23 off the last to keep the Nottinghamshire Outlaws run going. 9 straight wins for them in the competition. They, of course, lost to Yorkshire in the reverse fixture. And Yorkshire have actually had a pretty good recent record against Notts. Last season, some of you might remember Jack White taking a forfeit as Yorkshire won at Trent Bridge by 9 runs. Back the year before, Nottinghamshire won by 28 runs here, but Yorkshire won by 8 runs at Trent Bridge in 2023, and Yorkshire won by 23 runs at home in 2022. So Yorkshire well placed to make it 4 wins from their last 5 against Notts. Although it's Notts that are better on the all-time record, 22-14 up. Tie to bowl, 23 to get off the last over. And you can make it 23 off 5.
Well, just looking at the field, I think that was the right shot from Benny Howell, just because the fielder was in the circle there at fine leg. And actually, I think they've just moved him out. So I don't mind that. It's just execution. It's one of those, the fine margins of cricket. Couldn't quite get the desired connection, but that has produced a change in the field. Hassan Ali drops back to deep fine.
Down the ground, this could go for 4, which would keep things interesting. It does, 19 to get off 5. Nottinghamshire Outlaws doing their best to make this as awkward as possible for Yorkshire. Remember that there is something on these last 4 balls. If Yorkshire win, and then later on Essex do them a favour by beating Surrey, Yorkshire get a home quarter-final. That's what's at stake. Skied up. This could be the game. It is the game. Tom Best takes the catch. It's a free for AJ Tye. Notts Outlaws 175 all out. Yorkshire win by 18 runs. Tye fantastic at the death. Benny Howell couldn't quite take Nottinghamshire Outlaws home. They lose for the first time in 9. Yorkshire do the double over the North Group winners and give themselves every chance of a home quarter-final here on Wednesday if Essex can do them a favour by beating Surrey tonight.
Well, that really was a tremendous game of cricket. Full credit to both teams out there, especially to Dylan Pennington towards the end. A wonderful cameo from the Notts number 9, getting the Outlaws back into contention. But it is an 18-run victory for Yorkshire in a game which it wasn't a must-win necessarily. In order to properly secure it, they did require those 4 points. They have bagged them at the end of a very, very good game of cricket. Just to run you through some of the standout performances and highlights from that game, of course, the Yorkshire innings. Well, the man of the moment was Adam Lyth. A 27-ball 50. Will Luxon alongside him, opening the batting, scoring a brisk 38 from 23. And some handy lower order hitting from Logan van Beek and Hassan Ali. Scores of 28 and 13 respectively for those two, taking Yorkshire up to a score of 193 all out. As for the Outlaws, they got off to a decent start through Joe Clark, the captain, and Jack Haynes, scores of 23 and 37 respectively. Then there was a bit of a collapse. Don Bess and Joe Root getting a couple of wickets. There's a little bit of a reprieve as George Linder and Benny Howe combined. And then, of course, there's that late order flurry of boundaries courtesy of Pennington. But in the end, the Yorkshire bowlers, in particular that man, AJ Tye, 3 for 18 from his 3.3 overs, just too clinical for the Outlaws today. As we just see the players exchanging handshakes. A reminder that there is still the potential, a possibility for there to be a quarter-final here at Headingley on Wednesday, depending on that final result between Surrey and Essex a little bit later on. We do just have a moment as well as we're getting ready for the post-match interview. Huge thank you to each and every single one of you for tuning into our coverage, not only today but throughout the T20 Blast group stages. Massive thank you as always to everyone behind the scenes as well, who worked tirelessly to bring this production to life. I believe now we're almost ready then for the post-match interview, and it will be AJ Tye alongside our very own Michael McCann.
Excited.
Well, apologies about the slight technical gremlins there as we attempted the post-match interview with AJ Tye. It has still been a wonderful, a glorious day here for Yorkshire in the sunshine of Leeds. Headingley looking an absolute picture as the home side victorious by 18 runs against the table toppers in the North Group, the Nottinghamshire Outlaws. On behalf of myself, Aaron Files, Michael McCann, Dr. Jane Powell and all of our guests throughout the duration of these T20 Blast group stages, we thank you ever so much for your company. We wish you all a very safe and enjoyable end to your Sunday.